Running him in combat, demon, or
Yeah, it should be alright. Okay, go down to...
Honestly, much funnier if we all die, just saying.
Careful, we've gotten too close with somebody's away. I automatically get more paranoid that that's gonna happen. Alright, so we last left off on January 17th. We had sort of, just out of a rather, intense combat situation, finally managed to stagger out of the alt after having found a couple of key and interesting items, specifically a bag of holding that Corwin discovered that there was a rather large sum of gold by
Let's
the time he'd
fucking
taken out and
go.
filled up the room, 6,000, as well
There he is.
as... and then,
there's the Johnny.
are you a popsicle like Strucker?
A little bit, it's a nice sweltering -8.
Ugh, both of you.
Time to home.
Say it and I'm not exactly in a warm place, but it sounds positively balmy here at our 29 to 35.
That would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my parents' well is acting up, so they don't have water at the moment.
Oh
So
shit.
my dad came over and we were just filling up some water jugs. Lost track of time.
No, I mean that makes complete sense.
Yep.
Get over and have a large amount, just because you don't know how long you're going to be buried in there.
We were just trying to recap. Benson.
Yeah, we just we haven't gotten any snow yet. It's just cold right now.
Same.
Dry freeze.
Yeah, so I will get logged in the game.
Yeah, where were we? In
Oh,
the recap?
demon.
Yeah, it's okay there. I'm still very early in the recap there.
Yeah,
so,
I completely lost.
The other big thing at the far end of the room, bag of holding. We saw a fully charged conduit and realized that we'd have to get that out of the way. There was some debate for a while of whether or not to the head of the cultist priestess, but we decided, the party decided to hold off on it because there would be signs if we did try to turn it into House Eye that they wouldn't be able to do it for 10 days. So for right now, we just continue to carry around the head of the High Priestess, the head of both under officers, including the Black Knight and that other sort of magic guy. Croft has just a bag of heads. So there's that. Corwin, while picking over the corpse of the High Priestess, encountered a tome that became rather engorged with blood and kind of bumbled getting it, but even with the immense blood damage that Brom was not able to properly repair without compromising the book, there was still some very pertinent and interesting intel. So basically implying a couple of different things, specifically about the influence of the Hells empowering the ignorant and the unworthy, the first mention of that dragons sleep and do not, but still wait for the storm to pass. Meanwhile, the Drow houses fool themselves into complacency over their fleeting victory, and mention of how other actors abound at this time of opportunity, and that not since the rise of the Helic Empire has such power been possible to seize. A small mention on the edge and ball is the key to delivering it into our hands, with lots of text missing about some kind of power. Something with a brief mention of Nishra should be the largest yet. The principal ritual site should lead us to the rest, and then more damage. And then concluding with, these pompous Drow think themselves clever with their shroud. The Helic were nothing without the hands of their doting deities, but their shroud will do nothing when the true power itself is walking this world. So a lot of larger details about many of these larger players that we've sort of been dancing around the toes of, between, the difference between, the powers of the Hells and the Abyss vying for here, the Drow obviously having some influence of sort of keeping things out with this shroud thing of some kind. As we were sort of making our way sort of back and further, Yuckus and Corwin got a overwhelming sense of something that they needed to avoid in the wilderness. And of course, our party being our party, we decided to head straight towards it with all haste, where they found an elevator going down with big heavy winch that Croft was able to get everybody down, where they found through some convoluted tunnel systems a sort of chapel-like space with streams of water with a blue aura, and a figure praying in front of what seemed to be some kind of an angelic figure. And this turned out to be a last vestige of Tyr's power and its guardian, both standing there. At first, Yuckus was trying to convince this figure to convert to bright eyes, but quickly, Brom became the main figure in this conversation, and was, persuaded or offered to be able a chance to bring back this avatar of Tyr. In the meanwhile, Corwin and Yucca started to feel absolute agony and pain, and sort of pleaded with Corwin pleaded with Croft to get them out of the Croft being sort of distracted, thinking, "Oh, this feels quite nice and great," not realizing his, bright eyes aligned friends were in pain until they started screaming. He finally started getting them out, but they struggled and took a couple of nasty hits of radiant damage, but he managed to get them up to the top. While meanwhile, Brahm proceeded to, through his aptitude in religion, aiding this guardian in bringing back and resuscitating the avatar of Tyr. And for his efforts, he was rewarded with a rug to communicate directly with Celebremvor, as well as intelligence and a bit of a map that he then briefly shared with Oth there in the elevator, unbeknownst to the other two party members there, giving some interesting insights into basically, that this was an effort to heal and restore the potential for other gods to, potentially be restored in their respective avatars. So let's see. Upon getting through that, and both Brahm and Croft sort of making a nod to, as they could, sort of helping out with stabilizing the world, the party made its way and made contact with their contact from Zai to get into the Merc. And at first we're very concerned about, well, maybe we should reach out to Ishra, and that, the pledges might cause problem. But after a bit of a brain fart and Yuckus just doing the obvious, they realized that as members of the house, they can remove their pledges at will. So they popped those in the bag of holding after Yuckus convinced himself that he was perhaps, one of the greatest practitioners of magic around and had disabled those, through his own efforts. Croft just thinking took too many beatings to the head and kind of, begrudgingly was like, how could I have forgotten this? But as they made their way into the Merc, following sort of this contact, they sort of stealthily found that there was a small sort of culvert or tunnel that used a key very similar to the one that they had found previously on bandits that they had killed with the mysterious J insignias. And as they made their way, they asked some questions that gave them some insight into some of the basic factions of the Merc. Specifically, the factions consist of the Merklings, who are sort of the leftovers or catch-all, a mix of outcasts, new recruits, new people coming in there. The Skullblades, who are sort of the main hunters and sort of muscle there. The Jackals, who mostly seem to be sort of, as their name would suggest, a mix of scavengers, thieves, and generally unpleasant people now led by Butch. And then the Syndicate, they were told that their exit, they would have to meet up with Runla, a tattoo merchant. Sort of mishearing this instruction, the party immediately went to Runla, who they discovered to be a wise old turtle, who was indeed not just a tattoo merchant, but a magical tattoo merchant, finishing up some nice work on somebody who wanted wings to zip away. And as they had passed by to get to Runla, not understanding that was their way out, they had noticed Butch's voice speaking Goblin in a central platform, and several other leaders, an elf lady seemingly against the war, since Corwin to speak Goblin, making out there a full-blooded orc who seemed to be, all in favor of Butch's jingoistic aims. And then
the orc was the Skullblade leaders, right?
Correct,
I think we
yeah.
identified him later. What was his name?
I'm getting to that. Their names are just going to there.
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Yeah. They later learned from Runla the names of these leaders of the factions. Tiara, the elf, was head of the syndicate and wanting to keep the status quo and business as usual. Butch, obviously, being the head of the Jackals. I think it was Valerian was the full-blooded orc, held the Skullblades, and also fully on board with taking on the Drow houses. And then the head of the Merklings was Duod, the sort of slow to move, but once he's committed to a course of action, Turtle, who's head of the Merklings. Runla sort of gave them the lay of the land that,
Did we get the leader of the Scavies name?
Let's see, did we? I did not write it down. So I got Tiara, Butch.
You guys never asked that one.
Nope, we
Oh,
did not.
He's a half orc because he was on the stage with the others, but
Yeah, but we didn't go there. Yeah, it's no mission. We did not.
Sorry, just one of the things I noticed in my notes too. Sorry, keep going.
No, that's an omission on our part as characters. So Being in Syndicate territory, sort of made a little further, Corwin tried his hand at pickpocketing, but didn't manage to, but managed to slip away into the crowd. Then we were sort of talking to a merchant and trying to encase the joint a little bit there. Unfortunately, Croft kind of accidentally tipped that they were outsiders, and then Corwin made the bold move of showing a jackal insignia, which as their rival insignia resulted in the party being imprisoned. And then finally, after a little bit of while and an interesting connection of a employee of Corwin's handler up top was used to sort of identify them, and then they were brought before Tiara and had a sort of interesting back and forth conversation where sort of Tiara expressed that, while she clearly doesn't want war, she also does not want to sort of tip her hand with, directly backing us, but did give the party some intelligence so that they could either start with the Merklings and that she, would be on board as long as she wasn't implicated with us somehow taking care of Butch, but also hinted that there is military might that she feels is very much in the Merc's favor, that in a head-to-head conflict between the full might of the Drow houses and the Merc, that she felt that the Merc's odds were quite good with some form of, technology that she didn't want to reveal fully to the party. But so after sort of coming out of that meeting and managed to keep up appearances of having been, arrested for not being out there, they made their way out with a little more intelligence and a couple of avenues to either proceed with gaining initiation into the Merklings or trying to sneak their way in. Since they already had some Jackals insignias, the party decided to try and case out Jackal territory, see what that was about, and get another one. So after a little bit of back and forth and waiting, they finally managed to pickpocket another insignia and headed straight into the heart of Jackal's territory. But found that the Jackal's territory did not have any good signage, and you needed to know where you need to be. So they sort of wandered around, trying to look like they blended in to not the greatest of efforts, but managed to sort of sneak in. And Braum managed to cast Detect Magic and noticed that a lot of Jackals, as well as a couple of the what is it? The skull. Skull. What's the full name of their faction there? Skull blades also were carrying around what appeared to be some kind of, magical blade or artifacts on them that gave quite off of Asian magic as they were going around. But they also noticed that somebody had sort of detected them, sort of sneaking into one of these small slots, so they decided to get out of there since they clearly weren't going to manage to get to Butch or some significant spot without being, already spotted and probably detained. So the party hustled out of Jackal's territory, managing to just get out, but then sort of wanted to, before leaving for the meeting that was sort of planned eventually at a leer of the various Drow houses, to at least have some idea of what the military might that the Merc had there. We're trying to find, people to pickpocket. So between Braum continually casting Detect Magic and Corwin, they needed a spot to hide, so they sort of looked at some of the small structures outside of Jackal's and Skullblade's territory and found seemingly, an apartment that what they thought was an apartment, but more of an inside odd area with a pool of water that they thought had been vacated, and sort of did this a couple of times, but not able to pickpocket one of the artifacts. When finally something erupted out of the water, and that is pretty much where we left off of our party. Discovering that this might be either a way to the outside or perhaps someone's pet, to be determined, of what had emerged. And that's pretty much what I got.
Very conclusive.
A couple little things. One of the big things Tiara let you know is that Butch's play right now is to get the Drow houses to attack as a way to unify the Merc and get them to commit to the war.
Right, because they need majority. He's trying to bait them in so that they'll get the 3 out of 5 votes that they need to proceed, right?
Yes.
Because they already have 2, and then a neutral, and then an against.
Yep. You have the summit in 5 days' time as of a day and a half ago. That's when you receive the message. The magic items that you were detecting on the Jackals seem to be small, like letter opener sized daggers. Tiny little daggers, giving off identification magic. Alright, beyond that, as you were in the middle of casting your detect magic ritual, the water started erupting and 2 large blue, almost like giant frog-like creatures start emerging from the water. What do you do?
Does anyone have the ability to talk to them?
Mm.
I mean, well, so the crossing should see
Nope.
that did they see him sapient, or are these just beasts coming at us?
Give me a survival check or insight, either one.
Because he didn't say roll initiative. He just said, "What do you do?"
Survival it is, baby. What we got? What are these?
Okay. With a 20, you would recognize these as Slades. They are low intelligence, but not. They are sentient. They are often feral and attack on sight, but so are a lot of creatures that call them their home.
I guess we're just taking a sip. Pardon for your pool.
One of them starts walking up, and I don't know why it's Corwin again, but for some reason it is. Corwin, you see this large, looks like venomous tongue with little gas pockets of venom and poison coming off it, come towards, start looking towards you.
I will move away from it and kind of like make like calming gestures.
Give me an animal handling check.
Okay. I didn't know that was even a check. Hang on. There's a stat for that.
There is. It is really funny what D&D decides to designate as something that's specific versus not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because it was like it's a holdover for like rangers and druids interacting with stuff.
Well, there's a lot of creatures. Kind of makes sense, honestly. Different expertise than just pure survival.
You see its tongue wrap around one of its lower limbs. It pulls up a coin that looks like a rake going alongside a sword. Shows it up to you, and then looks at you inquisitively.
Does it want money?
I think it wants you to verify your insignia. I think that's the
Am I being robbed?
Flash him your insignia. We'll see if that's
Okay, I'll show it the insignia.
You're showing the jackal symbol?
What was on the one that it showed me?
It looks like a rake symbol with a sword crossed.
Oh.
Brahm is going to stop casting his ritual and fumble around in his pack, and with minor illusion, he's going to hold up the same coin.
Okay.
Oh.
That is an intelligence check, right?
That's a good one.
It's to see.
What's your DC?
17 or 18.
Okay. They kind of give you this nod. Understanding that you can't speak their language, they just start walking away.
Well, that went better than I expected it would, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
I guess this isn't just a room. There must be a way in or out. One of the little hidey holes. We have to be aquatic.
Yeah. I mean, it keeps it quiet. That way we don't have any alarms going off and don't have to flee, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a path in and a path out, huh?
So Brahm's going to make a more permanent sketch of the insignia that we just saw.
Okay. Give me a performance check, see how well you replicate it.
Mm-hmm. Terribly.
Yeah, it's very, very crude.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the others can't recognize what you're trying to do.
That's a good drawing, bud. You really tried there with shapes.
I think the magic worked better than your sketchbook.
Well, when it goes away, Brahm will be able to do it again. Brahm knows what it looks like. See?
Holds up the horrible picture.
A thick figure of two lines crossing. It looks like an X, basically.
Right.
Why does it have guilt? Never mind. We're not going to ask that question. Okay.
They saw it near a Slade, that's why.
we now have a choice to make. Do you guys want to have the talk here? Or do we want to try and find another place? Seems like other people will be coming through if we hang out here too long, but I think we can have a quick chat without being overheard or raising any alarms.
Yeah, I guess then fine.
Still want to try to get the daggers, or we try to get a way out
Yes.
as fast as we can there?
Yeah, we need
we can
Brom
be,
to
we can
recast
just
his
be
magic.
we can be a little faster.
And I'm just gonna cast detect magic at first level, so I don't have to sit for 10 minutes.
Currently, there's nothing unexpected in the chamber.
All right. Well then,
Well-
you and Corwin can direct. I'll sort of watch, and I guess I'll be. Yuckus and I can be just more, rather than here, more at the outside or edge of this cave there. Still making sure in case somebody comes past, we'll just pretend to be guards,
Sure.
I guess.
Yuckus, you can go through water pretty easily now, right? Could you follow that tunnel out and see where it comes out? If we need to make a hasty escape?
Yakus already tried going down there, got lost in weeds. Not easy to navigate.
Gotcha. Problems for later, but we need to get one of those daggers and figure out what it is. And I don't feel like anyone's going to tell us easy, right?
It's I've got the detect magic going, so we can walk out and I can try to direct you towards someone again.
All right. Point him out.
Yep. So walk back outside.
Give me a D100 roll, see whether anybody crosses, and a perception roll, see whether you find him.
Use those dragon eyeballs.
Nope.
Oh, with a 12, because you can't critically fail in skill checks, and 12's not bad. So, you do detect two what looks like little goblins, one a little taller than the other. Each of them has the sense of evocation coming from their right side, but you can't see the weapons. They seem to be need some kind of cloaks. They're moving pretty fast, but you can probably get to them if you rush.
Okay. Brom's going to point him out to Corwin and start moving in the direction.
Go over there. Them. They have the thing on their the right sides of them.
Okay. Were they coming out of Butch's area, or were they coming out of the
You only have
Skull
30
Blade?
feet, so you can only see about this big right now. So you saw them when they were at this point, heading this way.
Right, they were heading from 2. Okay. I'm gonna go try and catch up with them.
Okay. Are you trying to do it stealthily, or are you making it very obvious that you're rushing up to these people?
No, I'll like rush up to them and make it seem like I'm in a hurry, and I'll grab the right one's shoulder.
Okay. Give me a grapple check, please.
Oh, I'm not like trying to like grapple them. It's like trying to get your attention, not like I'm trying to control them or like get rid of them or anything. It's like, hey, I've got a message for you, Tap.
The one on the right dodges away from you. What's a minute? What are you doing?
We got orders. There's a cave over there where we need to help you get your help excavating real quick. It's
Deception
important.
check.
Yeah, not a very good one too.
I can't
Of
back
all-
down.
Of all the
You and
Okay.
your fucking bullshit on the worst, like, on paper explanations.
Get rid of that bullshit. Fine. Make it quick about it. They start following you.
Okay, I lead him back into the cave.
Okay, 1 second.
Yep.
Oh, what was the name of that map?
Mysterious watering hole.
You guys want a position where you guys are as they come in?
Sure.
Cloth would have been just around the inside lip,
As
sort of
they come
depicted
in,
right here.
I'm gonna whisper to Brom, "Dome of Silence."
Yep. And I'm gonna let them all go in, so they can. I'm gonna wait for them to go in, and then once they're passing away, I'm going to put up silence.
Well, when you start casting the spells, when the fight starts.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
I
point
assume
to-
that
towards
I
the
assume
lower
that there's
one.
like a cover over, like we're walking through a thing, like a
If you want to hide in this corner
Not
over here,
door.
you could do it. Yeah, break line of sight this thing.
yeah, and then I'm gonna throw the silence.
Okay, that will end your magic.
There.
Okay, so as they're talking to each other, moving through, suddenly utter silence falls over them, and they look around alarmed. I'm going to give them an
And-
intelligence check. +1.
Roth, having recognized that magic,
We picked
is
idiots,
gonna
thank
go
God!
in from behind.
Yeah, they are very confused, standing at each other, looking at each other. One of them's trying to talk unsuccessfully. They don't know what to do.
This doesn't even feel sporty, guys.
Cross gonna try to knock them unconscious.
Yeah,
from
let's
behind.
just...
Okay, I'll give you advantage on the initiative rolls, but that is initiative.
Yeah, that's fair.
I always have advantage.
Dude, we picked the dumbest goblins. This is amazing. Oh wait, I have advantage. Hang on, let me throw that one more time.
Do you want to trade with anybody, Corin?
I go second behind. Nah, that's well. Brom, do you think we should swap? I don't know if it'll take necessarily that heavy of a investment from us. It's a small move, but it gives us like a lot of power. So I'll swap with Brom.
Okay. But Croth, you are up first, fittingly enough.
Nope.
As in utter silence, you walk up behind these very confused goblins, trying to talk and failing to each other.
Can I do it, Strucker, where I'd go up and so I'm still gonna hit them with my polearm, but I'd pull the blow from being lethal if I fell there, but just take a swing over there.
Yep, you just can't do any bonus damage, like you couldn't do the necrotic or anything, because that would be
Yeah,
considered fatal.
that would just go bullet. Sure. Alright, get to test this sucker out. Go on all rage, just to be safe, because who knows if there's more friends. Come on. Alright. Let's give it a whirl. Anti-health stick. Not a stick guy.
Uh, 16 definitely hits.
Damage.
And with a
Okay.
single blow to his noggin, he collapses to the ground unconscious.
Cleave over to his friend.
A 15 does not hit.
Ooh. Alright, and I get a second attack. So I'm gonna swing at him. Apparently not very effectively though.
This time, alarmed, he is able to sidestep the polearm, looking at his collapsed friend, and you can see his eyes darting to the door. He's planning on trying to run for it. Anything else you want to do?
Let me just double check my feats just to make sure I remember how these work since they are new. Okay, so that'll be useful. I'm going to do a bonus action to make with my Polearm Master feat.
You already used
to
the bonus
do.
action around rage.
Oh right, damn it! I can't do it on that first round. Shoot. Oh well, save for another occasion. You're correct. Rage was my bonus action already. I always forget that on the first turn round because I've gotten so used to not having having my bonus action available aside from rage. Nope, that's it. That's all I can do. Boo.
Corbin, you're up.
Okay. Only one still up. I'm going after him. Am I in the Dome of Silence? Does that prevent me from being able to use Booming Blade?
Does it have a vocal component?
Let me look.
Look at the spells components. It has a V next to it and requires speaking.
Just S and M.
Smatter.
somatica material, so it's got a hand wave and a thing he has to be holding.
Yep, so you don't have to speak. You just have this. The blade itself is your material, and probably the swinging would count as the motion. So
Okay.
You're
So then, yep, I'm gonna booming blade him.
okay, that is magic damage.
Oh, that means I'll kill him. Right?
Oh.
Okay.
If it
well.
goes through, yes.
You can have non-lethal thunder to the head.
I mean, that's not what my uncle said. Okay, then yeah, I'll try and hit him with the sword without booming blade on it, just a regular
Okay.
smack. Red and pulling the attack. Okay, well,
He easily sidesteps that, looking panicked between the two of you.
I have. Oh, that takes an action. Okay, Brom, you're gonna need to stop this guy from leaving.
Braum, your turn. As you hear the sounds of fighting around the corner ahead.
Okay.
Actually, no, you don't hear a thing, but you see
yeah.
Corwin swing
Yeah.
weapons direction.
So.
So he doesn't hear shit. And he's like, I did that.
Oh. Let's see, that's 5. Um. I'm going to cast Command on him,
What event?
and Wisdom save 17.
Yep, what's command? Because he definitely
Cool.
fails.
Approach.
Okay. Anything else for your turn?
One. No, I'm good.
Okay. Looking panicked and desperately like he wants to move towards the door outside, he's going to start slowly walking towards you. Croth and Corwin, you can make a protective opportunity if you want to.
Yeah, let's do it.
Technically, this isn't forced movement.
Because you've hijacked his brain. His own will.
But for the third time, he dodges one of your major attacks.
This motherfucker's a nimble little bastard.
But Croth has no,
Don't
no
don't dodge that. Bap.
And
Take
it's not
the
possible
butt
for you to
to
do little enough damage not to knock him out. So combat comes to an end as he falls unconscious.
Just had
That
to
is still enough.
read through. Just had to read through quickly and make sure, like he didn't have to be able to hear me.
Sure, makes sense. Okay, let's loot the guys.
Okay. They don't have any money on him worth noting, maybe some coppers, but you do find the two, like, tiny little daggers, maybe 2 inches long.
It's gonna
They
drag them off to the far corner over here, so they won't be the first thing probably they're coming in unless someone's going from the far
Sure,
edge,
that's
so.
a good point. Yeah, let's get the bodies out of the way once I've got the daggers. I'll take one of the daggers and then I'm going to give the other one to Yuckus and ask him to identify it.
Croth's gonna quick just check what insignias do they have. Do they have jackals or skull blades now? Which was what options there?
They both have jackals.
Okay, so we already got them there.
I'm going to take their insignias anyway.
Okay.
Backup insignia on insignias.
The daggers look crudely made. They are just simple iron, nothing special about them. You would mistake them as butter knives if you didn't know better.
You're sure these are the daggers? Bro,
They're giving you authentication magic.
Okay.
Let's best make our way up to somebody else's territory.
Do we? Oh, when I was detecting them, would I have known like what kind of magic they were giving off?
Evocation.
Okay.
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 Yeah. Let's skedaddle. There's got to be an inn or something around here, right?
Yeah. Maybe make like they said that from Merkling's territory. If you're there, go up to the next level. At least gives us something to blend in and some distance.
Sure.
Or we could also just go for our exit. I mean, we at least now have some telling us, or do you want to stay down here any longer?
We've got a little bit of time. Let's go to the inn and have a conversation.
Okay, there isn't really an inn in
per se.
the Merc.
Oh.
Yeah. They're all.
Each
It's
gang has
remember
their own
refugee camp.
abilities.
headquarters.
Okay, let's check out the Merklings and try and find out who the Scabies leader is. They're both on the same level, right?
They're spread across 2 levels. Both the mark
Yeah,
links.
everybody.
And if you look at the map for the upper and lower levels, you can see it in your drop down.
Oh, gotcha.
Let's see. Syndicate. Heap. Gals. Alright, well, let's at least mosey through Syndicate space. I mean,
You're going to the middle or the upper level?
Runla was on the upper or middle level?
Upper.
It's on the upper. Well, since he's our way out, I don't know. I don't just want to press there that if we're quick, maybe even the upper, so we can close to go back to him. Ruckus is going to be like, although it's not huge, word will spread fast, especially if they're not wanting word about those things to get out. I don't know. So
Let's try and find another cubby then to sit in real quick, because we need a second to think.
You're just going to go to another one of the random caves in this area?
Do you guys want to do that, or do you want to try and get out?
Brom is curious. Should we have? Not that Brom really wants to, but should we have left them alive?
We're all wearing disguises, and Butch very much knows we're here and on to him, so I think it's
Okay.
fine.
You think Butch know here?
Okay.
Yeah, we got spotted when we were moving through their territory, remember?
Yeah, I guess they thought we weird because looking around like not know where go.
I mean, we don't know who if they know it was us if the disguises worked, but yeah, so there. It'll just confirm intel they already have, but
Oh, yeah, I forgot about all of you were disguised as well.
Yeah, pretty well too. It actually went decently well disguise-wise, so
Yeah, I guess think.
could be us or could be other people.
Yeah, I guess think go Scav's territory.
Yeah, we need the leader's name at the very least. Let's
Yeah,
go head
it's-
that way then.
Yeah, we have the leader's name of everything, like the leader's name of each territory, the minimum. Which group is like so far? It seems like nobody likes the jackals. So, well, except for maybe Skullblade, but
Skullblade
yeah. So Jackal and Skullblade are quote unquote
aligned
allied.
right now.
Merklings are existing. Syndicate is on their own. And then we're unsure of the allegiance and whatever of the scavs right now.
Yeah.
He was the one that was, if you remember, visual. We don't have the name, but was sort of playing devil's advocate of sort of tweedling between both sides' arguments.
Okay.
Kind of trying to ferret out a position, I assume.
Okay, so let's head that way and see if we can't make contact with them and just find out what they're about.
Just as a slight bit of caution, as long as that we can proceed freely. I mean, you saw what it listed with the jackals and Igneas. I know Syndicate's less aligned here, but what exactly, if it's anything like this, if we need to know where we're going, we can't exactly just wander into Scav's territory. Sounded like from Runla's position that only the Merklings might be that, easygoing of us coming into their area.
We don't know anything about them. We can go take a look.
Sure. Okay.
Well,
we can go to the border.
If we learn, do we know everybody's symbol? If we
That would be helpful.
if we at least had a copy of each insignia, then it might make traveling between the areas a lot easier.
True.
My fingers feel sufficiently sticky at the moment. Let's give it a try.
Or I guess could just ask for membership, see what they say.
It's always a good choice too.
we at least get a hold of the symbol, or at least see what they look like.
But we need to
Might
figure
be
out what
able to
these
make our own.
daggers we're carrying are too. They might have a way to, like, if they know what it is. So I think we need to detect magic on these things quick as we can, somewhere safe.
Oh, it's I know they're magical. It's evocation, but beyond that, that's all Brom can do.
Right. They didn't seem to help the goblins at all in combat, so it's definitely something they have to
Croft
activate.
goes,
manually.
didn't exactly get a chance now, did they?
I mean, that one was squirrely, man. I swung a couple.
Yeah, I guess think
But okay,
at least go syndicate level to identify.
Okay.
Yes. Up.
The syndicate and the scabs are on the same level too.
Well, yeah, we're in. Currently, is this the middle map or the upper?
You're on the
structure?
ground level right now. You're
Yeah.
on the ground level with the speaking circle on the floor.
Yeah.
So the other two layers are just rings that go along the
Are
perimeter
higher
of
up
the
at the
outside.
same, I assume.
So you can view down into the ground level from the upper levels. Right now you are on the. So you're taking the stairs up. Are you going to the lower ring or the upper ring?
I believe the upper ring.
Can Yekus look at the spiral staircase and see if there's anything special about it? This is a big
Give me
cavern.
a perception roll. It is very wide, easily wide enough for multiple carts to go up and down, passing each other. It is frequented, almost packed at times, where you're having to push your way through and past people to get up and down in any timely manner. But other than that, it seems ancient. It looks like it was formed by a lot of travel and manual labor over the course of decades, if not centuries.
Okay, cool.
Well, I see. Yeah.
As you emerge at the top of the stairs, there are guards both to the left and to the right, enforcing the territory of the Merklings and the Syndicate. Which one do you try to enter?
The Marklings were much more like take care of kind of anyone's jobs, right? That was what we got information wise from other
Described
people.
as welcome, more relatively compared to everybody else, more welcoming. They'll take anybody has been the most common quote we've heard. So
We're on the upper ring.
Yeah.
Yep.
Trying to decide turn left or turn right.
say at the moment, because we aren't exactly welcome back in Syndicate territory, and we don't exactly have ID that Merklings might be our best bet.
Or we could go to the scabs and ask. Yuckus could ask for membership.
I mean, that way you'd have to get through Syndicate or Merkling territory to get there.
In the ground level, you can move through the center. The
No.
ground level is free to do that. You have to stay at a speaker circle with consequences.
But yeah, we could move between these sections without, like.
I see. So
being,
if we go back down, and you could go, yeah, here is okay. I didn't realize that.
Then you go over the other stairs and come up on that side.
Oh yeah, that would work too.
So then the Jackal and Skullbridge territory is below all this, or it's further?
Yes.
Further. Okay.
Jackals and Skullblades are both on the ground floor, exclusively. The other three guilds have territory in each of the top two.
I don't know if we want to duck past there again already so soon. If the casing is out there, but that's just me.
Hey, yeah, I guess think go through Merkling territory then. At least see what Merklings think. And then walk around to Scavs.
Okay. let's head into the Merkling territory.
Probably gonna take a while.
As you approach the Merkling territory, the guards don't seem to respond to you entering. You are not challenged to show any kind of insignia entering Merkling territory, but they do have guards protecting their borders nonetheless.
Sure.
You're able to enter freely.
How populated is the area?
The entirety of the Merg is very densely populated. You get the impression a lot more people are crammed in here than this place was ever thought to need to accommodate. This place seems to be the poorest of the areas you've seen so far. This is much more the atmosphere of like the slums in the Drow were. There's a lot of poverty. There's a lot of people with little tents propped up against the walls that they call their homes. There's a lot of destitution here.
Do we see any insignias or markers?
There's none on the walls. There's no banners or anything.
Okay. I
We
was just trying to
go
figure out
ahead.
what the mark of the house would be.
I'll be looking around, I guess, if anybody was flashing insignias for any reason as we're walking through. So, I mean, Croft would keep an eye out as well. So I'll do a perception check.
Yeah, did the guards have anything on them marking, like, beyond them standing at the beyond them standing in front of the,
They were
Merkling
wearing
territory?
very basic clothes. They had a little bit of leather armor on and some decent
And then
weapons,
just
but
weapons.
it's only that their stance and their studying of people moving through gave away that they were guards. You get the impression they don't really have money or resources to put into formalities or even professional gear. With a 10, you haven't seen anybody pull out any kind of insignia yet.
Yeah, I mean, if the jackals were any indication, it seems that there'd be no reason to, except for enforcement of borders or specific business deals or being asked for it because someone's suspicious of you. So, especially if they're not asking for it at the gate, I can't imagine that people would have any reason to be pulling it out in the middle of nowhere.
You get the impression from this place, this isn't the kind of place people would tend to sneak into. So security's a lot lower because they don't really feel there's anything too secure.
Why would anyone want to be here?
Is the flow of traffic moving in a certain direction? Like, are people is there seem to be like a center of the movement and traffic for this area?
Most of the traffic would come through this area. Are people heading back to their homes and their meeting places, little impromptu areas where they're having gatherings? There's a decent amount of traffic that are leading to what looks like wooden structure built into the side of the cave system over here. The only real structure in this entire floor. People who are all seemingly like they're preparing and heading off to work are heading to the middle platform, so heading to the stairwells and going down. You might see some people who are tired of coming back from a long day's effort heading up through this area.
Well, it's risky, but if they aren't guarding things this much, I suppose the other thing one could consider is maybe this would be playing our hand too much, but seeing if we wanted to ask for an audience with Duod, sort of, try and sway him. But again, I don't know if that would be potentially upsetting things in the other direction. But since he's sort of neutral, I mean, looking around, cross-sort of gestures, it seems to be that in a military conflict, the Merklings would certainly be most vulnerable to mass casualties. Most of these people here aren't seasoned fighters.
Do we have anything to offer him as a way to make him come to our side? They probably need things done for them, but we don't really have anything besides. You got anyone you want us to go murder for you?
I mean, just our contacts further on the outside of saying, hey, they're going to be the world is going to react to, Butch's message of at least offering, the fact that we can try to assuage, but they need to give us something of somehow indicating, if we're here on I mean, again, it's a gamble. Obviously, the syndicates was fine with keeping hush hush. I have no idea how this duo would react if we, react with honesty of revealing who we are. They get new people here saying we're wanting to have, business or relations. I know that's the syndicates thing, but the Merklings also don't have a lot, so perhaps they could be convinced of some kind of benefit. But obviously, it's a tall order. Obviously, with
What do we have to offer?
I mean, looking around, honestly, this place is kind of cramped, so obviously they would be highly skeptical, but for those who perhaps were forced out there, of depending on how good Lady Nishra's word is on a new way forward, of at least, resources, aid, or the other way around, of an opportunity for opportunities outside the Merc if they work stealthily to come through. Especially if you're trying to secure ways through more contacts beside the syndicate who would be amenable if you had sort of two houses that would be amenable to sending, or even, let's say, allies here who would be Nishra's hands if they won't allow, actual members of Nishra through. That way you could only have excavators come through and then the rest would be, Merc-based citizens.
So like a promise to employ a bunch of people here.
Potentially.
We'd have to check with her about that, but then we could like probably promise that. That's not a bad promise to make.
I'm just trying to think of ways, because we also have to be prepared. That's
Sure.
why I wanted to try. I mean, aside from the intelligence of, I know it was a bit now in hindsight kind of irrational at the time, but I wanted to at least see if we could push Butch, because at this point we sort of are trying to find ways to not only convince people down here, but I have no doubt that at that meet, I don't know, that there will be just as much of a push for violence up there. So the question is, whether are we coming in with? I'm almost thinking ahead to the summit with a convincing position not to attack. So obviously we've got a little bit more about their weaponry, but you'd then have to say, that it's basically, one faction that we could potentially isolate instead, or it could be handled internally from them, and it's not worth the cost to the Drow. That's what we're gonna have to convince them of. So basically, for both, we have to say that there's honey and that the price is too high.
See, this is why I needed to be at an inn. This is a hard conversation to have surrounded by people. There are other
Yeah, I
things
mean,
I want
we
to say
whisper
that.
as we're going through, and it's loud. So I mean, I'm just
Sure.
As you guys are moving through this cave system, you are easily the best dressed, most armored, and clean people in the area. You are getting a lot of looks from people studying
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
we
I
got-
still look like just a dwarf.
But you're
Like,
still better
like-
dressed,
But your
unless
clothes
you
don't
defaulted
change.
to
Not
look.
really.
You have
If you look
pants.
slovenly, though,
I look.
did you
well,
intentionally
I
look super grimy?
I look.
like-
I tried to look like the people walking around.
But that wasn't here.
That
That
was
was
in
at the
Jackal territory.
syndicate.
That's very different people.
Ah, okay. So
You
even
look
by
like-
their, so even by like the jackal appearance stuff, we're high standing.
They have actual military gear. These are people like in rags and filth. They like make Umber look clean.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let's head towards the shack in the middle. Let's go try and talk to Dwad.
They make the destitute monk look like high class, man.
Mhm.
Hobo kobold.
Perhaps
The Jackals almost exclusively wore good leather armor. It wasn't in the best condition, but it was always in good repair and functional. Most of them had weapons and some signs of comfort and wealth to them. Get the impression they were much better off than these people.
I guess Croft would
Okay.
whisper of, so are we going with honesty if we're going for a meeting with Duod, or what's the play here?
Yeah. Let's offer him. We're from Nishra. We are looking to make peace with the Merc, our new neighbors. We'd like to employ a bunch of you guys to help with the excavation as a show of good faith and to try and dissuade the Drow from going to war. If we can get guarantees from 3 of the factions within the Merc that they will not, then we can and that they can control Butch. We can bring that to it, or at the very least, we can use them to kill Butch at that point, because the rest of the Merc won't unite with him, because then he's attacking against the will of the other leaders, and they won't have any problem with us coming down here and killing him or kidnapping him for a bunch of money.
I guess think they
Whichever you
not
wanna
care
do.
already if we kidnap and kill Butch.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's here. We could
He-
find him.
Duod might, though, because it would be seen as too much of an intrusion. I don't know. Like, he's
Yeah,
Butch
fact,
already
it's not overly thinking.
intrusion. Did to Jackals already.
True, but He
But
doesn't seem
what-
like a shake things up. He definitely, I bet you, would be more like, don't add more instability to instability kind of thing. So we have to come off as more stable. Cross, since we're getting a lot of looks, is just gonna check for if we have any deliberate tails or anybody who seems to be hostile, or if it's just mostly gawking.
There are gawkers following you around and studying you, mostly young children and teenagers. You don't get the impression that anybody is spying on you or has hostile intent. But with the 7, you can't be sure.
Yeah, novelty. All right.
People don't get a whole lot of entertainment, and you guys are fascinating to them.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. He's a half worker. He's got. Oh no, the heads aren't available. But you know.
Half orc's not the unusual part. I am a well polished with nice weapons half orc, and this part.
Yes, you are wielding a giant halberd now, aren't you?
Yep.
And
And
tieflings
I've
would be
still
a
got a
lot
battle
rarer.
axe on the back and a big backpack there. Yeah.
Oh really? I'm rare too. Look at that.
Tieflings are a lot rarer than half-orcs in this area.
I was gonna say I'm part of the norm. I'm not standing out as usual. Even Brom's not standing out as much as he usually does. It's you and Yuckus probably that are the most standout.
But okay, let's head towards the big door because it looks like that was the area that where like the leader was kept in the other ones.
Yep. As you're approaching, a little more than a shack, basically. It's propped up against the side of the cave system. There are 2 guards standing outside the door leading inside of it. There's a turtle and a dwarf, apparently. As you approach, the turtle goes, "Council is in session. What is your business?"
We'd like a meeting with Duwad to consult about pressing issues.
As pulling out a notebook, you can see he's looking through a kind of a calendar to schedule it. Next time for please available is in 2 months, 3 days. Do you wish to reserve your slot?
Well, you know, we are in a certain amount of hurry, and I've heard, and I'm gonna kind of palm him a coin. Let's see which one it is. That you can get ahead of schedule with the right motivation, and then I'm gonna palm him another coin.
He looks offended down at the coins and throws them on the ground in front of you.
Man,
What do
you
you
know,
take me for?
worker.
Do you wish the appointment slot?
Is there any way to get in contact with him earlier?
No.
When does the council let out?
When they finish their discourse.
Wait,
Get the
so
impression he does not like you anymore.
Yeah,
He
I
was
was never
offended
his
by the
big
bribery
fan.
attempt.
Yeah. All right then. We'll come back later.
So okay, just kind of looking to central. So they're back to debating again. So Tiara's because obviously Tiara came to see us, so I
Oh,
assumed there was a lull.
There's nobody in the speaking circle. By
Yeah,
council, he
there-
means inside the shack. There's
Yeah.
members of Merkling, their council.
Oh, Merkling Council.
I figure we just wait and see when he comes out and then follow.
Well, even if it is pressing to current affairs, I mean, we're on the brink of potential crisis, and I think we have pertinent information that he would like to hear.
Are you saying this is the turtle?
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't say that thing about just following him out loud if we're still talking in front of the door.
I mean, we hadn't moved.
A persuasion check, please. You have to be
Always
at
down to
disadvantage because your group has offended him already.
Yep, and I already have disadvantage. Always, I have to open my mouth after ordering bad graces, and I'm not a talker. Lovely. Surprisingly, not the worst of us and disadvantage. They're not great either.
I'll inform him that visitors wish to speak with him. It will be up to him.
Appreciated. Sorry for the offense. Gron sort of picks up the coins and hands them back to Corwin.
God, nothing worse than an honest bookkeeper.
He's just a guard,
Cool.
not even a bookkeeper.
Secretary. So I guess we'll just wait then.
Just sort of post up there. Sort of going to take Goth will just kind of be leaning on arm there. Kind of idling, sort of scoping out what people are doing, looking around.
Good 15 minutes pass. The turtle does not return. Another 15 minutes pass. Turtle does not return.
And that's the okay. Well, I don't think we're gonna get anything here, gentlemen.
It's only been a half an hour. Some meetings take longer. I mean, I realize there's some stress, but if we haven't been tailed, we can probably afford to wait a little bit more. We've got, what, 3 days?
Give me a perception check.
I mean, it's your town that's gonna get blown up.
Mhm.
Anybody else want to do a perception check? One more?
Yeah,
Brom
I'll
will
try
go
one.
there.
Your eyeballs, Jesus.
With a 19, previously there was some flickering light coming out of the shack. You gather some kind of fire or lantern inside of it. It's now gone. Nobody's exited the door, but all the lights are now outside.
I think everybody's gone.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. And of course, I've got ways to get around that aren't as obvious as us standing out here.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Well.
Yeah, go people watch for a minute. See if there's anything interesting going on.
Studying the crowd. About midday, so it's still
Everybody's just
pretty
staring
packed
back.
here. Yep, there's a lot of kids and a lot of younger members of the Merkling that are kind of watching you, admiring your clothes, trying to figure out why outsiders are here. It's very obvious to them that you are not members of the Merklings here.
Mhm.
There's a lot of chatter going on with the 19. You probably overhear some of the gossip going on, seeing who you're with, why you're here.
Mhm. I'm gonna just kind of take in like how rough their clothes, like the general level of dress that people are in, and think about that, and next time, oh yeah, next time we can kind of like, I guess, break observation. I'm gonna update my disguise.
To just suddenly make yourself more dirty while everyone's watching you?
I said next time we break
Oh,
observation.
okay,
So, like,
okay.
next time,
Sorry, I
like,
misunderstood there. I see. Yeah.
so it's I'm just observing like
Yeah.
kind of the
Attire.
level of attire that we're getting in each area, because the jackals are more,
Put together.
They're
strut
very poor
strut their
here.
stuff, strut their stuff, and a little more put together. Here, everyone's like just what you have is what you have.
These are the poor, destitute people of the poor, destitute region.
Yep. Yeah, basically Braum before he got picked up.
In refugee camps, there would be a small number of people this destitute, but even most of a refugee camp is better off than these people.
Mm-hmm.
Froth's gonna look around of a circle there, like, since nobody's indicated there, and we're still sort of doing some waiting. Nobody's moved.
I'm just gonna ask one of the kids where Dawad lives.
One of the things you would notice is that none of them seem to be hungry. They seem to be well fed at least.
Yeah, just no personal possessions over there. So anybody like going around of clearly doing like menial tasks around there, like carts, moving of objects, barrels, anything. Croft's getting slightly
He's looking
bored.
for
Nothing
the
things to his hands there.
SVU man loading crates into truck.
Wow, more so of just
There
in
people
his
bring
experience.
supplies back to their hovels, but This isn't a work area. This is a residential wing where you guys are now.
So I'm helping somebody with tasks at the moment. Um. You know what I'm also do if there if one of the idle he's gonna do just some like you know training exercise flourishes for the kids who are watching with his halberd just for sort of amusement and get good aces off there. So
Give me a performance check. If you want to use strength instead of charisma, you can.
I'm okay with that. But
That's still pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the kids are mesmerized by the grace that you're displaying with the weapon. The audience is only growing as more people are collecting around and watching.
let's see there. Cross just says he's kind of doing this. If only, Duard out here to see there. We offer insight and to help the Merklings. Pity, though, busy with these times there, that such as ourselves could perhaps offer insight in these hard times. Sort of keeps on going.
Either give me another performance check or a persuasion check. Either one.
Performance, and then just I guess apply my strength bonus instead because I'm still just
Sure.
doing physical actions. So.
The as he's swinging about and doing his motions, I'm gonna kind of wave my hand in the air and mutter, and there's gonna be sparks that follow behind his weapon and like giving him
So that would be a 9, I guess, if we were playing strength bonus to that then.
You got a D4 because he's giving guidance, I gather.
Oh, okay.
Just roll a D4 and add it.
Okay, so then if we're doing strength bonus instead there, so then yeah, that would be
9 plus
12.
You keep the
So,
same
yeah.
roll, just add it for 1d4. Just roll 1d4.
Okay. No.
So it'd be 9 plus whatever you roll. Okay, 13. It goes on for about 10 minutes of you doing this performance and ruminating aloud how much you want to meet Duad as more and more people are growing. Eventually, you hear the very slow, slithering step of one with a cane slowly walking through, crowd parting around him, and you see a very elderly portal moving towards your crowd. What is the meaning of this disturbance?
Just trying to bring some much needed cheer in these trying times and perhaps win an audience. I can
He
see that many
studies
people here. Yeah.
studies you in the Hellbert, looks over at Corwin and his black blade, giving off fear and anxiety around it. I'm not sure cheer is your intent, but your dramatics have caused an audience indeed.
Well, I would like to think that the capacity to inflict harm does not come necessarily at the expense of being able to inflict cheer, but in these times, you must admit, being prepared is not something that anyone should forego.
We have an urgent proposal for you, but the nice guy says it.
I am Duad, head mediator of the Merklings. Who are you?
Cross Shadow Chain as their emissary, and then my companions will hear their representing a variety of interests that if we could talk in private, I think would be pertinent to your current complex situation.
Give me a persuasion check.
I should just keep my mouth shut.
Hey, I mean, it's working.
Yeah, it's just there.
Okay.
Look at
You
you.
give him what a long, drawn-out sigh for a turtle that's 3 times as long as it is for a normal person. So it's a good minute there. You're waiting for him to finish this annoying long sigh. Follow me. And he very slowly starts walking towards the shack. And leads you guys
Slowly
inside.
falling after him.
Well, we've made a scene in 2 different houses now. I'm sure Butch knows we're here.
As you walk in, it looks kind of like a common room in a tavern. There's several small tables and a bar along the back. But otherwise, other than you four and the turtle you've followed in, it is otherwise abandoned. It's in pretty poor repair. Most of the tables and chairs have visible cracks and are weathered with great use. But he leads to one of the tables and very slowly takes a seat. Emissary, you say? Emissary of who?
The reason we'd ask for privacy here there is that from above specifically there, if I'm a member of, and the reason I want privacy is to not bring you under excess scrutiny. House Alir and my friends here are house members of the newly founded Nishra, so not members of the Merc. So we wanted to get your
Before you say
attention
that,
with
can you give me a perception roll, please?
Sure. People listening outside there. Okay.
Okay. So you didn't see anything. So as you finish your sentence, you can see his eyes flare at the mention of Nishra, and his hand starts rubbing something on his arm that's hidden by the sleeve of his clothes. From your history in Nishra, you know that's where slave marks were branded into disobedient slaves from Nishra's age. People that were tortured for multiple trips to run away.
I'm gonna flash my similar ones of I understand as when I see his negative reaction, skepticism, and I said there, but do hear them out. Because I should carry a brand as well there. Please allow them to explain themselves.
He's now eyeing the weapons you're holding in a very different manner as he sits back. Nishra has been dead many decades.
You are correct. It has been, and will be without, and continue to be without your help. And I'm going to make the sword disappear.
Okay.
And
If
then
my
just,
help is what's needed to bring back Nishra, then I hope it rots for eternity.
I mean, that's fair. I'd probably feel the same way if I was you. My question to you is, what do you want? Seems like the thing that you want is prosperity. I'm going to look around, and that seems in short supply here.
My people have been through far too much, far too often. I give them what I can for shelter, food, and stability. And I will continue to do so.
And I hope you do.
Would at least averting or having a stance on keeping there from being war be something you'd be amenable to? We managed to catch some of the debates, and we realize you haven't made up your mind. And I realize things are tenuous here, but we at least can offer a mouthpiece for some of the Urk's interests of, some of the goings on above as best we can to try to offer as an intermediary before this escalates in a situation, and look and cross sort of gesture around. And with that in mind, I fear that the Merklings would be, as your people have already suffered, those who suffer most again, should things escalate to that point.
Merklings have little to lose should a war occur. They have even less to gain should a war occur. But I cannot side against the jackals when they are the weapons of this place.
Fair.
Is there some way we can offer assurances of protection? Are you concerned of those weapons being turned on you, or just the only protection that you have from other outside sources?
We live with an army of bloodthirsty monsters beneath our feet. Keeping them from my throat and the throat of those who follow me is paramount in my thought.
Understandable.
So there are two things I'll ask. The first one being, would you let the hate from your past outweigh the potential for a better future? And what happens to the people of the Merc if Butch goes to war? If he gets the Drow to attack him, as I think we both know they will.
If he goes to war and wins, the Merklings will never see it. They will be done in the caves of the Drow, far away. My people will reap the rewards of what scavengers brought back, and may prosper off the leavings the jackals leave us.
Butch
I
doesn't
th-
leave anything behind to those who don't help him.
I think Nishra can offer more than that for your people. If
Mishra offers slavery and pain.
they did, and then all of those people died. Currently in House Nishra, there is one Drow. And how many
One too
children are
many.
there? That's fair. I have my conflicts with the lady, but she has also not imprisoned us and makes no intention on reigniting the fires of slavery that were once lit in that house. And I think you know the power in the people ability to direct their own future, regardless of who the leader is. If we outnumber her, and I'm going to look around several 100,000 to 1, we can take the house in a direction that is much, much more beneficial for everyone.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Sure.
Okay. You see some of his hostility starts fading from his eyes. He's not convinced by your arguments, but he's willing to hear you out at this point. As he's numbers have done little good for the Merklings here. The ones with power are the ones with weapons. I wish it were not so, but it is the reality.
You're right. Those with power are the ones with weapons most of the time, but someone has to pay for those weapons. And I'm gonna pull out. Can I get 1,000 gold out of the bag of holding?
It would take a while, so you have to do it handful by handful.
Okay. How much? I mean, one handful's pretty theatric, so I'll take a handful of gold and lay it on the table as a gift. I don't know how much is a handful.
Okay, I'm
Minus
gonna
a
do a
handful.
insight check on him to see whether he thinks you're trying to bribe him or not.
Oh, I'm not trying to bribe him. It is legitimately trying to help.
With a 15, roll me a persuasion check.
Sure.
These are upstanding people, Corwin. You keep on trying to flash money.
Hey, I'm trying to help.
You are.
He eyes the money as you pour it out on the table, looks back at you.
No
What is there
strings.
to spend gold on here? Do you not understand the society we live in?
Well, I mean, you can use the gold to buy things from the syndicates, I believe.
Well,
And I
if
know
I
you're
might,
well equipped with food, but gifts freely given are not often rejected.
if I might interject on a broader picture of at least maintaining peace, I also have my absolute reservations about the rise of this house. But I at least have some faith of wanting to keep a tab on it so that I should intercede if it goes in the wrong direction. But the thing that has attracted me to this small band of a house there is the fact that in all my years before the fall of that house, there was never sign for a change. And this is the first time that I've seen, from the current High Daughter herself, a willingness to soften their position. While they have no power now, she is making moves that it could offer, I don't know, a new beginning from something that once was foul. So, to that extent, I would see either that new beginning realized or put it down in its crib should it turn toxic.
And my compatriot's veiled threat at me aside, Nishra would love to hire all of your workers as much as you would love to hire the Merc in many different functions and faculties. We see that you have a lot of people who are a lot of workers, and we can give you a market where you can buy and sell things that is not controlled by the knives and, well, I won't want to call them animals, below you.
Now
If
Is it
consider
we
us
are refounded.
outlaws and infestations. They won't do business with us.
But they'll do business with House Nishra.
Who you say is Drow.
I mean, yes, they are Drow, but we both know that the people in control aren't necessarily the people who have the title.
The syndicate would obviously, if we're talking internally, have to act as a proxy, but Nishra is in need of economic partners to
We
reestablish
need
its
workers
standing.
too. We'll have farms. We'll have forges that need to be staffed, and you guys have an excess of
Have an
people.
there will be an entire house worth of expansion to move into for people to
And we
spread
need
out.
help clearing it. We can
What
offer prosperity.
guarantee can you offer that my people will not be enslaved the second they walked through those caves?
They were the ones clearing them. Right now, the only access to Nishra would be whatever the caves are cleared. You would know exactly the paths because it's the only path that would lead to Nishra at the moment. You would have all of the knowledge and all of the know-how of Nishra.
We are walking through Nisha's caves. The opportunity will arise to enslave us. What guarantee do you offer that will not happen? What proof?
What proof would you take? It's a high bar
would-
to set.
I would assume one level of insurance, judging from there, is if your people were given access to basic armaments.
Sure, we could furnish your guards and police.
Bring me a public letter from this leader of Nishra that outlines the agreement with her signature and her magical essence touched to it.
That's fair.
Okay.
Croft, you know that something like that, if we're exposed to the other
Skills
house, would
good
make Nishra. The fact that Nishra
Pariah.
would make deals with these, yeah, they would be a pariah. They'd probably be destroyed by the other houses.
Yeah, to be under the table.
That's
Sure.
essentially blackmail material you're giving him. If you do
Right.
it.
Because it gives proof, it would give tangible proof that she had engaged with the Merc. So if anybody else got it out there, would be rise for her execution and the other houses turning in.
While we
Consider
secure,
betrayal of Drow society.
yeah. While we secure this, can we guarantee, because for these negotiations we'll need it, that you will not vote in favor of war?
The Markling is not a dictatorship. I lead the council at present. My vote is to withheld to prevent any action. If the jackals raise tension enough, I will be removed, and this gang will vote for war.
How quickly would that happen? Are we talking overnight, or is there a couple of days?
The vote to remove a council member takes at least a week's notice.
Gotta love that Tortorlan bureaucracy. I like it. All right. We will
Wait.
speak with a lady and try and secure these guarantees for you. We look forward to a profitable future.
Would this be from within the council there, or you're concerned your own people would have a vote of no confidence for you?
I would need to be removed for the Merklings to vote for war. It would have to be internally.
Okay.
So the Merklings have their own internal council. They're more like a workers' co-op than they are
Yeah.
a gang with a proper chief or something. He is currently in charge of the workers' council, but he can be removed.
Gotcha. Is there then something, because what you ask is a tall order. I'm just letting you know for there. We'll work for there. But is there anything in the immediate to more secure, at least as a measure of good faith, some internal political stability here that we could grant you? Either try to see if we could get resources in via the syndicate, or if there's, your concerns of your own security that we could address.
My people need tools and clothes. These are in the shortest supply. If you bring enough of those to be a meaningful dent in the populace, I am sure it will lower tensions.
And I suppose I appreciate and I realize your time is tight, so that obviously we have weaseled our way into what we were told of 2 months worth of meetings. Is the situation in the Scavs similar, that they hang on the precipice of their internal politics deciding their decision? for the main council, and what might their who is their leader and what might they be thinking? If you'd give us any insight, it's a tricky situation. We're obviously trying to navigate, as you know, direct potential threats viewed by the rest of the Merc.
Okay. I am not a personal consort of Blog, but if I were to gauge his mind, he is balancing reward versus risk at the moment. Honestly, I don't know much of their internal politics. As far as I know, Blog has absolute control. He has for at least 2 decades' time.
And obviously, you were kind enough not to be so there. If we were to try to make an approach before departing, is there a way that we could do that that would, cause we've obviously stand out a bit, but would cause least offense to Blog and his kind if we headed over towards their territory?
Blog will demand tangible rewards for any action he takes. Magic items, gold, weaponry, anything to help his scavengers with their daily labors. He is not to take promises. He will not take oaths or deals. You come to him with empty hands, and you will be turned away.
Well, again, I completely share your skepticism, Duog, but as I said, I've been trying to thread this needle for the better part of my life since the fall of House of Nishra, and as I said, I would rather see an attempt at a new beginning and try to make things better. If I had, but a younger me had ever dreamed that I would live to see the Merc, maybe my path would have been different. But now I see, that small people on both sides currently stand to lose a lot, and that's what I've always fought for, is that those who are hurt, that hurt is minimized to the best that I can, and difficult.
His eyes meet yours for a second. If you are serious about reviving Nisha, its leader would need to speak within the circle. He nods over towards the speaking circle in the middle of the chamber. Herself.
Yes, as the closest neighbor. Something else there.
She would have to come here herself, is what he's saying.
Yep. Yes, and at least try to make amends for the generations of wrong that many people here either experienced themselves or their parents and grandparents did.
His hand idly starts caressing his arm again.
Oh,
Well, as I said, this
That's
is
all I've got. Yep.
all order to have there, but we'll make an attempt at it, and at the very least, I'm sure we can secure, or some tools and supplies that might at least be a gesture of goodwill.
Bron can give a little something right now if he has access to some clay.
There are clay pits along the waterways.
Brom can make some tools to help process things for food. Brom has access to some clay. As thank you for your time and listening to us.
Anything you can do to help the labors of my people will buy us time, peacefully resolve the situation.
Well, I guess we'll make our way over to clay pits and allow you to get back to your intense agenda. But thank you, Duod. And again, I share your misgivings, so I appreciate you staying your hand.
It has proven a more beneficial meeting than I anticipated from the theatrics that began it. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Which direction are the clay pits for?
Almost directly above us. The waterways are marked well. If you go to the upper map, or to the lower map, lower ring, you can see the waterways are marked there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll head down the staircase. So sort of give a light, salute and then say, "Hey, again, appreciate it and best of luck."
Luck in your travels. And he signals for you guys to leave. All right, you guys heading out?
Yep. Make some tools and then, as asking the coin, it's just you misjudged that approach there. You're gonna need to bring all that to the scabs.
Yeah. Brom can help. Brom can help though with this part.
Yeah, we'll do this first. And
Well, even
keep an
then-
eye on it. Yeah, we got a name though, at least. I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
got his
and
name
Strucker,
and
this is
his
just
intention.
outside of the. So it's blog, like as in like having a blog, BLOG.
Yes.
Yeah, blog. Okay, sweet. Okay. Yeah, I got a name at least.
Right back.
You guys are outside the shack. There's still quite the crowd stuck around and watching you. Mostly younger people who don't have anything better to do with their time. But you've still got quite the audience here.
Cross just kind of gives a light little nod, but sort of indicates no more spear twirls for today there.
You hear lots of sighs and boos.
It's all right. That's what's going on. Guess we'll start sort of moseying towards the stairs. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. I mean, we don't need to go to the scabies anymore. We don't have anything to offer them at the moment. How long does it take Brom to make the tools and stuff?
I just need access to the stuff. But I was going to use the clay to make some milling equipment for processing food. Stuff that I'd seen either being used in like the different houses for grinding stuff to powder or processing
Fungus and
Yeah.
lichens and other common food sources.
Yep,
yeah.
there was quite a lot of that actually in Drac, though. There are fungal farms
Yeah, I was gonna say.
grow the fungus and grind it out into a type of flour, essentially.
Yeah.
You guys
So
very start as a party. You went through those territories.
remembering what those tools and stuff looked like, I'm gonna use.
Well, we still need to get over there, right? Because isn't it a level down from us?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go.
If you go north, you're going to have to go through Syndicate territory to get there as we emerge.
But if we go the other way, next to the scabs
Oh,
territory,
that it's not.
yeah.
Yeah, they're sure. But new, but why not? So the staircase.
Yeah, I feel like giving a few high quality good tools will go a little longer way with someone like him.
Helping his people is a much better step than trying to bribe them. Yes.
Moving Brom, Johnny, just to keep him pace
Yeah.
with the party.
And he's and Rom's also kind of trying to keep an eye out for if there's anyone attempting or like doing any sort of processing anywhere, like food processing, but it would probably just be being done by
In
hand.
the open, there
whatever.
wouldn't be anything like that. You wouldn't see any food preparation beyond everyday cooking. People who brought stuff home and then preparing it themselves in the open here.
Is this area like a neutral territory? This gray?
Yes, you see members of all the different gangs moving through here. There seems to be a marketplace, the exchange over here, where there's booths set up in a large open cavern inside from all the different gangs. This is where they sell and barter between the different gangs. You see Merklings are selling off different types of food, mostly fish, some fungi, some fungus grains. The jackals are selling off the scavengings they've gotten from bandits, from banditing. You see the scavs are selling off the stuff they've recovered from local ruins. There's all kinds of merchantry going on there.
Croth's gonna sort of whisper to Brom, since we're in open and shared territory again, probably best for both of us to keep an eye for a tail. Same there, and just take a look
Mhm.
around.
Yep. Brom will look around.
With a 7, it's for you. It's too densely populated. You're getting turned around and distracted by all the new faces. And Brom's not a whole lot better. You don't see anybody
look,
obviously
too.
following you.
Yep.
Brom,
Looking
you
at
see
me.
the same faces coming up often. You're not sure if they're tailing you or if there's just people here doing business, but you don't see anybody obviously following you.
Yeah, people are shopping and making around. If they keep on being the same people as we go further, that's
Yeah. Brom's gonna.
just in the market.
Yeah, Brom's just gonna keep. Yeah, just keep moving about, but just usual, just pace here, there, look up around.
Keep making our way towards the stairs.
As we were, we can just drop it. We can probably just give the stone, like once I make the tools, give them to the guards and say that these were gifts for
Dewad, he'll know who they're
Rod.
from.
It is very slow, but they'll get there eventually.
Doo 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 doo, flying through the sky.
As you emerge into more Merkling territory, this seems to be more of the worker and craftsman area. They're crafting some simple tools, doing a lot of the basic food preparation. So here's where you'll see some of the milling of grain going on.
Mhm.
There's some tailors that are repairing ragged clothing, sewing holes back together, trying to get rags back into some suit to be worn.
Mm-hmm. Gonna look at the state that some of the million food processing stuff is in, and
Pretty poor
That's
condition. They get the
assess
impression
it
they
or
have to
read
repair
there.
it.
So if you made tools that were more like what you saw in Drek, though, that would be considered quite a boon. They're probably higher quality than what they've got.
Give me a
yeah,
perception roll, Brom. Okay, with a 19, you get the impression that this are very poorly made hand tools that have been used for decades on end. They haven't got resupply or recrafting of tools in a long time. They're in pretty bad shape and need to be repaired pretty frequently. As you're studying those, you also notice there seems to be a goblin following you. He's staying back a good 20 feet and he's ducking behind people very frequently. But you recognize the same goblin face as in the market above. You weren't sure he's following you before, but you're pretty sure he's following you now.
I'm going to kind of wave Croth over, but I'm pointing at like some of the milling stuff.
Oh, yeah, interesting tools.
And say like the goblin and just like still pointing like I'm talking to him, like pointing at the tools. The goblin behind us,
nodding along.
pretty sure, is following us. I will.
Yeah. And then Oth just says to the communication there, sort of like with tools, like he's going over to get Corin to point out of the tools, then going to go up to Corin and whisper, "We have a tail. Maybe we can double back. I'll lead him into a corner, find out who he's with."
Gotcha. Try and make a little bit of a scene, draw his attention, and I'll slip away and see if I can't get behind him.
Same thing there.
Yeah. All right. Let's go see. Let's go toward clay pits. The clay.
Yeah, we'll just keep moving for just a little bit more forward there. So just act like sort of looking idly
Sure.
at like.
Try and thin out the crowds a little bit more.
Yeah, keep on going towards the clay pits at least a little further. Keeping an eye out further back.
Okay. Now that you know what to look for, glancing back occasionally, just looking around idly, you do see the goblin following you, staying about 20 feet behind you at any given time. But now that you know what to look for, he's very obviously tracking you.
What does he look like? Like, does he look like he's got like nice gear on, or is he a merkling?
He's hiding behind people the vast majority of the time. Give me a perception roll, see whether you can catch a decent glimpse of him. The 11, from the flashes you've seen, he doesn't seem to be wearing any kind of armor, but he's much better intact clothing than the worklings around. His shirt isn't new by any means, but it's not rags. It doesn't look like it's been through anywhere near the amounts of repair and refit the Merklings around you have had to deal with. So if he is a Merkling, he's one of the wealthier Merklings.
Gotcha. You guys head towards the clay pits then, and I'll try and slip him and get behind him.
Okay, give me a stealth roll.
Cross is gonna sort of forsake that. Just keep on doing it. Really like slow ambling walk, like a lot of stretching
Dude,
as he's
my
going.
advantage
Keeping
rolls.
peripheral vision there. Yeah, it's just we might as well call advantage and disadvantage inverted.
Okay, as he sees you spotting him and trying to stealth through the crowds, trying to have his sight, he books it back up to the stairs. He seems to be gone.
Yeah. Wonder who he worked for. Oh well, let's go make those tools. Where is it, north or south? To the clay
The
pits.
waterways here.
Gotcha. We're heading that way.
Good attempt though, cool one. And the 1-2 of leading him over.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work.
For you, advantage rolls never work.
Not really.
Alright, so you guys are just heading into the waterways.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not
But
hard
the
to find your way.
most threadbare arguments though, Strucker, that's when he's gonna roll his best. Like it's just
Oh, yeah.
like bears slatteries.
No, come look in
Hey.
this cave, non-suspicious
Look-
human
Look
being.
what I found.
Found.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing.
You
My
guys want to
favorite
see a
there.
dead body?
No, you need to stay outside because Butch needs help, but we need to go into his room there. So give us a second. We make sure it's safe, and you make sure that nobody comes out. Whatever that one was. One of my
Nope, that's
favorites.
not a good lie either. None of
And
them
it
have
worked.
been,
They
but
stayed
they worked.
outside of that room for a hot minute while we were
Yeah.
casing that he had a portal in there.
We
The
think we
quality of
heard
the
Butch scream, but let us go check on him first. You,
Yep.
all of his guards, wait
Wait
out
here in case somebody comes out and we flush them.
The way I usually do those is I raise the DC based on the quality of the argument. I think he had an
Yeah.
DC of like 25 to pass that check, and he rolled like a natural 20.
Yeah.
Plus all your bonuses, I think it was. You were like 26 or 27.
Yeah. So you can roll really well to overcome a bad argument, but it does make it harder.
Yeah.
Anyway, so as you guys are entering the waterways, this is a stream very similar to what Croth would remember from the monk monastery. There's a lot of fishing following these streams, very similar kind of fish as well. But there's also little alcoves off to this side where the water is been moved through canals to irrigate essentially the same kind of fungal farms you saw in Draktha, where there's grain growing up along the walls, or funguses, that is being scraped down and milled into grain over time. Moving further through the waterways, you do find the clay pits. They're not very deep in, off to the left. They are currently being scavenged for clay by several workers. The clay is gathered and shaped into things by hand at present. What do you want to do?
I think Brom's going. Yeah, Brom's going to look and see who has a decent amount of clay gathered up, or see where they're. Well, does it seem like there's a point where they're concentrating it and like collecting it all?
There's a pile of clay that's put on like a wooden pallet to be dragged into the mark chambers, where it's all being collected in a single part. The workers are depositing what they extract.
Mhm.
Awesome, if it'd
I'm
be
gonna.
okay.
All right. I'm gonna walk up to I'm gonna walk up to someone who looks like if there's anyone like monitoring it or piling it up or whatever. And I guess just start talking to them. Excuse me. Brom has a question.
The person at the top of the clay that seems to be directing the other workers is this frog-like creature the size of Yekis, but looks like a body of a frog. Giant head as he turns to face you. I don't know you. This ain't your job.
No, Brom came to help. Brom wants to help Blarg. Brom wants to help provide
Duad.
him with good
Duad.
tools. All right, Duad.
As you mentioned the scav leader, he looks a little confused, but I should correct
Ah.
it. He relaxes a bit.
Duad.
Yeah? You want to help?
Mhm.
Someone? Play a bit big. Or you
Brom.
warm.
Here. Brom's like gonna clap his hands together and say, Brom can make really good tools,
Is it right if he uses some of the gathered clay?
but
I know
Brom
Duald
needs
said
some
you were in
clay.
short supply. Yeah.
You do it here? Or you take?
Brom can make some here if you want, or I can make it where you want me to make it.
Do here, feel free. You take,
Mhm.
need permission.
I can do it here, and then you can take it wherever you want.
He gestures towards the clay pit, or the pile of clay.
Okay. Brom's gonna clap his hands together and give a little, rub his hands together and place his hands on the clay. And use stone shape. And he's gonna make a large milling stone.
Okay, let me check. Oh,
As good as the ones that he was remembering from Drek, though.
trying to figure out if that requires a check to see how well you craft it. Like, how well do you know the thing you're trying to create? Give me a performance check with wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds right to me because it's like, yes, he can do the spell. It's his mix of memory of the tool and
You can perfectly create whatever's in your mind, but how well can you? How well
remember
do you
it.
know the thing in your mind? Yeah.
If you don't have that photographic memory trait or whatever it is, everybody else is like,
Like you couldn't create a gun because you don't know how a gun works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be a metal tube that looks gun-like.
Yep, but it wouldn't have a trigger. It wouldn't have a functional trigger or ignition point or anything like that. So yeah, just a performance check with wisdom. That should do. 15. That should be enough. It's a little crudely made, but perfectly functional. As you get a large, like what scale are you doing this? Because medium size, it can be 5 foot squared if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing like the industrial size that you would see in Drakthro, where it requires multiple people moving around the wheel to do large amounts of grain at a given time. Or are you doing the smaller scale ones just in better shape? What's your goal?
While we were walking through, did I see any that were at the scale of Drek, though?
Not here, no.
Or were they?
You don't know if that's because they just didn't have access to any of them, or if that's not what they created. But all of them here would have been much smaller, more manual,
Right.
where they're taking their hands and stone piece of stone, like rubbing the grain against the bowls to try and write it down manually.
no, could try giving him a medium one.
Yeah. I'm gonna try giving him a medium one. Maybe one that. Yeah. Because a large one they'd be able to process more stuff, and it would last a lot longer, and it would be more people working on one tool. But the smaller ones would be.
It's up to you. I just need to understand what you're creating.
I think Brown will make the one. We'll start with the one, like the big ones that you saw with Drek, though, that had multiple people run it, but could process just a lot of uh material at once.
Okay. So as this thing turns, the guy running the clay pit looks over at this mechanism that he does not recognize. That's formed actually by magic out of the raw clay that was around the ground, splitting the wooden pallet that was previously beneath it, and just kind of gives you a confused look. What is it? What is it?
If
for processing food. Processing. It's
Huh?
it makes flour. It grinds it will help grind up the the moss and everything to make food. Make food better.
He walks up to this a large wheel that's designed to go in circles around the plate to grind up grain put on the massive bowl set in the center of it. And there's the poles moving off to every side that people are meant to line up and push the poles manually around to move the wheel that grinds the grain. Okay.
Proth goes up to it and with some heft there, sort of gestures. Do you have anything to grind? He sort of puts an arm on one of the things to push around. If you'd like a demonstration, might need a little help, but I should be able to get most of it.
In the background, I'm teaching Yuck his dice games and losing very badly to him.
Okay. He sends two of the other frog people off to the fungal farm section of to bring back sacks of his raw fungus, essentially, a little bit dried out. Starts pouring it in the middle of the bowl. Now what?
All right, you grab one of those levers. I'm gonna get one, and we should have people on either opposite side, and then we're gonna push. Cross takes a quick look just to make sure that he's got the direction relatively figured out to push.
Give me a strength check. Add advantage.
There are only 6 sides on a dice, Yuckus. How'd you roll a 7?
Minor illusion. Without much difficulty at all, starts spinning it, and very quickly the fungus in the bowl starts to ground down as the wheel moves over it repeatedly, grinding it through the inset little. I'm just going to skip the details. It works very well. The fine grain starts pouring out the bowl and into a capture spot along the bottom. Wow, most impressive. That would take a week of manual labor. I'll
It's a lot
do it.
faster than little ones, so just get a team on it, put it in a safe spot out for yourselves, and it should free up some people to get more clay.
Do watch your fingers.
Yeah, there's a crowd starting to gather that were previously working the fungal farm that are started to admire it, and immediately they start putting it into work, changing out the bowls, moving the fungus through. They seem ecstatic and are quickly making use of the mechanism.
Give Duard our regards again there, but we've got to be on our way. We appreciate it.
Yep. Brom's gonna give a little wave and a nod to him and thank you. Enjoy. Hope helps.
They quickly return to the mechanism. They're awe-inspired by it. They bid you farewell very politely, but it's obvious that their attention is no longer on you.
Well,
All
I
right.
guess the question now is, do you want to book it for Runla or gamble with trying to make a gesture towards the scavs?
No, I think this is enough for right now to hold the peace as much as we can gamble it, and we got to make it towards shoot, what's your town's name again?
Isn't the concern
Glitter?
though, if they get the scavs, that's the 3 votes they need.
We have one neutral who's not gonna vote. That was that's the Merklings. We have
God.
one who is against that's the Syndicate. Skullblade and Jackal both want to go to war, and the Scavs currently are playing devil's advocate on both sides, but are still semi-neutral. Do I got that right?
At the moment, they
From
seem
what
to
we've
be
learned, who
debating
wants
both
to get
sides.
the better deal, who they're trying to get the better deal from.
You don't really know how close they are to either side.
Yeah, so it's they're bouncing back and forth between being the deciding vote of pretty much
Right,
no
but
war
we
or
don't
war.
really have anything to offer him right now.
Mhm.
And there's fairly clear communication that if we showed up without anything to offer, we would be robbed.
Proth's gonna gradually knock on the bag of holding of you already tried to butter up Duard with some direct things there. You could say that it's the first of, if we use the Syndicate as a proxy of getting, more and better goods than anything the
Oh,
the
that'll
ruffians
get us
could
robbed
offer.
for sure.
I mean,
we,
it could.
we have
but
no way to guarantee our own safely. We'd be walking and flashing a bunch of money, claiming there's more to be found. That gets us robbed and tortured. Let's not do that.
I mean, if he's a business-minded man, if that see it as an
Oh,
offering, if
what was
is he going to want to kill his golden goose right now when he's trying to extract a better deal?
Or
Ru-
we
here,
can
we
leave.
it's because Corwin already did this one of the very first times we met Butch, where he walked in and pretty much said, look at all the expensive fancy stuff I have on me, Butch. Don't you want to steal all of it?"
Yeah, see, this is how I learn, is I'm not going to make that mistake again unless we have some guarantee of safety from someone else and we're coming under the flag of peace or we've made contact with Lady Isha. We've learned a ton. I honestly
Yeah.
don't think there's anything else we can do. Also,
The-
I want to get an eye tattoo. So, like, there's two things we can do on the way out.
I'm going to go AFK for 5 minutes to use the bathroom. Keep it to your discussion. I can
Yep.
still hear you.
Sure, sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So like just overall information that we've learned.
We have the
The-
names of all of the factions. We have the names of all of their leaders. We have their political leanings on where they are on the war. We have one of their or two of their weapons that they're going to be using that give them such confidence.
We know that the Jackals are basically the military of this place.
Yeah, the Jackals
Yeah.
are the attack dogs of the Merc.
Yeah. The last thing we would need to figure out that would be like helpful is where their troops are. Right? Where is this military buildup? We've been hearing about there's military building up, but we don't really know where. It's definitely not going to be in Scabs.
Well, it was pretty clear that the jackals and the skullcrackers, just from when we were over there, are definitely like building up. Everybody's got these daggers on them, and,
Right.
You know,
Just inside, but like I meant like an external. Like if we went to the big map,
oh,
like
what's
where
their point?
army's
Where
at,
they're
right.
out, their ways that they can get out, or if they were to,
Right, because
strike
in his
back at home.
declaration of war, he said he's coming with an army. So I assume they at least have some troops massed somewhere, and finding that location would be extremely helpful.
Mhm.
But that's
Well,
it. I mean,
yeah.
other than that, we've got.
No,
I have all the
that's-
information I promised to give those guys back in that room. You know, where we're going to drop off the
So,
heads.
yeah, if we move fast, actually, I agree. If we make a fast exit, and then if anything, we could almost double up of between talking to Nishra, the intel there, have come back with something to offer the scavs to tip the hand and the other balance, at least for status quo, and then also see if she's on board for any of the stuff that we've made gestures of potentially offering people.
Yeah, connections to the two other Merc houses, and maybe some help or guarantees that she can offer to help us get the workers in that way.
Passage.
Yeah.
Or, secure internal label are here to do
Or
it
we can
for
go
her.
threaten. I think it was Lizik was the other city that was connected to Nishra, and try and get in that way. But we can at least consult her with that, give her the diary, and get everyone up to date and prepare for whatever happens at the tournament and the discussion that will happen afterwards.
Well, and yeah, if you hustle fast, that's enough time also too that if she wanted to quick send us to entreat for the scavs so she has more leverage, theoretically could do it if she was okay with us being like right on the dime for the meeting, because it's not that far to
Yeah.
get to Alir from here.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine for it. They're a little bit worried that they'll make some deal, but then again, since people are so frickin' broke over here, it's not exactly like Butch, in comparison to the Syndicate, has a ton to offer the scavs, so he might still be wiggling.
Yeah.
So it's probably better to get our intel and stuff out for now.
To be fair, a lot of what Butch might have to offer at the moment is
Weapons.
potential. Well, it's more
Yeah,
so
I
it's
mean,
it's
well, but if this guy doesn't
if
respond
it,
to promises, he'd need tangibles that he could
that
deliver.
that's what I
Or a
mean.
backstory.
Like what
Yeah.
yeah. What Butch has at the moment is all intangible
And weapons.
like
Well, we don't know what this weapon does and why it makes. We've talked to 3 different leaders down here, and all of them have been very confident in the ability of the Merc to defend itself. We don't know why that is.
Well, probably best to figure that out somewhere else while we have them and do some.
That's what I'm
internal
saying.
analysis. Yeah, sure. Okay, it's a
But
little
if
bit of
there's
a
anything
risk,
else,
but no, it's
like
a little bit of a risk, but we do have a ton of stuff that we risk, overextending ourselves.
Right.
That's fair.
yeah, and it's
Yeah, and I just dropped off the thing for.
Unless you want to try and kill the motherfucker. Like, I'm good to go down and we just crack
No,
him
no,
with
I already
Okay.
Cross was already. We already tried that. I don't think there's a feasible path. A feasible path right now to get to him, and no doubt he's aware that. If I'm honest, I'd probably think we are not the only ones that if they
Trying
have
to kill
access to
him?
this,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, he might not think it's specifically us, but we
Well,
would
we
not be
know
the only
Drakthal has
Well,
minions coming at him, too.
he knows
Oh.
he's number one most wanted, and yeah.
across all the different houses. For if nothing else, it's like $1 million gold bounty. Any house that got hold of
And
just
we've
that
seen a
much.
couple of double agents here too already. Again, their allegiances, I think, to the Merc, but all it would take is somebody who's business minded enough that he's probably not going out in public more than he needs to around here, honestly.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, this place is a ton of resources and manpower. We just need to get it so that they will at least believe that they won't be enchained as soon as they make contact with one of the Drow houses.
And you guys do need to verify that it is in fact something that you could even try to
Oh
make
yeah, I
happen. Otherwise we get
sincerely
nothing.
doubt she'll come down here and talk, or that she'll give that blackmail material to the old turtle. But we can always propose it to her, and at the very least, it holds his vote in the position we need it for now.
Or if at least for now is a middle ground, obviously that's too far or for some established there, but at least start with tools and economics to see at least of securing just of hey, can we open
We
it
do
up or
need
something.
workers. Yeah.
Some
House
middle
needs people.
less extreme thing just yet.
Yeah. So okay, let's head towards the tattoo parlor then. Oh, do you
My
guys
man,
mind if I get the perception tattoo? It's going to be a decent amount of the gold. We'll be down to like 200 in the bag of holding. Is there any tattoos that you guys want? Because I just bought that big expensive potion to get rid of our exhaustion that Yuckus is still suffering through. So, did any of the tattoos that were under 3K look interesting to you guys?
I think besides the one that would let me basically do what the earrings do, but
Which one was that? Sorry, I don't remember that one.
thing of
I'm
message.
yeah, it's like uh
Basically, like
well,
a sending stone, but in tattoo
Yep.
form.
It gives you the
Yeah.
message cantrip that you can cast at will.
So, yeah. So it's basically like like the earrings that we have right now, but it wouldn't just be who has the earring. It would be whoever you felt like focusing on within range. So you get access to the message cantrip at will.
Sure, that's a pretty good one. Was that another
Yeah.
small one? Is that the same like 2,500? I think is what it was. But that will also take the person out of commission for like a day, right?
Different ones take different amount of time.
Different times time you could check there.
Smaller ones take like 2 hours plus 1d6 hours, so it's some randomality. It might be a full day, might be a whole 8 hours that you're out of commission.
Oh yeah, it might not be good to burn it all right now then, because we are on a bit of a timer.
Might be
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
back
Like
fix.
like yours, I think you want the one that gives advantage on perception checks, right?
Yeah. Although maybe that will curse me. Maybe from now on I will know nothing but 2s on advantage.
Yeah. Like that's 2,500 ink, and it's a small average one. So that's 2 plus 1d6 hours.
Yeah, I might be saying that yes, I'm down for the investment, but on terms of timetable, it would be a better as a comeback thing since sort of all
Sure.
things are moving fast.
And we know we'll
But
have
no,
to come back here at some point. So
Yeah.
okay.
No,
Then let's
I'm
just
fine
head
with
there
that.
and get out then. We'll try and head back up that way.
To master.
Are you heading straight to the way you came in, or are you heading to the tattoo guy? Where are you going?
We're heading to the tattoo guy so he can get us out.
Okay, you'll have to cross into Syndicate territory then. Because he was over here.
Okay. Did they check us when we went into Syndicate territory?
Not out.
Not out. On the way in, they check for marks, so.
Gotcha.
So the guards would hold up his hand and stop you, waiting for you to present your marks.
We don't have any marks. We're new in town. We're just here to get in contact. We heard you had a wonderful tattoo artist named
could just leave it at tattoos. We just want to get
Yeah,
some
no,
good
run low.
tattoos. I don't know if you want to name drop him.
Eternal House commerce is limited. But next to his body, he's holding out his hand a little bit.
Oh,
Oh.
thank God. There's at least one dishonest
Reasonable
guard in
people.
this city. I'm gonna hand him some gold.
How
Let's
much?
do. How well off does he look?
The Syndicate are a pretty wealthy place. These are the ones who care about money. They don't have much in the way of armor or weapons, but they're very finely dressed.
They actually do business.
Okay,
actually.
let's give him 3 gold.
Kind of tilts his head, gives you a frown.
All right, let's go up to 5. I'm gonna kind of sigh.
Persuasion roll with advantage.
Sure.
Good God. Thank God you have so many fucking modifiers, but advantage. Yeah, I don't know if we
Yeah,
should give you that
no.
tattoo. Like, actually, I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah. I'm gonna end up blind in one eye.
He studies you for a second. You can clearly come to the idea that he thinks you're relatively poor and decides he can't get any more from you. He just sidesteps and waves you in. Yeah, fine, whatever. Go on.
Thank
Wait a minute.
heavens.
Alright. Mosey to Master Run the shop. He was just right out.
He was right here.
Near, but not fully at the core.
There it is. Mark of the Telepath is the one I was thinking of.
You see him sitting at a desk in the back. Currently seems to be sketching away, working on the art for one of his future tattoos.
I'll be back in just 1 second. Sorry, you guys keep going.
Well, I think we're actually ready for out this time. Sorry for interrupting you. If,
Hadn't out so soon. You just got here. Not been a day.
Time is of the essence in these trying times.
We'll probably be back longer when we come back, but fortunately we can't stay too long this time.
All right. You see him stand up, starts putting on the cloak. Follow me. As he's walking by, he puts his hand on the back of each of you, and you can feel magic sweep over you. Do any of you resist the spell he's casting?
No.
Nope.
Runless seems chill. I'm willing to risk.
It
bites me in the
it's our
butt. I know more about him there.
Yeah, it was our contact, and
Yep.
Oh, gotta trust him
As
this
you-
far.
As you look around at your friends as he slaps their backs, suddenly you can't see them anymore.
Ooh.
He's somehow casting invisibility spell 3 times, even though most people it's a concentration spell. So he
I'm
shouldn't be
back.
able to
Oh.
do that.
He's got
Okay.
tattoos.
So Renwa
Cat
just made you
tattoo
all
on
invisible
front.
now.
Oh, cool.
He leads you.
Follow our portal.
He leads you through the crowds as you are occasionally bumping into people who can't see you walking through, but the crowds keep thinking it's other people in the crowd that's causing
Ow,
it.
my foot.
You start getting some minor arguments and controversy in your wake as people start thinking they're being other people being rude to them. But eventually, he leads you through what looks like a small waterworks tunnel through the wall, kind of like a sewage pipe, and gestures inside of it. Follow the river. You'll find your way back where you came from.
Thank you. And hopefully we'll be able to take advantage of your services the next time we're in through. I know Corwin has his eye on a piece.
An eye for my eye.
See, he doesn't want to be talking to invisible people, and people think he's
That's
crazy,
right.
so he just kind of gestures and
That's right.
walks away.
We go.
Alright, so you guys are moving through the cave system back up to Lissac through the waterways. So I need a D100 and a perception roll. Or sorry, a survival roll.
I can do 100 if you want to get the survival, Brom.
Oh, why am I trying not to be yuckish?
We are just Yuckus because he's the one representing the party right now.
There we go.
Pull up your carrot shade and I'll work for the other ones.
Oh yeah. That'll...
Okay, so you start working your way up along the river streams as they but they start to fork and go off in multiple directions. And you pick one of the forks. It seems to be the largest, and you start following along the path. You're pretty sure you're off the trail you're supposed to be. And you're getting a little lost out in the wilderness.
Mhm.
I need another D100, another survival roll.
Same thing, I guess.
Actually, can I get a perception roll as you're going through this as well? Whoever wants to do that one.
Mhm. There's survival. So
Yep.
I guess I'll do perception too.
Whatever it is, I didn't see it.
Oh wait, 1 second there.
I think you did
Minus 1.
perception on me now.
Oh,
You guys have blind.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Karoth. So, Karoth, as you're moving through the tunnels, you start to notice that there's a regular bump on the side of the walls. At first, it seems like a natural bump, just the way the cave emerges, but it's repeated every 100 feet exactly. It's the same bump at the exact same elevation above the ground along the tunnel wall. Okay, you want to do anything? Then with the 25, you find your way
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Didn't see, didn't see anything along the path, but I am following something much better.
Yep, you find your way back into the main stream where the water converges. You find your way into Lizik. Currently, you are behind the gates in Lizik as the waterways are locked. So you are in a small room behind the waterway gates leading into Lizik.
Oh, and I think we had the jackal's key, no? The ones we killed.
sure. We'll try the key in the.
Wait, what time of day is it?
There's no sun to measure time by. You have no idea.
Oh, I mean, like in the course of the workday relative to. We'll be cautious, I guess, and can slip.
Give me an insight check if you want. As you look out and try and study the people moving around.
224.
Let's
This
see.
is crowded.
Like that. So you look out. There's not very many people moving through Lizik, but there'd be at least a couple. You could try and time it so that they're looking away or otherwise engaged when you leave. If you want to try, that'd be a stealth check.
Yeah, I think that's our best bet of just timing it to be cautious as we go through.
For sure. We don't want people seeing us like tipping in and out.
Bronze key that you slide in that you got off the jackals does work on the gate. That is what it was for. So I need a group stealth check, so just an average of everyone's stealth.
Hey, let's go.
That'll help the average. That'll hurt the average.
Woo!
All you need is 12.
Rage, just to be cautious.
I'm so angry.
Angry that I'm going to be super quiet, yes.
So you can stealth for strength for some reason.
Yep.
As an average, you are successful in calming down Yuckus and keeping him from making too much noise. As you
That's why I'm angry. I'm lightly choking Yuckus, going, shut up.
As you lock the gate behind you and emerge into
sleep.
Does he go to lightly smothering him? Just like, nope. Nope, 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 nope. He's like, I gotta dance. They can't hold me back.
Bright eyes, traitors.
You are safely in Lizik.
Oh, I guess two of what order you want to do these things. We've got already passed through Zai, so we have that meeting, and then quickly to your high daughter. And the bigger question that I know we kind of tabled because we had to there, as we're sort of whispering as we're sort of idling along there, is what about the you know what? Bzz, boom.
I think we were No, I think we were just going to hold on to that for a while.
Sorry, what?
We like holding on to nuclear grade threats. Good
Oh,
God.
You know
yeah.
what? We can put it here. Here, we can put it next to the ruby.
We left the ruby back where it was.
No, we still have one.
Still have one.
We have We have one. Here, let's just
Oh.
put the nukes
Wait,
next to each other.
It's already in. It's already in the bag of holding, right? The
Yeah.
conduit.
Well, no, I
Yeah.
believe one of the rubies Braum has, so technically, but yeah, the other one is definitely in the bag of holding.
means
Unless we
the
would be in a
gin
bad
ones.
way. Yeah.
There's one ruby
One-
left. You guys gave
yeah.
one away to the.
The
You
fluffy.
used one, and you gave one away to the Sphinx.
Yeah.
I assume the other one is still on Naz, because that's where I was told it
Yeah.
was. Remember?
Yeah. It's in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was with Braum there, but because he had all of previous Umbra stuff, and that's what I thought. And the rest of the rubies there versus in the back.
Oh wait, yeah. Did Braum have it then?
Yeah,
that
Braum
was
should
my
You guys-
understanding. In there. Because I
I think
remember
you're right,
Braum
actually.
handed the previous when we were talking there. I know you have obviously the bzz, but I was
Yeah,
pretty
I
sure
have
the
the
rubies
conduit.
was Braum there.
Yeah, I think Braum actually has the crystal.
It's up to you guys. Whoever wants to be the one to have it.
Yeah, let's have it on Braum. Fuck it.
Yeah. Brom will be lugging it around for now.
Yeah, let's spread out the nukes actually, as opposed to you don't want to put them all in the same basket. But I think the first thing we need to do, one, is I want to go to an inn so we can get a proper sleep in a proper place and maybe wash some of that filth off of us. And then two, we need to figure out what those knives do.
Mhm.
It has
kinda
been about 18 hours since you guys last slept at this point.
Okay, so it actually is. As I was gonna say, I kind of want to keep it, but no, if we're gonna reach the getting tired. Yeah, that's fair.
The pedal and pint is over here. If you want to use the same one you used last time. I'm not going to worry about inn fees anymore. Those kind of irrelevant to your monetary values.
Sure.
You can get your room and your food.
Well, before we go to bed, I guess if Corin let Yuckus take a look at him, no?
Yuckus will
Yeah, Yuckus, you should have a dagger.
be identifying the dagger that Corwin handed to him previously in the inn room. Oh, I didn't want to
Okay.
use the spell slot.
Then, just for a little bit. I'm gonna have detect magic going up around us.
1 second.
I'm just using a spell slot just to pop it up.
Roth's also gonna ask Corwin for his pledge out of the bag. Slap back on.
Oh yeah, I'll return everyone's pledges.
Yep, as detect magic comes up, there's nothing you don't expect.
No eyeball.
Nope.
Because I was gonna say, if it's eyeball, we can do the game, everyone's favorite game. Is it Nisha or Butch? The two most common ones who are wanting to spy.
Yuckus not see much out of weapon. Uh, makes fire, uh, very far fire in all direction, but not deal much damage. React with evocation magic though, so perhaps match to dynamite.
Oh. That's unless I'm completely off on this. They're triggers.
Triggers to what though?
Uh if what Yuckus is describing
Fire in all directions, but it doesn't hurt, you say?
Uh, not deal much in damage. Very low burning fire, but magic fire still.
To put things in perspective, having served in forces, if this was
Uh,
being given to and enchanted on just little underlings, I'm sure there's some higher grade versions of whatever this is. These are just, grunts. This is sort of gesturing at the.
Yuccas know that this
What if it was made?
specifically burn evocation magic, not people. If I understand that right, great Stricker?
Objects or people that are giving off evocation magic,
Okay.
and it can target the ones it chooses. It doesn't do all of them necessarily.
Okay.
I do a history check, Strucker, to see if I would recall if there would be a vulnerability in like Drow armor or military technology that this would exploit. Because I'm like, wait a minute, especially because not from cross perspective right now, but you guys fought the High Guard, and I'm like, they had some magic stuff. We don't know what they were packing.
It doesn't seem to ring any bells. It doesn't seem like it interact with any sources of
Armor or
magic.
swords, I think of. Okay.
Yeah.
If
Thinking
it,
back to
yeah.
Drags in the past. Good.
Well,
Brom. Let's. Mm, oh, are we in our room or are we like sitting around a table?
should be in our
Yep.
room at this point now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in our room.
Brom's going to grab. Brom's going to grab. Let's see. Yeah, he's gonna pull one of the pythons out of the climbing kit, and he's gonna set it on fire with continual flame.
You scorch the metal.
So it just for flame string spore. It does no damage, but it casts light. And he's gonna put it near one of the daggers.
Seem to react at all.
Hmm.
Wouldn't you have to attune to the dagger to use its thing?
It is an attunement weapon.
It is an attunement weapon.
It is. It is. You have to be attuned to the small daggers
Okay.
to make use of them.
Oh. All right. Brom's gonna put the still flaming thing back in his pocket.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that.
Hmm. Well. Well, you want to attune to it and see what it does when the evocation magic is near it.
Sure. We got an hour, right? We can burn that.
It is an activated item, so passively just sitting there won't do anything. You have to activate the
Willfully
effect.
use it.
Yeah. Just want to see while we're in kind of a controlled and relatively safe environment what'll happen, or
Let's blow up the inn.
yeah, maybe.
I mean, he picked a fairly small spell. If it has some weird effect with that, too crazy.
Alright, so you're attuning to the weapon, activating it on the spike. The pen.
Since I don't have many attunements, I probably can do it. Sure. I get closer.
Okay, so as you hold the dagger, focusing on the spike, and you activate the weapon's effect, sparks start flying up from around the spike, which is already on fire, so it's kind of hard to see them. But faint little spikes surround it, glitter, then fade away and go away. Nothing else seems to happen. There's little scorch marks on the spike from where the sparks hit it, but other than that, nothing.
Is the flame out?
Nope. His spell keeps going.
That was just kind of an additional effect.
Yep, just little sparks appeared in the middle of the flames.
Did it seem like it made the flames brighter?
They'd give off a little bit of light, but not a whole lot. There's a fair bit of heat that came from it. Since the continual flame doesn't give off heat, you would have felt
I
sparks
was
of
gonna
heat.
say, for a spell
Maybe.
that doesn't do any heat or damage, that seems like it's a catalyst of an enhancer.
No, it seems like it's meant to set something else off. The goblins didn't have. We checked them, right? The goblins didn't have anything else on them.
Nope.
Nope.
They must
Nothing
give
worth
them the
mentioning.
secondary weapons.
I kind of thought that it was meant to activate something as a
Embedded in the walls or something.
or to ensure no capture.
Hmm.
Or to ignite a blast. Oh, I wouldn't know what that is. So
Well, think about the
bandits in the
char-
cave.
Mhm.
Do you remember the gun that they had in the cave that we got shot with?
Yeah, I remember
And
the
Yuckus
loud
blew himself up.
explosions. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the
Yeah.
loud. I remember loud bangs. Yuckus blew himself up, and I didn't see what was making. Brom didn't see what was making the loud bangs.
But one of
Besides,
them shot me. I remember that.
hmm
So you could use this, and I assume it's repeatable. You can do that as much as you want, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you could use this in order to create primitive guns.
oh, you don't need a Oh, you don't need like a spark cap or a charging
Right. You wouldn't have to
or a
reload. It
charge.
would be repeatable then.
Mhm. Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to use. Oh.
And other people wouldn't be able to use your gun.
hmm So that would actually. That would actually give. Is that part of the technology? That's probably part of the technology that they're talking about then. If they
I
have
mean, it
access to
would
this,
make me feel
'cause-
pretty confident if we've got guns and they're still using swords. And I mean, admittedly, they have magic, but
yeah, but
Oh.
well, we also don't know how far away you can be with these. I mean,
I think
I'm
Yucca said 20 feet, right?
no, the gun, the whatever they were shooting you with. Oh, you were really close to the guy who shot you.
Oh, you mean like the range on it? Right.
Yeah. Brahm's magic can only go so far. So these don't need a lot of range. Only has to reach your hand. But how far can the thing in your hand go?
Sure.
What can it do? What can it launch? What can it like? We don't know any of that. But if it's something that you don't need to be, you only need to be able to activate, but then you're given something that can effectively be really far away and still be very deadly, then that would uh, doesn't matter how far down your nose you look if you can't see what's killing you. So it would give you a really good advantage over anybody else.
Well, and my earlier point, armies of one of the biggest things, the way that you can cripple a military is, you know, stopping, equalizing or minimizing training. Even as I said, with these grunts, they'd be a hell of a lot more effective with these than your standard daggers. So as I said, even if this is just a standard enchantment without whatever that, weapon was that Corwin was shot with, these already just, increase the fighting efficacy, let alone if it triggers something more effective of, people with far less training. As I
Right.
said, if this
You can
is
just
what the
build
low
them,
people
and the one thing they've got in excessive supply is people. So it's just how
people.
many guns you can make.
Can you try doing? I'm gonna put like I'm just gonna screw it. I'm just gonna hold out my hand. Focus on and use the thing on Brahm's hand.
Right, I will focus on Brahm's hand with the effect of the dagger.
Are you currently casting any spells or concentrating anything?
Currently, no.
Nothing seems to happen.
No, he
Okay.
had detect magic going.
Oh,
You
yeah.
still know what I was asking, essentially.
Okay.
If-
Then. Okay. Then. Let's see, is there anything? This is
I
like.
think Strucker's asking you if you dropped it. Did you drop it or not? Before I
Oh,
cast
I've
it at
still.
you.
Oh, I've still got detect. I've still got detect magic going.
It doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay.
Get the sensitive attuned to a certain type of magic.
Okay. Well, so it reacted. I'm like, okay, so it reacted to the continual flame that I made, but not. Yeah, but not and he just kind of twirls his finger in the air, just indicating the aura around him, but not that.
No, it's used to make the ammunition fire.
Spot.
Yeah, I guess remember Corwin friend tell of butch guys robbing boom booms from Draktho when we stone.
Yep.
Mhm.
Evocation magic for boom booms, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Mhm. Yes. So the charges are in some form evocation magic. This reacts with that magic to trigger it, and you get whatever effect is beyond that.
Can they make the ammunition there? Is the question then. How much do they have? They were fairly confident, though.
And they certainly
Well,
got a lot of samples from Drak, though, if he made off with it there. So then it's just if he managed to replicate it, he's pretty capable.
And it was tricky to get this, but not hard, you know? Like, those two goblins were not the most competent gentlemen, and they were carrying them, and we were able to get them from them without
Well,
too
that's what
much
I'm saying
trouble.
is concerning. Is if this is what you give your grunts, can you imagine what you give your upper brass?
Sure.
well, this is also this would also be something. Do we want to turn one of the daggers over as well?
I was planning on it, yeah.
Because I
We'll have one to
then
give
one to
to
the High
Lady
Daughter.
Nishra, yep,
Yeah.
and one to give to the men in the room.
Perhaps keep one, give one to Lady Nishra. Spies.
Well,
Spy guys, no need really.
Oh,
Maybe they'll pay us for it.
because that goes with information on the merc that they're paying
Strucker,
us
what did
for.
I even ask those guys for? I have forgotten.
you wanted
Make a history check.
intel.
Oh no!
Not your memory, but
Yeah.
see what you
Sure,
remember.
You don't have it in your notes what intel you wanted? I remember you bartered for intel. Let me go back to mine to see.
Thinking back, you don't really remember.
Ah,
Keeping notes is important.
The here, well, the first thing that we went the ball when we were talking about the thing for the ball cult and eliminating them, was that to get information on?
no,
So
they
the-
just wanted us to kill all the dudes with
Kill the ball cart, and
Yeah, they were
we
gonna
get a
give us an
monetary
extra-
bonus if we give
the conduit.
the con.
Okay, and that so there was that. Was
I wrote down what we have to collect, which is the name of the rulers, factions, and the power balance. That is the merc.
Yeah, I got what they wanted from it. I just forgot what I asked them for.
The closest hint I have in my notes is I have a short dash about you had asked about the ball all cult. So it might have been that you had wanted more locations of further of their
Their
sites
other
or
bases. Yeah,
of their
because we
other
know there's
bases.
3 other ones, and we need to kill all of them.
Get access to more conduits.
As far as the merc's
But-
concerned, all you asked for was a way to get in.
Yep.
They
yeah,
traded
Oh.
you the way to get in exchange for information that you gathered inside.
Yep. And that's why we're like, oh, that's nice. That's a convenient alignment of interests.
Sure.
And then I think the information on the ball cult was, we'll give you information if you kill them. It was very straightforward.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, because maybe there's nothing for giving it to them, but we'll fish when we get there.
Well, that would be it would be kind of something of, even if we don't give them the dagger, if we don't want to give them one, we can tell them there were people carrying there were people carrying something on them that had a strong evocation magic emanating from it.
I honestly would say, give them one just so you have something else to talk about out lest of, don't forget, there was that odd feeling of going into that room of you won't be able to get away with things. At least if you can steer the conversation, you don't have to get around their true, well, their ways of eking out the truth of you, as long as you direct it to the truths you want to focus on.
Mhm.
So it could just
Yeah.
provide
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's
a discussion you'd rather have.
yeah, it'll probably be better in the long run to be upfront with the information too.
Because I guess that's a big concern, is that at some point they're going to ask, did you get the conduit? And you know, you can't exactly dance around that. So that's where I'm just like, either you dispose of it in some way as we're going in there, or you're gonna have to be ready to
Or you can
cough it up.
or you can be very little with the information. Like, not all of us have to go to the meeting, so can leave the conduit in someone else's possession, and then you yourself do not have it. Do you have the conduit? No, I do not have the conduit.
I guess it depends how they phrase it. Yes, if they say you, boom.
Yeah, I won't take the bag in with me.
Mhm.
We'll get all the stuff we need out, and they'll take the heads in
Mhm.
for the Bollock cult. That way they can have something extra for that.
Okay. Well, I guess it's
Well, that brings us
sleep.
to our next question of, I think, and I'm going to look directly across. I think if I was Butch and I had access to that head for as long as I had access to it, I would have asked a series of questions, which would lead him to be able to figure out what the Drow are going to do in reaction to his declaration of war, right? He would know they were going to your house, or he would be able to figure out a way, but he'd know they were having a meeting, right?
Mhm.
We know
But
he has a conduit. We know the Bollock cult wants a conduit. We know he wants the Drow to attack the Merc. We know all the heads of all of the Drow houses are going to be in Alir for this tournament with their guards. If I was him, I would give the Bollock cult and his own troops, give the balls the conduit, and then use his own troops and them at the same time to attack Alir when the tournament is at its end or near its conclusion, and most of the powerful guards have been dealt with or have become exhausted.
to be
Everything
fair,
I've said so far makes sense, though.
hmm
The
I think you are onto the right path, but
Butch, I just would hesitate to conflate our two missions of there. I don't think Butch has anything to do with the ball cults. It's obviously an unfortunate coincidence if he decides to strike, but I don't think any kind of collusion can be assumed.
so if there was a collusion, there is the strength of a king and the strength of a peasant are the same when you're dead. All deaths contribute to one side's
Sure.
overall plan.
I doubt Butch cares about who gets empowered by which death. He just
Well,
wants.
yes, I'm just saying I don't think. I mean, to my knowledge, I don't think that Butch is at all aware or any position different than anybody else of just thinking that ball cults are freaking crazy. He didn't show any war concerns whenever we brought it up, or that it was even on his radar.
We
That's been
brought
pretty
up
much
more
everyone
bright eyes
else's
around.
reactions to, like, literally every time we bring up cults, just, and this is out of character there, like, everyone is just like, ah, yeah, there's crazies all over the place.
Sure, there doesn't need to be collusion between the two. The main thing is I think he's going to attack Alir.
Oh yeah, no, that I 100%
What sort of
think would be a viable.
defenses does Alir have around it? How do you think the Drow might protect themselves, and what can we do to stop Butch from successfully? Because again, if he attacks all the Drow houses, Drow pride alone is going to make them all have to attack them. Right? It'll be out of our hands at that point, and our house won't be able to do anything. At which point, all of them will die, or all the people inside the place will die, and the ball cult gets what they want.
Mhm.
I mean,
Ideas?
I do agree if he could pull it off, that would be a good target. But I think one thing that at least is somewhat working in our favor is while he might make a minor show, I don't think we should be preparing for a major assault, but more like what he did in Draktho of a small team trying to provoke a reaction. Does that make sense? So I don't think there's going to be a slaughter at Alir, but I do think there's going to be instigators trying to, as I said, bait a reaction. So that I think is far more likely than a show of force, because there's so many ways that a significant show of force could go badly for him, of just
Well,
overextending.
we've been hearing the reports of them building up their military for a long time now. And he's stated in his declaration of war that he wanted to, when he came, have everyone rise up and try and overthrow the Drow, right?
Sure.
That's a pretty big.
But as we learned in our time in the Merc, that's what he can get from the Jackals and any colluders in the Drow houses, but it's not like he truly has the unified forces of the Merc there. So the buildup, and that's
Right,
what we
he's
were
not
sent
a
to look into,
monolith.
is rumors of buildup in the Merc versus, yes, they're building up, but it's not a unified buildup.
Mhm. The
Because just
the
as a further thought of, if he strikes like to try to make a legitimate go of it, if he has as good an upper hand as all the people are thinking in a defensive position, it makes me think that it wouldn't be the same. It's the same reason that they're confident that if the Drow strike, they would win. The same would apply of going after the summit. Of it would be the most secured event because you would have addition to Alir standard forces. You know, basically the most efficient guards of all the main houses there. Of you would basically have to gamble everything, which even miscalculates by a little bit, doesn't then fit with their picture of being able to resist a strike. So I think he's either gone. He would have to go all in on one of those strategies. So you think he's going to go all in offense versus baiting? It sounds like everything we learned down there was that he's baiting a reaction because he has a much stronger position to be able to just slaughter anyone who comes after them.
Sure, but that's why he needs to kill. I'd assume a matron. He'd want as important as he could find, and
Oh
he'd
yeah,
only have
so
to get one.
an assassination, sure. Okay. Sorry, I
Sure.
misunderstood. Yeah, that's fair.
No.
Mhm.
It's interesting. I don't know. It could be either or, but it doesn't really change the fact that is going to be the incited incident. So we are
going off
scheduled
of
to take part in the tournament.
so just flashing back to when he attacked Draktho. Draktho stood alone, correct? There wasn't like aside from High Daughter Nishra, there was High Daughter Nishra and High Daughter Draktho were the only two High Daughters in Draktho at the time, correct?
As well as the High Matron herself.
Yeah,
Wanna
in
go
the
to-
High
Yeah.
Matron.
There was no signs of any other houses, and that would usually be a
Yep.
big deal if there was.
Okay.
It would either be a diplomatic, a
He
military, or a trade thing.
yeah, and he carried out effectively alone an assassination against against a matron. If this council meeting gathering of multiple houses and matrons or even high daughters all in one place would be a very tempting target to have an even uh, stronger influence in his actions, showing that his way would work. His way works. He wins. He moves forward. He does.
his word carries weight.
I know. I do think he will try for something. It's just, I guess, on scale of that. I would envision a team, and even then, he would really be pushing his luck to go for someone super high. If anything, he doesn't need someone that high to get the
Right, but-
reaction that he wants.
So we know he's up to something, right? We know something's going to happen. It would be a really good time to do it around either the conclusion or the beginning of the meeting that they're going to have that would assure, if he harms Drow Proud, that they will attack the mark. What can we do to either anticipate or prevent?
I mean, I would case out of. I mean, the way that things were carried out in Drakthor was, with non-Drow sympathizers. So in similar ways, there, that your best bet is trying to source out where people who are sympathetic to Uch might be, and either persuade them either with alternatives or by force of basically what you're going to have to propose, and to that extent, you may not like it, but having Zai as abreast of things there and get there, maybe ask them about that would also be something to bring up in your meeting as you give them some heads. If they have any insight into his level of, infiltration of people attending there or in Alir. That being said, I will say that I would be less concerned about, since the meeting is being held Alir, of there being a significant portion of the population of Alir that's sympathetic, but on the other hand, it's very easy from outside or recent comers that could be Bush's agents to be in Alir, if that makes sense. So I don't think you're suddenly, like in Drakthau, going to find, a legion emerges out of nowhere, but it would be very easy for, a couple dozen of, people who have come in the past couple of months that are working for Butch and have already sort of made their way, if that makes sense.
We're still just guessing. I need some evidence before we try and make any firm plans around that. So we need to find a way to find out what he's doing.
Right. Well,
I think checking
said,
with Zai is a good solution.
Yeah,
Your house has no intelligence infrastructure around it that you could access?
No more than any other significant house. If we have guards and other things, but no, we aren't exactly spies.
No, that's all Lezik. Or
Zai.
Zai.
I mean, as I said, there are people who are obviously, watching and out for the well-being, but it's not like something that is, an active house priority beyond the security of its own, assets, which are mostly people, vulnerable people. Being said, we are at least somewhat, Itch and Zenith would at least have some idea of, some comings of goings of people into towns. She's obviously looking for, children and some in need. So it wouldn't be nothing, but it's probably not what you're going to want of a full, nice, brief report of potential instigатors or, saboteurs. But I would say figure out what we want to say and give to Zai as our first thing, and then I think in quicker order before getting to the meeting is just understanding, regardless of Butch's move, if what your High Daughter is proposing, because she sounds like she thinks that she'll be able to use this situation to her advantage, which suggests to me, which is why I was a little bit concerned, as much as I do want to cross there, that she may very well be returning to the Nishra of old, or something akin to it, because I'm not sure what position she thinks that a crisis can manufacture a house with no military of its own to suddenly have standing. So I'm interested how she's so enthusiastic that this serves her. If I had to guess,
She
what you're...
She have very good ties
Yeah,
with
go ahead.
Lady Drac.
I don't Nishra. Or with Drakthor, yeah. But I think after Zai, of meeting with her and just figuring out what her position and openness to some of the things we found out in the Merc is of first order, and then we can look into if Butch is going to strike, because if you don't know what you're defending or going into this conference, like sort of one step at a time, I suppose. Get a little bit from Zai, head in, see what Nishra is proposing, and then we can see how secure Alir is. But just to iron out for Zai, so do you want me to just stay outside with like the bag and anything else you don't want there, and then the rest of you go in, since it's more directly dealing with between you and Nishra there? If I sort of
Yeah.
wait, I could wait at
Oh.
like merchant services or something.
Yeah, I'll be the only one going in. I think I was the only one in the room last time.
Yuckus there too.
They all went in last time.
Oh,
Yep,
did they all
everybody
go in?
went in. Yep.
You were the only one who swore the contract, but they all went in.
Yeah, we'll just have you guys wait out, and I'll go drop everything off.
Sure, it wouldn't be more out of place to at least have most there. I mean, they are spies, having suddenly go from one to none versus at least I'm the person who's not in the house out. So it would make more sense for me to be absent.
I don't think they have that much intelligence on us. It's fine.
Oh, you are putting a lot of credit on us as a whole for how as a group we are processed. Necessary as opposed to just being shadows in the background.
I don't know if you always realized it, but you're becoming less and less shadows by the day. Announcing yourselves as the main representatives of a dead house no longer exactly allows you anonymity.
Only if people care.
Well, even
So far,
if most people are laughing, it's certainly not something they would forget. As you saw, there's strong reactions about Nishra all around, even if most people know that it's defunct. But let's get some sleep, and then tomorrow to Zai. Unless there's other business.
Okay, if you're taking your long rest, this is a safe place. There's no watches or rules required. Take your long rest. You wait to the smell of fresh flowers and well-tended gardens.
Orin and Yuckus didn't get yelled at in their sleep?
Nope.
Oh. That surprises me, actually. Alrighty, well, I guess long rest it is.
Might.
Those of you who had temporary hit points, those are gone now, because those fade in long rest.
But I was feeling so good, Strucker, so good.
Should have picked a fight, could have used them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You did pick a fight. It went very quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I should have made them 2 millstones.
Oh, you had the ability to do it too?
Yep. I wasn't sure if I was gonna need the spells though. I wasn't sure.
No, I mean, we very well could have needed every temporary hit point we had. We just managed to, for once, pull off mild diplomacy. As opposed to, we try to talk and instantly have to crush heads. It's always what happens. We prepare for battle, no battle. Not prepared for battle, fighting for for our lives, like every roll we get. I don't envy you preparing spells.
As the new day takes you, feeling rested and relaxed, thinking along political dynamics on every side, what do you want to do?
Quick munch, do some stretch. Tell Yuckus, do your push-ups.
Yuckus will do some push-ups.
There, do some there. And then to Zai.
Heading straight out?
I think, unless there's something else we need to attend to in Lizik.
Nope.
Right, any survival roll? Or sorry, D100, not survival roll, D100.
You want me to
See if you get sidetracked again.
get? Could be.
Oh, okay. 1 second.
So sorry, we haven't had anything in that bucket for a little bit. What could it be?
Is Corwin. Corwin, you feel something being pushed into your mind. Do you resist?
No.
Butch TV, where there's so much murder everywhere.
Yep. You see the image of a young drow or young gnome lady who you recently left in charge of a number of children. She seems to be getting shocked as she touches the wall. She shoots through her body, touches another wall, falls to the ground. She's shooting up, zapping her from all directions. As the vision fades, she is unconscious. You don't know if she's alive or dead.
Okay. I'll reiterate what has happened to the group, and we should try and make contact with her, or send one of the other children to try and help her. Any of the people with message want to do that?
There's only one person with
She's been
message.
attacked. She's probably unconscious. It's only Braum who can do that. Honestly, we can't make it in time for there. That if you want to calling in a favor at Mezek. But that would give away their location. They'd be seen as a cult.
Yeah, you got to get in contact with the kids.
Yeah.
The older, maybe the one who is doing necromancy.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, which were any of the kids more, I guess, seemed like more attached to her?
They all seem to be treating her as a mother figure. Her head as that group is pretty well established. She is the matron of that group.
Okay. Then let's try to focus on so try focusing on like the oldest one of the group I can think of.
Okay. They're not very old. There's a distinct youngness about this group. The oldest would probably be in the equivalent of 12 or 13 years old, human age.
Yeah. Okay. What should Braum say? Go go
It's not safe to defend yourselves.
Sintra's been attacked. Go find her and help her.
Attacked and secure
Sintra
yourselves.
is in trouble. Go find her quickly.
Bring healing.
Be ready to bring healing. Be ready to defend yourselves.
The floor and walls may be trapped.
Yep.
Mhm.
So Sintra is in danger. Go find her now. Bring healing. Watch out for floors and walls. Protect yourselves.
It's about all we can get in.
Yep, I think that's the full message there.
You feel the person receiving the message at first tries to resist this unknown source and unknown voice entering their minds, but fails to resist it. As the words pass, Sintra, See you, Magic. Go check. Be back.
Might be worth burning one more Brahm of check-in if something like that is happening underneath. She's under more legitimate pretenses with your high patron to at least put his
The
security on alert.
sending stone I have, can the message be used at anyone, or is it exclusive to?
It's between the two
Just
stones.
Okay.
Between the super stone.
I was gonna say Yuckus could use it, but Yuckus, do you know how to use message?
No. Yuccas don't know message.
Less chance of them resisting on that one, but okay.
Well, I would just message the same person.
Do you want to message them or the high patron to let them know that shit's going down in Mezek?
I
Might
don't
be
think
cool.
you should contact the person in charge of Mezek and let him know that there is a violent cult in his neighborhood.
How about saying that there was a young woman accosted and there's potential forces of Butch? Might be there's an easy way to get around that.
Didn't look like he had troops or anything in the area. It's been like magic attacking well far away with no actual people there, so.
I mean, I've always been under the assumption that you remember how Umber was hunted down, that it's some kind of spectral assassin or proxy, simulacrum or something. I don't know.
It's always
is
been
out of game.
environmental stuff, like shadows attacking them or bugs, or in this case electricity. It's always been like remote stuff, not someone's there.
You can't remote stuff like that.
But
I mean, I don't know anything about magic. I have no idea.
Yeah, sorry, well, there's no other, but like
but the physical assassin didn't work. We took him out with no problem. So now if this is the same person hunting stuff down, then they're using other means. But also, unfortunately, they are not as resourceful as our little group.
let me just put it this way. If people were able to strike people this easily without there being someone there, I would have been put out of work many years ago. So I may not know how it's done, but if it was this easy, there's someone there. Something. Shenanigans. But obviously I can't send a message, but I would say notify, because we physically cannot help in a time before it's far too late. So it's if you want any chance of affecting the situation, that child is still also about, what was it, 45 minutes, an hour away from Mezek there?
Try and get in contact with one of the kids that's in the actual area. Maybe the one that I taught like the rogue stuff to.
Mhm.
Could also ask admin. They'd probably know where young girl is if she in Mezek.
Sentra's not in Mezek.
That's literally what they just said.
Yeah, the kid that Brom message said that Sintra was in Mezek right now, or
Okay,
or at least on her way
then
to Mezek.
one of the kids that's in the school at Mezek.
I don't know if I guess Brom
You
technically
guys
has
never
one
learned
of
which
them.
kids were going.
Yeah.
Which kids were in Max that we never checked in on that batch of them. We've gone to check on the kids several times, but never actually went and further for those that are in their studies. Because remember that when we last were there, they hadn't gotten there because we got there like early in the day. It was either really early or really late, so that they had already gone home when we asked about them. They'd been commuting from the cult tomb to Mezek for their schooling, as opposed to boarding there. So, if any chance we want to help Central, I would say
I have no other ideas on people we could contact, and they're too far away from us to affect. So if we can't do anything, we can't do anything. We got to keep going.
the high patron.
If you think it's a good idea, on your head be it.
I mean, as I said, there, I have a soft spot for the children, but we have obviously other things we're attending to. I'm just trying to say that that's the only person I can think of that that can help.
Yeah. Also, not really like Butch can do anything to the high patron.
He is less than an ant.
And I don't know if that would be overstepping bounds, Brom, but literally otherwise I would, presume that is, out of our hands there, as much as I hate to say it, Yuckus.
Hey, Yuckus hoping is not real one again.
There's
Has there been
well,
one that's been fake yet? I thought they all
The
have been pretty much when you guys
first
did
one
your
that sent Yuckus into a rage because he thought that he killed one of the kids. And then
Well,
and then
that
we
was
found
real.
out.
You just didn't. Yeah.
I thought it was.
You never confirmed the other ones. You know Arcus
Oh.
is real, but you've never confirmed or denied the other ones.
Oh, for Paula there, we didn't do Arcana checks on them. Okay, that's fair.
because we haven't made it back to Drac though to check. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, because it's you
Map
killed
maker,
the
we have
map maker.
map maker. We have no idea where he
Yeah,
was.
the map maker, Paula, and
Who was
Arcus are the three.
who got the vision for the map maker? Was it me?
You did.
I was like, oh,
think you
that
did.
gnome's dead. Okay.
Hey, you guys looked pretty tight when you were interacting. You both were really excited about maps.
I didn't even know his name. I went back in my notes to see if I got his name, and I did not get his name.
My map making homie. Know me, homie.
Or gnome.
In theory.
I work with a guy named No.
Well, I guess the other thing, if you really wanted to again, it would be a resource. I mean, I know you've only got so many of those, Brom. You could try like Paula or someone and see if
I think I tried Paula and it didn't connect like when I tried messaging her, there was nothing.
That's what I thought. I
installed.
thought we had confirmed more than
maybe.
Arcus. That's what I thought too. I could have sworn a couple of them we did. That was my assumption, but maybe I made that up for myself. Yeah, I leave the call to Yuckus and Braum. Otherwise, I mean, we proceed to Zai, post haste. But if we want to act on it, I would say send the message to, the High Patron. Although risky from a diplomatic perspective, I think is the only person who could act fast enough there. The rest are just scholars. There's not really that many people, at least well equipped that you've met at Mezek who would be able to deal with that. He's the only one who could actually muster forces there. And I would just present it more as just that this is a potential threat in his borders, so that makes it his interest. So it isn't a favor there that we know that I would just say a young girl friend of ours there was attacked within your borders by someone, and she might need help.
Let me
Unless you think
on a
that's too risky.
Try. So what do you think are the chances of the kid that I messaged being able to use message in return?
You saw 2 or 3 of them casting cleric spells when you were there. And there's 72 of them.
Yeah. So it's
And sending is not a low level spell, so even if they are clerics, they may not have it.
yeah, but they are also raising the dead. So
Yep, that is true. So not 0, but not high.
they aren't quite as skilled as Braum, but they should be skilled enough to at least talk to Braum. Or they can keep annoying the voice of Bright Eyes. Gosh. As if I message the patron, it would basically be something along the lines of like probably start like with an apology, like sorry, sorry for the intrusion, but someone within your borders has been gravely injured by a force that in that could threaten your house as a whole. If I have to write this down to make sure I don't just ramble.
Best moments in D&D where you're like, how can I concisely put all the information I need and what I need in 25 words or less?
Yeah.
It's a verbal minigame. While Brom's mulling over the exact what he's going to do, message there of Croth's going to hand over the heads to Corwin just for when we get on our way fully into Zai. Squish, squish.
Yakis think
Or
keep.
they're in the wrap, so they're not even that squishy anymore. They're nicely preserved.
The wraps can't be damaged. There would be blood leaking out from between the wraps, but
Oh, okay.
but
Fresh.
Yakis think
Still fresh.
keep High Priestess head and give to Lady Nishra for inquizzing about what she know about Nishra.
Sure. Well, then maybe the other two.
Here we have the knight's head, and who was the other head?
The elementalist dude who punched hammer. So did the elemental punch that hurt a lot. I just remember that. I was cutting off
Okay.
heads left and right, man, there because we didn't know
Yeah.
who we wanted to use it there. Because Brom's like, I need heads to talk to, so I was like, yep, yep.
Yeah, I think maybe the head lady we give to Lady Nishra, and we'll take the other two heads and turn them in as evidence of the decimation of the Baal cult.
Oh, you can still have all three just in case, but which ones you choose to turn on.
I don't want to like hold on to a third head. Like I'm not a head person, man. You're the head guy.
Head honcho. We'll keep. I guess I keep the head cultist head then.
are you guys continuing on to Zay? You doing any more messages? What are you doing?
I assume
I
Johnny
think
does a message and then we
yeah,
head on to
Johnny's
Zai as
writing
soon as
out
he's
his
done.
message.
Yeah, I'm just finishing
It's
up writing it
IRL
down.
time lag.
Yeah,
Uh,
this is getting the wording right, and then
the formalities and honorifics, but still using good word.
Hmm.
Now there's an interesting question. Who is more easily offended if you don't use proper titles? Dragons or Drow?
mhm.
To say. Probably pretty close, honestly.
Depends on the individual.
Okay. Yeah. Apologies for sudden message. A young caretaker within your borders has been attacked by a force that could endanger those within your house. Dire vision. And that would be all 25 words.
If you actually think he's a risk to that house, I need you to roll persuasion. If you don't think it's an actual risk, I need you to roll deception. It's up to you which one you roll, but based on what you think Prom actually thinks.
Mm, Well, Brahm just sees people getting picked off, like seemingly getting picked off left and right in random houses. So he thinks that it's not a threat to, him most likely. Of course, nothing's a threat to him in Brahm's mind, but those underneath him, if he's caught unawares.
That's fine. I need to roll persuasion then.
Yeah, so first spend the spell.
Oh, this is completely random. I was just randomly perusing but on the classic WoW subreddit, apparently somebody pulled up some like logs from a Lich King guild of everybody would have been parsing zeros, but of the server that this guild apparently was on was Gilrog. In the modern days, which is how much better people have gotten. Far, far, far. Incursion / temporary insanity on Kilrogue, apparently.
A few seconds pass before you get a response. I will have the hold checked. That's all he says.
Yeah, and Brahm, when he feels the intrusion behind, kind of like closes his eyes tight and is like,
prepared to take a spike to the forehead again.
Yeah,
nothing came through this
because
time.
because it's like the last time it was he kind of he made him very mad, and now he just no wording whatsoever. Just it's a risk, but it's a risk that he has to know about at some point. Okay, I'll take the hit, and it didn't come. Okay,
Seems to have tolerated the incursion this time.
Okay, and Brahm's gonna kind of pat his forehead and okay. Brahm sent a message. Let the patron of Mezek know that something's going on within his house, and make sure that he knows that they know. So okay, okay. Let's go.
Can you want to decide?
Yep, and Brahm's gonna start sauntering, plodding along again, and
I need D100 roll. Okay. Can I get a perception roll from everybody, please? So, Brahm,
Mhm.
as you're moving along the cave system, you notice
Absolute fucking highest you can possibly roll.
with a 31's a god tier roll. It's regular for these caves, especially this close to the houses, to have regular work, shoring them up, making sure there's no instabilities in the cave system, and making them easy to travel with, no rough edges. There's been a lot of work in these cave systems recently. There's even some crews that you're passing that are grinding down certain parts of the wall, making it nice and smooth. You notice that the same piece of work Those bumps along the wall that Croth pointed out earlier are repeated here. And some of the crews that are tending to the caves close to the house are installing with a 31. You see them insert something blatantly into a hole in the wall and magically cover it over with a bump.
No. Oh no.
You've seen a great many of these bumps recently, and for some reason
No.
they seem to be adding a great many more, particularly right next to the house entrances.
This you basically brings it to our attention subtly.
Yeah, Brom as they're walking, and we're out of earshot of anybody that doing the work or whatever. He's gonna mention these and mention what he saw. They're putting stuff in the wall. They're putting something in the wall, covering it.
Explosives. Yeah.
And with a 31, you can tell that they were trying to hide that fact. They were trying to make it so impossible for anybody else to see. They're hiding it from guards. It's the only reason you saw it, because they were focused on the guards.
They were it's not good they're putting into the wall.
Can we spot
Orwin's
any around here that we could try to dislodge or examine?
At the entrance to Zai, there are a lot of these. They grew even more dense the closer you got to the hold entrances. They are thick, solid stone between whatever they inserted in them and the outside. So you'd have to get through thick, solid stone, but they are there.
Overall, I assume probably a tag team like we have in the past. It wouldn't be too much there, but it might be worth. Well, if I had to guess, he idly flips the dagger. I'm like, they probably won't react without some assistance, but it still might be best if everybody except for you can help me from a little bit further, and I can get in close, and everybody takes a step back.
I'm sorry. Are you going to use the thing on the explosives?
No,
then,
I'm going
just
to
watch
dig it
clear?
out.
Oh,
Dig it
okay.
out.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding.
On behalf of Naz, I also was like, "Are you describing taking
Yeah.
it out or blowing it up?"
Taking it out. No, I was saying.
Your
I was
voice
saying.
activated.
I assume it cannot be activated without willing with one of these.
Okay, so we need to get one out. Why don't we try and get one of the guys that are putting it into the walls too?
I don't know if we want to tip our hand to that. Honestly, I think it's evident at this point. There, it's anybody for underlings. I don't think we want them to know that we know. So it's better that we do it ourselves.
Also going to say, with the 31 that you got to your roll, you've noticed a couple of the workers have the same daggers you guys currently possess.
Yep.
So if we do try and accost them, they'll fucking kamikaze us. Gotcha.
So I'll do this carefully.
Okay, try and get one out then if you can, Croft.
Could you keep an
we
eye?
can-
Are we alone there?
Oh well, Brom, just if we want, we can go somewhere where there's no one else in the tunnels and look for one of these. Like now we know what bumps and stuff to look for.
Yeah.
They're not burying them in random tunnels, though. They're burying them very specifically
Yes.
around
Close to
entrances
the
and exits.
entrances. Yeah.
Yes, but
A place where we can see some that aren't around other people.
Aren't so central.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that Brom would be able to pull some to go into the wall and pull whatever out of it. You know how Brom just made the grinding stone for, to help?
Yep.
I can use that and take something out of the wall.
So what, do you want to just go out of town a little bit until we find some that are slightly out of the current workload? Is that what you're proposing?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Less eyes, so Brom can work in peace.
Okay, the bulges, with 31, you can easily find several of these bulges packed along the path. They are only along the main path, so there is a chance of traffic at any given time. You can find a time when there doesn't seem to be any traffic immediately and give it a go, but there's a chance someone will come across you in process.
Brom only needs a little bit of time. Just
Yeah, what Carl's gonna do is just look like he's, sharpening his polearm in front of the kobold to provide some, decent cover if I'm freaking big old half orc. So unless somebody's really trying to get around there, it's just gonna look like I'm sort of idling, and I hand Yucca some rations to just sit. Just looks like we're taking a fiver. Then
Yep. Okay. It's a quick look, one last quick look around, and I'm gonna do stone shape again to open up the wall, and like do the open
Okay.
up the wall, pull the thing out, and then just close it back.
Okay, that is 2 castings, just to be clear. 1 to open it, 1 to close it. You don't have continuous
We
control of
just-
it. It's instantaneous.
We just started the day. That would burn both my 4th level spells.
It's up to you.
Yeah, we don't want this to be discovered and caught. So yeah, I'm burning both for stone shape.
Okay,
Pull it
without
out.
any kind of any rolls at all, then you open up the stone. A ball that is identical to the one Naz not too long ago set off on the group, except at least 3 times as wide as any individual one, rolls out and clanks onto the ground as the hole is opened. As you
Mhm.
close it back behind, the large explosive device is sitting on the ground.
Okay. I'm gonna pick it up and toss it to Corwin. Here you go.
Oh, good, another one. I wonder if the same word works.
You can try.
Let's not say we did. So now we've got it. We've got evidence too. Can I check it over for any like maker's markings? Is this actually the explosives they looted from Drakthau?
Your perception roll
Oh, okay.
or investigation, either one.
Yeah, I was gonna go with investigate. Oh, this is Yuccas. Hang on.
Yeah,
bring up
you
your
have to
character
click on
sheet.
your you have to like click on your portrait on the side so that you get access to your stats for doing stuff.
Yep.
I am gonna have to swap discords here in just a little sec. So, is there anything else as we're getting closer that you feel is Croth essential, like brain wise, to get into? I know we're still in pretty RP heavy territory, but you can just assume Croth would usually mention of looking out, recommend for Zenith there. You've already heard his general status on like sections of the meetings of trying to navigate peace and economic options if possible. So you have a general idea on
Yeah,
my
we'll
bits as we
probably
go.
do Zai, and then I don't imagine we'll keep going for much longer after that because we need everyone for whatever happens in the year.
Earlier.
It is your
Yeah.
city.
Yeah, we're getting into some
High stakes chats
For sure.
and also
And
just,
we did a lot tonight too, so it's not
Mhm.
not crazy. But yeah, go have
Yeah,
fun, dude. Good luck.
I still got a little bit of time. So as I said, I'm watching there. If Poyo hasn't hopped into the other Discord just yet, so I think I'm gonna wait until
You're
he
just giving
pops
everyone
over
the
too.
5-minute warning. I gotcha.
Yeah. Just because I'm eyeballing, I'm like, okay, everyone but Poyo and myself are there. So I'm like, it's getting close. Yeah. So we can
Okay.
probably do Zai.
With it 19 as you're inspecting the device, thinking back to the ones you previously had, they had the symbol of Drakthau on the seal point where the clasp closed. This one has the same symbol engraved into it. It has the same clasp design with basically 2 half circles that were clasped together to hold the explosive material inside. You're pretty confident this was made in Drakthau.
Okay. That just lets us know he has a limited amount too. It doesn't mean he can do this endlessly. He's only got what he stole. Yeah. Which we have to try and figure out exactly how much that was for Drakthau, but that's a battle for a different.
Well, it's one thing I would say
Well,
is that
that's
you're
something
going
you
into
can.
this meeting. It'd be worth telling, keeping that for proof at the summit, but telling Zai too, so that they can maybe start mobilizing on this, because we aren't going to be able to hit up all these. I assume it's going to be all the houses that have access to the Merc, so almost all major ways like Risha's plans on steroids. As soon as military smell
Sure.
works anything.
Yeah. Brom, you still have a message spell?
Mhm.
Would you mind contacting the sergeant in Risha and letting her know about these bombs? Say it's on my behalf.
I will.
She
Yeah.
should know
Okay.
before
So,
I tell Zai. It'll probably make her less angry at me later.
okay. So
Because if
just a
they're
sec.
buried here and they're buried, we found them at the exit of Lizik when we were leaving. They'll definitely be in Risha.
If you wanted more exact phrasing, you could say Dractho demolition bombs being placed by Merc, likely in most relevant house main routes,
Yeah.
main roads.
But while he's writing out that message for me, and again, thank you, Brom. We can head into Zai, right?
Mhm.
Because we've got the explosive and everything else.
Yeah, we can keep walking because this isn't it's time sensitive, but not in the scale that the previous one was.
Yeah, I just want to say we sent the message to her, letting her know about the explosive before I get to Zai, and I will
Mhm.
tell them too.
Yeah, I'm just writing down the phrasing, and then I'll make sure I didn't forget something obvious.
Okay, no problem. Let's continue into Zai. This is a pretty tight and small, cramped house. There's lots of unmarked doors. The door you previously went into is here.
All right, we'll head that way. I'm gonna give Yuckus the bag and have them wait here. I'll take the heads, and I think that's all I need to take with me.
You
And
don't
head
get
that way.
alone.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do this separately, or do you want to do it with everyone here?
Oh, what an interesting question.
It's up to you.
No. Yeah, let's keep it on the level. Let's do it with everyone.
Okay. So as you approach the door and you're going up to knock, it slides open before your hand touches the door. There's nobody inside to just signal to you or speak to you, but you see the same room you previously saw with a single conference table surrounded by chairs.
I'll head in and sit down.
All right. So here's the message. Corwin sends this info. Dractho demo charges being placed along main tunnels.
Okay.
And then what? Look. I will.
By Butch.
Yeah.
Look for recent
Yeah.
work done or any or any crews doing work in the
Yeah.
tunnels around you.
Look
You
at
probably want to
most
mention that
recent.
they have. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Look at most recent work being done. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12. I think that's 20 words altogether.
Okay.
So,
Anything more? Or is that
yeah, Corwin sends this info. Dractho demo charges being placed along main tunnels. Look at most recent work that's been done in walls and floor.
okay? Okay. So you get back the response. Finally, he's bloody exploding the caverns. Which one is he taking care of?
Oh no. That's true. We've never given her breast that you didn't have those charges, so assumes it's the ones that you had already had up there.
She sent him out to explode caverns. You just told her that explosives are being set up in caverns.
Without by Butch the part left out.
She kind of assumes that means he's progressing and doing the job.
Mm-hmm. Damn it.
Rob's like, I can't burn anymore.
I can't because I'm out.
Yep.
That was my last sending for the day.
Awesome.
Back to Corwin.
Okay.
So you take a seat. The light in the room seems to fade away. Even with your dark vision, there is nothing visible here except for the surface of the table in front of you. Status? It's the only word you hear.
The ball colt has been destroyed at the location provided. I'm sure you can send agents to confirm, but I also brought, and I'm going to plunk the heads down on the table, this to provide both evidence and additional information if you wish to interrogate them.
A circle right in front of you, very similar to the one you put your hand into to create the contract, appears. Touch to confirm testimony.
I'll touch it.
Okay. As you touch it, the walls around you light up and you start having light filling the room. And the memory of you going through and killing the ball cult, the explosives or the damage to the cult, starts filling the air around you. You can literally see your memories being played out. As they get into the conduit room, and the conduit appears on the wall. Deposit conduit.
It was lost in subsequent events.
Give me a deception check with advantage, please. Or disadvantage.
I'm going to burn a luck to make it a straight roll.
Okay. That's fair.
Hang on, sorry, let me burn the... I don't know where the luck went.
You have 3, so.
Yeah, we'll just count it. Okay, I'll just do the straight. Persuasion, right?
Deception. This is
Oh,
deception,
okay.
you're lying.
Literally sitting right.
Mm-hmm.
uh,
These guys are used to dealing with unsavory types.
yeah.
Ooh.
That was perception.
You have a different modifier for deception?
That was perception.
You have
Yes,
to use the
I
same
have.
roll.
Yeah, that's fine. My deception is, I think, +8.
That's a lot better.
Yeah.
I'm always crazy. Both him and Brom
Yeah,
with their
+8.
modifiers, they'll get what looks like a bad roll and turn it into something that's perfectly adequate. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, look, I rolled a 2. Well, it's only a 17.
Oh, and they rolled bad too. That's good.
So yours would have been a 15. They seem to let the remark pass, and the images of the Paul cult fade from the wall. Status, Merc?
So instead of actually relaying all of information, can I just say I relay an accurate retelling of the factions within the Merc, their leaders, and the military structure that I observed?
Is there anything about the Merc time that you want to withhold?
Let's try and keep the stuff about the Merklings as brief and undetailed as possible, and I'll give them everything about the Jackals. Fuck it, I don't give a shit about that. I'll be specific and I'll explain about the daggers that they carry too. I want to give them that information.
In
You're
an
not gonna try to mention
inquiring,
that the Merklings are like past. Anyway, no, you're there. I can't be there to influence anyway. Shut up. Sorry. Go ahead.
in an inquiring tone, you hear deposit dagger.
For an additional fee, I will surrender the dagger. That was not a part of the
Listed fee?
original argument. We'll say 10,000.
500.
That cheap to you? Come on. I'll go 8.
700.
1,000. Clearly, information's not worth that enough to you, so I'll find more expensive buyers elsewhere. Thank you for your interest, though.
Contract concluded, and you feel the heat from signing the contract fade from your body, pulled out your hand and into the table. Whatever magic was cast on you has been dispersed.
Okay.
The door
I'm
opens.
gonna hop,
You relax,
but
leave.
yay, we've done the things. That
Have
was
a good
fun. Catch you guys later. Bye.
Did you not tell them about the bombs? Oh well.
No, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, before the resolution, I'm going to say I have other information that would be pertinent to both the Merc and yourselves for sale.
Okay, the door closes and darkens again. Requested price.
We'll say 5,000 for this one.
Nature of information.
The way in which he will attack you.
Give me a persuasion roll at disadvantage, please.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna burn the second luck charge
Okay.
to try and make this one an even one too. Hey, I'll take that.
Acceptable price 2,000.
All right. I want you to have the information anyway. 2,000 it is.
Okay. The same circle forms up on the table.
Okay. So I'll put my hand in the circle.
Images of you finding and extracting the mine. Memories of Drakthor being robbed. Spill it into the wall. Do you try and resist any of this?
No, that's what I wanted them to have. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
what I figured.
I don't know how much they took out of Drakthal, but they took quite a bit.
It was a very large cave that you saw them lining with all of the mines and the powder. The biggest things were the large crates and barrels of raw powder that were extracted.
Yeah.
And it was almost entirely emptied when you went back and checked. So it's a lot.
At least enough to attack all the houses.
Information accepted. And at first, a trickle of coins start pouring onto the table more and more until almost an avalanche of them pours down until there's 2,000 coins just sitting on the table in front of you.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna take the 10 minutes it takes to gather it all up.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
They don't give you a sack or anything.
That's fair. In all honesty, I forgot to include sack in the deal, so fuck you, Genie.
Technically, it would be platinum, so it'd be 200 platinum coins, actually.
Oh, okay, that's more reasonable. I collect the coins. I say it was a pleasure doing business. If you ever have any needs in the future, don't hesitate to call. And I leave.
I like how you've done more consistent, better work for an organization that you've effectively met once than for the person who held your leash your entire
I feel
life.
so bad, but this makes sense to me. My autistic ass is like, yes, it's a robot, thank God.
The first time, she thinks that you're doing a good job, and it's like,
I
oh
know.
no.
That's why I was like, son of a
message.
bitch. All right.
Waiting for you to mention Butch somehow in the message.
Yeah, we didn't. I know. I didn't think about it, and I was just like, let's get the Zai done. I didn't think to mention you're under attack. Should have been the very first thing. But that's okay. We can fix that later. From here, I've used 2 luck charges, but I walked out with 2,000 gold. Oh shit! What are the rewards I was supposed to get from them?
Didn't turn anything in, so nothing. You
Oh.
got the information. That was the contract.
It was 10,000.
Right.
10,000 gold for turning in the
Conduit.
The conduit, and I didn't do that.
And you said previously
Right,
that you didn't want to.
Yeah, the
I think
location
your
of the
understanding of the value of gold is a little warped. 10,000 is an outrageous amount of money. The fact that they were willing to offer that for something should have been a flag.
Sure, that makes sense to me too. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you want to get in contact with or have something, message be sent to your other handler, we can try to see if someone kidnaps you for you to pass a message along.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's our best option there. Yuckus can't do message. Cross can't do magic. I don't know how to do that spell at all.
Yeah, I've used all of my high level stuff now. So
You can send mail between merchant services, so if you wanted to send a letter, you could. It might get read by the people. But
yeah, that's the problem. Is I'm in Zai.
Nice people.
They would probably be looking
she
at the
would
mail,
be
although they already know. So, and they know I work for her.
Wouldn't she be able to understand your thieves' cant or whatever? So you could just send her an encoded message, even if it got read, she would be the one to understand it.
These guys literally have thief cant on the wall. That's how they mark their doors.
That's how I found the door. And I am not a encoded message kind of rogue, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, these people you just gave the same information that you're trying to give to
Yeah, I'm essentially trying to sell the same fish twice, yes.
I've
There's
got
no
this bridge.
good way to do it. That's what I was doing with the Merc, but this is all right. I think there's nothing we can do at the moment. It's not going to start the attack yet. And I can just blame you for the fact that the first message didn't really work great. So
Yep.
Okay. 1 second. Fleeting left, Corwin. You feel something else being pushed into your mind yet again. Do you resist it?
no,
You hear High Daughter Nishra's voice fill your mind. I see you have returned to the civilized lands. I trust you will meet me in Eldir. I've taken attendance at the local tavern.
I'm sorry. Where did you say Eldir?
Eldir.
Oh, Alir. Sorry.
Alir.
Yes, I'll send back the message. Yes,
Y-
we will be there tomorrow at the earliest, and we will make contact as soon as we can. We thank you for your patience.
You are like 2 hours away from there, but okay.
Oh,
Yep. Yeah,
we always want to over promise or under deliver and over
Oh,
promise or
we'll
whatever
get
that saying
lost.
is. Cut
Yeah,
us a little slack. That's a whole roll between these two. Anything could be there.
Yeah.
I gotta go to
There's
the
a
bathroom. I'll
whole
be right back.
there's a survival check and a D100 roll between us and Olir.
it's a main pass, no survival, but yeah.
Yeah, we could get blast. Somebody could open up and blast us up to the surface for all we know.
Ordor knows what's
Fall
happening up
into.
there.
hmm No idea. Completely alien world. Or you could fall into some undiscovered cave system again.
Go across the portal into the Hells and just go visit them for a while.
So many choices.
The fun of D&D.
Mhm.
Alright. Anything else you guys want to do in Zai? You heading off to Alir? What do you want to do? I think Naz went to the bathroom.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, we've got turned in the information.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, that was everything we needed to do in Zion. Unless you guys had something you wanted to buy, which I don't think, we can try and head for Alir.
Yeah, Alir is. Yeah. I think Alir is our next stop.
See if we make it.
Heading straight up. Just need the 100 roll.
I got this one.
Actually, a 1. Be fun.
33, best I could do.
33. One second. How would I? Okay. D4 then. Yuckus, you feel something being pushed into your mind. Do you resist?
No. No. Yuckus does not.
Okay. You hear the voice of a young drow lady that you haven't heard in quite a while. Back from the. Actually, you heard from talked to you a couple times. The same one who told you about Arcus's funeral arrangements and invited you. Pushed into your mind. Multiple incursions detected over Tumid, seeking any available help.
Oh.
Who the fuck is
Okay.
Tumid? Oh,
It's really far away from us.
Yuckus will reply with in Alir can try to go to Tumid, but might be a while.
Okay. That's all you hear.
And I'll tell the group. I oh god, what was her name? It was Cordana?
Nope.
I. It's, Just a sec. I'm seeing if I can find my real notes.
I'm not even trying. Nope, I don't know that lady's name.
I know I have it written down for sure. Oh my god, where am I?
You guys had a lot of chatter in your heads on the way back to earlier.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Yeah.
You rolled all the trucking events. Multiple incursions over to mid.
Oh yeah, I'll tell them. She's got to be in here. Arcane Assembly ask go to 2 mid for multiple incursions, and that was it in the air above 2 mid.
Just said over to mid. That's all they said.
Yeah, I guess we'll say it's in the high cavern air, the top of the cavern of 2 mid, because he doesn't know what that means.
Okay, well, there's literally no way for us to get to there right now. Like, we can't go through Icard.
Told them
We
get
can't go
to
through
win
Nisha.
chance, but might be a while.
Yeah, we can try and follow up with details later on that one.
She said it was an emergency, right?
They were seeking help from anyone, people even outside of the house, so I imagine it's pretty dire, but nothing that we can do about it right now.
Right, other than that, you safely arrive in Alir. The house is the ground is being swept. There's people polishing all of the walls. There are banners of different houses being hung up along the different parts of the wall caverns. This place is being prepared for the summit. It's being gossied up, essentially.
Lorena. That's the name.
Yep, that's the one.
I was way off. Cortana.
The inn is over here if you want to go straight to Hideout or Nisha, or you can do something else. It's up to you.
We said a day, but we're here.
Yeah.
It's part of the earliest.
She's
a couple
gonna
hours
lose
later.
her mind. I would be so irritated with us as underlings. I'd be like, you guys are not dependable.
No. Oh, well, we just have a very bad grasp of time. Oh, we should get there, and it'll only take a couple hours. 2.5 weeks later. Oh, this won't take that long. Oh, you guys were gone for a month. Well, as soon as we can get there is next week. They're there in 20 minutes.
We'll also notice she knew you guys had returned, which means she probably knew where you were.
So we're idiots.
Well, Three Stooges +1 coming in hot.
Yeah, we should just go to her and dump all this stuff on her. We should even just give her the conduit. Here's the conduit.
Well, I want to wait for Cross on that one, if we can.
Well, I can go see if they're successful in rebuilding the half plate I dropped off here.
Yeah, let's check on that, and then we should see if there's any way to send. I wouldn't trust the message to anyone else. Let me percolate on that one for a little bit. Let's go check on your armor. How long has it been, though? It could be like not enough time. How long have we been away?
I said a week. You've taken 4 long rests, so not quite ready yet. But they did succeed. But you can check into progress if you want to.
Yeah, go have a look.
That was over here.
Didn't you also grab like spare pieces to hand them just in case they didn't have enough to work with?
Oh yeah, didn't we steal the armor that was shredded off of that one guy we killed in the ball cult? And we're like, let's just give it to them
Black
too.
Knight.
Want to do the crafting roll for me? It's a 1d20 plus 8. Repairing full plate armor requires an 18.
So
Plus
16
8, so
plus
24.
6.
Hey,
So they're not quite finished yet, but they are making great progress, and it seems to be in great condition.
Ooh.
You're confident they will succeed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and then well, I guess I don't really have here. Oh, can I here? I guess can I donate this for someone else to learn on? And I'll pull out the other armor that we salvaged.
The wood elf who is directing the blacksmiths in this area graciously accepts it. Oh, thank you kindly. The students will learn much from trying to repair this. Your armor should be done by end of day tomorrow, I trust. He kind of glares at the student who's working on it currently.
Yep. And I'm gonna kind of bow my head toward the student. Thank you, thank you. Looks it's looking really good. Looking much better than when I dropped it off.
The pieces are now intact. We have to work on the hinges a bit, get the arms moving properly, but it's light work remaining.
Thank you, thank you. Excellent work. Yep. And I will turn and start heading out.
Okay.
Okay. What else is here?
If you don't want to do the share conversation until Demon's back, we can call it here if you want to.
I think
Well,
this
now
is
I'm
a
just
pretty
trying to
We
think
can
of other things we can do, but yeah, I think we should hold off on that one because there is a lot of stuff all
Mhm.
included when we debrief her, and
yeah, because
she'll
this
have
is
some
going to
questions
be
to ask too.
talking about potentially traveling through the murk with Nisha if we're going to try to convince her to to write a letter of promise to one of the entities within the murk,
Yeah,
turning over a journal that references House Nishra and
and
at
yeah,
Nishra, and if she would have the resources to
a
recover the information
decapitated
from the
head that
journal.
connects to that too. Yeah,
Uh, like the amount of information and talking that is going to happen there, and then I think we're rolling from there into the summit, right?
Still about
Or
2
is
days
that
off right now. You've taken 3 long rests since that happened.
okay?
They're preparing the house for it right now, but still a couple days off.
it's good we're ahead of it for once. We basically just ran out of messages though.
Yeah.
So many people talked to us. We were like, we can't talk to you all yet.
Could go to see if we could buy. Is it divination, or is it something
I
else?
am double checking.
Oh, like we could buy a scroll that would allow you to use it then?
Expensive, but yes.
I'm double checking what it is. Yeah, it's divination.
It is. But in this world, divination spells can be bought in scrolls because of a certain thing.
Yeah, I was just making sure it wasn't. Well, so far we haven't run into any scroll that couldn't be bought yet, but
It is also a wizard spell, so wizards can write it. Clerics have it, and wizards have it as well. So you can find a regular scroll for this one.
Would that make it cheaper?
A little bit, but normal spells are still pretty expensive at level 3.
Mhm.
Let's see if we can find one.
Okay, give me an investigation check to search out the merchants in the area.
Is it Luna's Lucky Goods?
That's more specialized stuff.
Oh.
This would be a general one. Let's see. 1 second. Looking at the price. Scrolls level 3. So you would find a merchant that specializes in scrolls. He would be a traveling merchant based out of Garwood, who's selling scrolls across the caverns. A level 3 spell like this one would cost about 500 gold.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll buy one of those.
And also, I will think. Oh, would Yuckus be able to copy that into his spell book and use it, or can he only copy rituals?
Only rituals.
Okay.
Not a full wizard.
You're not a real wizard, Yuckus.
Yeah, because it's not a real wizard.
Yeah, if you want to buy, you can. And Braun would be the only one who could cast it, but you
Sure,
have the
sure.
ability.
I'll buy the scroll, give it to Brom.
Okay.
Maybe
But
go back and clarify. Make it clear that Butch is attacking. I
Mhm.
still am not doing my job, but I wanted to let her know.
Okay.
Betting 500 gold, tell your boss you're not doing your job. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, so it would be message from Corwin. Explosives are being planted by Butch along major pathways to houses. Clarifying previous message. Hell, does that sound more on the nose?
Give me a sec.
Yeah. Either that or I'll sit and I'll write out something a little more direct. Yeah. Message from Corwin. Butch is
Yeah, I'm
planting stolen
typing it out too.
explosives along tunnels near houses. Clarifying last message. That's 1, 2, 3.
She's gonna be like, "Oh, so Butch is doing your job."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's that's 15 words. But along main tunnels near houses.
The only thing I'll add is strongly suspect Butch will attack the, what is the meeting called?
Summit of houses.
The Summit of Houses. Can we fit that in?
Yeah, just a sec.
I basically have everything else that you just said too, but yeah, just adding that on as a little, maybe she's got something she can alert people to.
Okay, yeah. So this is the message I have written down. Message from Corwin. Butch is planting stolen explosives along main tunnels near houses. Strongly suspect Butch will attack House Summit. In Alir?
Sure, if you can fit that one, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. In Alir. That. So if I send the message as is, that is 22 words. There. So I guess I can start it with message from Corwin, and that'll be all 25. Or no, that starts it. So using the send, so using sending again. So spell scroll's gone.
Yep, you're sending it as is.
Yep, I'm just typing it out. Yeah, message from Corwin.
Now, can you roll me a D100 and a perception roll while this is going on?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So, just as Brahman's finishing his sending, you see the banners of Risha moving through the cavern, the sergeant leading the guard, escorting the high daughter of Risha through the cavern into the inn.
Yep,
Oh,
so that
okay.
is.
I am not going to interfere or get in her way in any way, because I don't think I've ever seen that lady before.
But
There.
you see the sergeant that you're sending the message to leading the guard.
Oh,
person you're
that's more what you're
contacting.
concerned. Okay.
The person you're contacting is literally 100 feet away from you, leading somebody into the inn.
Well, it's too late now, and I can't come up to her
I
and be
could have
like,
just
"Hey."
used message instead.
Right.
That's
You
a
watch as
cantrip.
You watch as the sergeant moves off to the side, letting the honor guard pass as she ponders your words and responds back. I see. Her tone's very different this time. Which houses are at threat? How can these devices be found?
We don't have
He's-
another message spell to send her anything.
She is standing 100 feet away, but
Right, but
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I just have message as a cantrip. Let me double check.
probably. It's a pretty common spell.
Um, yeah, I have. Yeah, she's pretty much within eyesight of us.
I don't see message in your cantrip list. That's weird. You don't have them?
Oh, from the direct. Oh, that's from the earring.
Yeah, that's
Never
between
mind.
you and Naz only.
Yep. Um. I guess. I'm gonna pull. Like, Naz saw her, or
Yeah,
Corwin saw her.
it's up to whether Corbin points out or not.
Mhm. Like, should
Yeah,
we?
I don't know if I should just go up and talk to her. Is she like surrounded by other guards? Is there like interference between me and her? Is the High
There's a good
Daughter no longer around?
there's a good 20 military soldiers that were escorting the High Daughter. She hung back to respond to the message, and the rest of the group has passed her, so she's at the back of the group now.
Oh,
Okay. Like I'll go up and try and like tap her shoulder and like indicate we need to go elsewhere.
As soon as she sees you, which would be a distance away because she has really good passive perception, I assume you're not trying to
Right.
sneak up on her.
No.
She would catch your eye, indicate 1 minute, and go inside the inn. I assume you're just waiting for her to come back.
Yeah. I'm looking
Okay.
around to see if anyone else is looking at me. Would be the only thing I would be doing.
A minute passes, and she emerges, no longer in armor and no longer bearing any signs of House Risha. She's in commoner's clothing at this point. Finely made, so decent quality. Something that would not stick out in the air by any means. It approaches you. Why the bloody hell were you messaging me if you were 5 feet away?
Didn't know you were here. We'd been spending all of our time in the murk. It's been horribly terrible the whole time. I do apologize for the confusion on the first one, but as you can see, the situation here has developed into quite a dire one.
I did hear rumors you were in there. What the bloody hell sent you to Merc?
Thank you, by the way. I'm not sure how, but you were able to help us gain access to conversations with the leadership of one of the factions. There, you remember Butch? I think I told you about him one of our first times coming back from Drakthau.
Yeah, I know the one who assassinated a matron, a high matron.
Oh yeah, he
His
did
face
that
is known to
too.
everybody around here. His bloody illusion appeared in the middle of Risha, spouting random fucking threats.
We've been trying to find some way to deal with him, as well as some other things we've been doing for the newly developed house. But the most important part is we found what he's doing with the explosives from that he stole from Drakthau originally. They're being buried in the wall by crews that look like they're doing reinforcing or maintenance work. They are large explosives, and they've been put, from what we can see, on every house coming into or out of the Merc. There looks like if war is declared, they're going to try and shut down all of the tunnels. And for good measure, just because I don't want to get arrested the next time I go to Risha, here's the mechanisms that they're using in order to activate them. And I'll give her my copy of the knife thing.
See her thinking through the gears moving through her mind. Huh. This could be useful. Alright. How do you detect these things? What do they look like?
Round, or they were like circular mounds built into the walls. I happen to have been able to retrieve one of them, and I don't want to show you an explosive in the middle of town square.
That's fair.
So yeah, but they're fairly noticeable. They're large. They're similar to demolition explosives that have been used very commonly in the houses for before. Similar to the things I was going to use on those other tunnels.
Yeah, can you give me an insight check, please? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I'll send crews out to the house to see what can be done. You get the impression she's not instantly willing to remove them. She might have her own uses for some of these explosions.
Sure. She is the one that keeps telling me to blow up tunnels and stuff, but it's also one of those of like, yeah.
Any progress with the jobs you've been assigned?
No. I'll just break that one off clean for you. Unfortunately, we've been all tied up getting in and out of the secret war camp and trying to decipher what is exactly happening. So I haven't been able to make it up that way or deal with any of the tunnels. Sorry.
Well, it's valuable information. All right. She, with her hand upside down, grasps yours for a second, leaving behind a small object in the palm of your hand. If you find anything else, let me know. And she disappears back into the inn.
Is this another sending stone?
You take a look at it. It's not a sending stone. 1 second. This one again. It looks like a small wand, actually. A very simple small wand.
Oh, I'm gonna have to give this to Yuckus.
She always pays for information. You just don't get to choose what the payment is, but she always pays.
Oh, so like it is an actual item. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you gave, like, I feel like you gave her something that's like doesn't exactly know what she can do with it, but this is like
It's
Valuable
not
information.
nothing. Yeah.
this is
And since
Sorry,
I'm apparently
diving
not
in
the
the
blowing
rough
up the
info.
tunnels guy, I can be the information guy, which is fine.
also just haven't had a chance to blow up the tunnels.
Yeah, we've been
You've
on a
proven, but
fairly tight timeline. I looked, but yeah, I
But-
also did not have. Well, now I have explosives, but that's a different thing.
is Yuckus going to identify it, or what do you guys?
Yeah, I'll give it to Yuckus and say,
Okay.
"Can you identify this for me, Yuckus?"
I guess we'll identify. Would casting a ritual spell in the middle of town be a problem?
You can find isolated places to do it. If you did it in the middle of the town center, yes, but you gotta do it in room or something.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go find a way out of. We're not going into the inn yet.
Just gonna
but
find
let's
a
go find a
fountain
way.
sit in
Yeah,
and do it.
a way out of Dodge.
It wouldn't be hard. This isn't a police state. There's a lot of private places to find.
Hmm.
That's the one.
It's saying not found. Oh, maybe it's because I'm not logged in?
I'm looking right at it. You probably be logged in because it's homebrew for this campaign.
It's a wand of Corwin, do your fucking job.
A wand of yelling at
If you could, you
Corwin.
would.
It's like the howler from Harry Potter. Or just screams at him the whole time.
Would he could use this wand, right?
This one, yes.
Okay.
This one does not require attunement and does not restrict casting. Normally, the restriction on a wand who can cast it is because it only can be attuned to a spellcaster who has that spell, like attunement to warlock only kind of thing.
Okay.
Anybody with this warlock wand can cast it.
Corwin friend, definitely meant for you. You can use a charge to not be detected. I imagine non-detection, the spell
Ooh.
is the one where you can move without being tracked.
What is that? Paths without a trace? More or less.
Non-detection protects you from divination magic, essentially.
Oh.
So people can't scry on you.
Oh, would it
Okay,
work
that's-
on my patron?
You don't know?
The first, like, oh, the
I'm
first,
obviously-
the first thing I'd like to do is get out from under.
Oh,
Well,
this good enough
again,
to go
Yuckus,
right?
I know you're all on board with the Satanism, but if there's a way to have conversations that are not observed by her, Daily Dawn and total you may roll d6 on 3 or higher. The one recharges and one the wrong. Okay, so there's a chance it'll get destroyed after I burn all 3 charges.
Yeah, if you burn all of the charges before they recharge, there's a chance that it'll just disintegrate.
Whenever you try and recharge it, there's a chance it'll disintegrate. You don't have to
Yeah.
burn them all before you try and recharge it.
Oh.
But okay, that's cool. Thank you.
Very nifty.
But I
Yep.
think
Let's
that is all we
call
can
it
do.
there, yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a good spot. Thank you for letting us get all of our other stuff that was needed to be done in Lear.
Mhm.
We could go shopping if we wanted to too, I imagine right now, but I have literally nothing to buy.
With all that gold, nothing to buy. That's sad.
I mean, I could come up with stuff, but you need
Mhm.
way more in time becomes the
To-
factor then.
Yeah. To be fair, I feel like making another trip to the Merc with the amount of gold we have and to the tortoise is going to be more beneficial in the long run. For the Tortolan.
Permanent buffs are usually worth it.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yeah,
so out of the
'cause,
question,
Oh, sorry.
out of the session, I did want to ask you guys some questions to see if there's any blind points, anything I need to highlight. Like, what do you guys understand to be the situation with death right now? I want to see if you
With
guys are where I think you are.
with death.
Sure. Yeah, I don't. Corwin sees nothing out of the ordinary. Brahm has alluded to some stuff going on, but I really don't. I've noticed anything about people's deaths that is different than it was before.
Mm-hmm.
Yakus thinks that if you die and you don't have a proper god, you are basically sent to waste. And if you do, like Bright Eyes, you'll go to Bright Eyes.
Mm-hmm. It's if you're without direction, you are used as fuel. If your direction is towards the one seeking the fuel, then you are again used as fuel. But if you have the protection or sight of another being that has enough sway or has enough power within the world left, they can prevent the dead from being usurped.
What do you guys think is the issue with Tyr and the other gods? I'm just trying to get a grasp of where you guys currently are in the understanding of the situation.
Well, with the last session when Brahm was helping the divine entity and feeling the positive influence, and then the stabilizing effect of having that creature be revived. He feels like, well, it would feel like the gods have some role to play in the physical stability of the world as a whole that probably hasn't been felt in decades, and individuals who wouldn't know it was missing in the first place wouldn't notice it, but because like Brahm was there when the stabilization occurred, and he was basically standing right next to a full conduit of Tyr's strength or Tyr's influence, and felt just the positive effects of that reestablishment coming back to the material plane. Thinks that the gods might have a more significant role if they at least had some presence back in it, which could be good, could be bad. From the tier thing of that entity coming back and being a positive influence, at least on Braum and Croft. It's like, well, see what happens if we help another avatar.
Okay. What do you think is the ops? First, let's Nazigi, anything to add to that? The understanding what's going on?
Yuckus understands that there's some kind of shroud that the Drow have made that has either protected them from whatever's happened and allowed us to survive, or is causing what is happening, but doesn't really understand much beyond the vagueness of it.
Yes.
Yeah, basically know Bright Eyes and Tyr don't get along, is what I've been able to decipher. As far as it goes to the conflicts between gods, Corwin still doesn't understand really any of it.
Okay. All right. Next on the list is what's the problem with Bright Eyes, as you call her?
What's the I think she's Satan.
I
No, what's her problem?
I think her
Oh,
problem
she's bound in
Golid.
Gilead.
I think
Yeah,
she's
Golid.
bound in
So-
Golid, and I think from Yekis's point of
Her
view,
power has
she's been basically hijacked by Matron Golid, and that's what powers their house.
Or at least makes the scrolls. Yeah, her power has been co-opted in some way, and she is bound or disabled in some way by them.
However, out of game, I wonder if it's more of a mutual beneficial relationship where they feed her souls and she does stuff for them. I don't know.
Sure.
So when Braum tried to talk to her, like when he was using the spell and he was trying to directly communicate with Bright Eyes, there was now thinking back, it's like there was an actual barrier between the two, like between Braum and Bright Eyes, which now thinking it might just be because of the religious affiliations of Kelemvor being part of the pantheon shared with Tyr is an opposition to Bright Eyes and the pantheon that they potentially share. Whether there's other entities associated with Bright Eyes or Bright Eyes is an independent entity unto itself, and is just an opposition to any other pantheon. It did have the effect of there was something there was something cutting off direct intervention from something or someone contacting and interacting with Bright Eyes themselves. At least when we were like.
And to be clear, we do know the name of Bright Eyes. It's Lalith, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's been
Lalith.
confirmed multiple times, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I keep wanting in my mind. I keep wanting to say Lolth, and I'm like, no, that's not. It's not Lolth. It's Lalith, but I just remember Bright Eyes better. But yeah, and no, I think Braum. I think one of the religion checks, Braum figured out Lalith was like associated with like deception or something, like deception or some less than kind traits.
Yeah, she's the god of secrecy, deception, and spying amongst the Drow.
Mm-hmm.
If Zai was made into a god, it would be her, essentially.
That's what I was thinking, is that they might be the most accepting of me and Zai. but I didn't want to bring it up there because, I mean, again, to me, that's like the CIA, where they'll probably hit a button and then I'll fall into like a pit of fire and die.
Become a science experiment,
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next is any idea what's causing the anomalies?
Not even a little bit of a clue.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
So just from the locations that we've seen, they're kind of random, but I think if there was a proximity, like we would actually look around and stuff and not just immediately leave the area. There might be traces of these were places where different cult activity was set up. But more so like in dealing with, well, the ball cult of we got to one of the anomalies, and that's where we found the cult of Tyr, and they gave us the item that they pulled out of the anomaly. But it could have been them causing the anomaly in the first place, and then they just shut it off as well, because it was there endangering them, so they were kind of forced to deal with it. Or it was they were pursuing a sect of the ball cult and exterminating it, and by proxy they dealt with it because the ball cult created it.
I thought it had something to do with the state of the surface and the energies attaching to magical items, but that might be very superficial, vague, and it also could just be a theory that we were given by the Arcane Assembly and just said, okay, that's probably it.
The assembly, when you first talked to them, told you that they were seeping in from above ground and they were lured in by magical items.
Right.
Yeah. Whatever energy is seeping in from the above ground, like he said, attaches to a magical item and then messes with the weave of the world in unexpected ways.
Yeah, we never really got further than that, though. We were just like, yeah, this is the job.
Nope.
Get it done. Okay, we got the magic item. Let's leave.
Yeah, because also as we were starting to like inspect and get in like more into the anomalies, that was when we kind of went off on the tangent of accidentally starting the coup d'etat of the head matron of Drectho.
Yeah, that's true.
Minor distraction, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just that little thing. What do you want? Go away, you bet cat.
Okay, next. Why is the ball cult trying to resurrect a dead god of the abyss rather than worshipping one of the existing ones?
So
More to gain having a god that you have absolute control over.
I think it was more along the lines that Ball's realm was in hell, and hell is an external dimension from here, and that they would be granted more power that way and be able to use him, but also he's kind of would just start exterminating anything in his path anyway that wasn't a Ball follower, and possibly even Ball followers. But I think they were crazy enough to just be like, okay. But that's as far as I understood it.
It could also be that the cultists are a symptom of people reaching out and being possessed, because like someone reaching out and being possessed by a demonic entity, and then the entity more so having a greater plan of bringing back the dead god that would give them access to greater power to influence the material plane that they otherwise would have to rely on possessing mortals or possessing beings on the material plane, or them being summoned by the inept.
I take it Corwin doesn't care much.
I don't think he really understands it.
Okay.
Like I'll care and I understand the stakes, but it's one of those of it is so outside my ability. Because again, I don't understand magic.
You are magic now.
It's true. I did make a deal with one of them, but I don't think he fully comprehended the ramifications of the choice, which is part of the
Oh.
fun.
Well, you wanted to avoid mind control was the reason to go into this, so you invited a dark god into your mind.
Yes.
I was a little baffled by that choice, but
Oh, that
sure.
was great. I enjoyed that. I was so happy.
Look, there's only one. Like you could only go one tier up at certain points, and like there you go. You got the maximum.
Also,
Like no one can invade your mind if you have Satan there.
also, I mean, it's not such a bad class to pick up, so I think it was also kind of like a hey, I could do more things. And
It's powerful
and
multiclass.
at that time, you didn't really know much about my god other than well, he seems to like it. And then I forced you to have that vision. And you're like, what did I sign up for?
Do you know how evil your god is? This is like she seemed great to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, the last question then. And thank you for answering these. You've heard the term shroud a few times now. What is it?
I think that's the thing that protects the towns and stuff from the shit that's going on the surface.
Yeah, the whole.
It's either that or it's the separate. Yeah, it's the separate. I don't know if it's if it's speaking in a literal sense of it's a physical barrier, the shroud protecting the houses in general, or if it's being more immaterial, like it's the planar divide between the realm of the divine and the realm of the material plane. So
Yeah,
like
I thought that it was the divide from.
Because it's what they're trying to use the conduits to destroy, right?
yeah, because that would allow.
But also,
So depending on the pantheon, or depending on the world, it's when if the gods are actively walking among the mortals, then you have direct contact with them, and they can perform miracles themselves. And divine people who get their powers from the divine are typically on a much more elevated playing field than others. But say the say the gods are removed from the material plane, but in order for their influence to take hold on the material plane, they have to use conduits, they have to use champions, they have to use avatars, or they have to use incredibly devout followers. So so the only way that they can influence the world in any meaningful way, or move their plans forward, move whatever, they have to make use of tools beyond them and be willing to give their power up for something else to project their will. So
yeah,
it's the shroud. So, all right.
We
Ramble.
don't know, but we have a lot of guesses.
I think that's what it's either the
Yeah.
shroud is the thing that protects the ground, or it possibly is the thing that protects each of the houses' cave integrity. That's the only other thing I could think of. But I think it's more likely the.
Okay, what do you think the conduits are then? What are those metal rods?
Batteries for energy, and the energy can be used depending on the intention of the person using it.
Yeah, they're just big nets. Put in an area, puts a field up and just draws energy in and just draws power in, which it seems like it can draw either nearby arcane power in, or it can draw power from the spirits of the deceased. There's, but whatever they're doing, it's being contained in some very powerful artifacts.
That's all I had. I just wanted to get an idea of current understanding.
Sure.
Thank you, Arch.
No, it's nice to always to have a moment where you're like, wait a minute, what was that? Shroud? Shit, what was that?
Yeah, and the shroud thing. It's like we've heard the term, but we also haven't been to a library in a while, so we haven't been able to do research.
This stuff won't show up in publicly available records.
Yeah. The other thing, I feel like we could have gotten a lot more information if we didn't completely soak that one diary all in blood. So I'm hoping that if we give that to
with
Nishra,
advantage, and I burned a luck charge. Like it was my last luck. I tried.
terrific. Yeah. I am just really hoping that if we give that to Nishra, with her house being mentioned in the diary or in the journal, that she will be motivated enough to put a decent amount of resources into restoring it so that it can be read.
Oh, and there are still 2 more ball cults floating around. We can go kill them and see what they got going on there too.
We'll check their diaries.
Give us your journal.
Give us all of your writing.
Yes. All your books belong to us.
I know a lot of campaigns hand wave some of the more supernatural elements just to keep the story going, but there are reasons behind these questions, so I just want to make sure you guys are thinking about it and get graph there.
Yeah. No, if given access to information, I like getting into the lore of a world that someone's willing to create. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, there, you just gotta find it.
And we have to actually roll something above a 5 to read
Someday
it
at the surface.
someday.
I noticed on the Merc map that there was a tunnel to the surface, or to the.
There is.
Yeah, and I was like, too bad we don't have time to pop up there real quick to see what see what that's about.
Yeah,
I've seen it someplace else too.
There's tunnels to the surface everywhere.
Yeah.
Like every major house has a tunnel to the surface, and like, it's like, all right, well, we can go up, we can go up, we can go. It's like, but we can't right now. We're on a time crunch. Everywhere we go, we have 2 days to get here. We have 5 days to get here. We have 12. We have 3 days to get here. 2 days, 1 day. Be there by tomorrow. 5 days until this.
Yeah.
It's like
You can say no to people. That is an option. No, there's a lot of different storylines out there. It's meant to be. You have to choose what you want to engage in. And choices have consequences.
Yep. Oh well. Oh, what's the other swing of the campaign doing, or other how's your other group doing?
I asked him earlier. He can't tell us.
Yeah, they're in an area you guys will go to eventually, probably. So I don't want to ruin doing spoilers there. They're also only level 6 too. They're ways behind you guys right now.
Oh.
Level wise.
Yeah, they only meet once every 2 weeks or something like that, right?
In a good month, so it's every 2 weeks. Often it's usually once a month.
They're playing like my other campaign.
Yeah, that's more common, I find. Doing it weekly is nice though. Make a lot more progress.
Yeah, we have effectively, so this campaign has effectively passed my other campaign level wise, and that campaign's been running for over 3 years.
Yeah.
It's got to be hard though, because like you're spending so much time at low levels where there's some really fun stuff up. Like now that we actually have like, we spent an entire day's worth of spells on just trying to communicate with fucking people.
Oh well,
That's got to
we
be
used
hard when you're low level for like a year.
yeah. Well, I used all of my like. Realistically, I think I should have made like again. I didn't know we weren't going to get into combat. Otherwise, I would have used both of the stone shapes to make two big food mills for the Merklings, which would have left a really positive impression from us.
Even one left a really good impression.
Mhm.
That's a big boon to their crafting ability, their food production.
Yep. Yeah, being able to being able to process so much more material all at once. So, maybe no. If we make it back, Brom might go check on them and see how they're doing, and you see if you can make them another one. Get a little bit more. Is it good karma with them? Yeah, yeah, and potentially show like this is these are some boons that could possibly be offered by those who
If we don't
by
come back
them.
there to murder everyone, yes, that'll be a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Difference from this and what I first envisioned this campaign arc being is mind-boggling to me. You guys have literally sided with House Drakthor originally, did a bunch of stuff with them, went against the rebellious guy who was trying to free the slaves, which you were slaves at the time, joined with the House of the Fallen Slavers House, and are trying to restore it. I originally figured people would probably follow the Butch's storyline, realize he wasn't such a great guy, and try and replace him, rebel against Butch, try to take the rebellion yourself. That was my prediction originally.
Yeah, now we just really don't like that guy and want to kill him.
I think the best part
Oh,
has
'cause
just
he's-
been how we accepted slavery so quickly. We're just like, yeah, this is just normal.
Yeah.
This is normal.
To be fair,
We all work in America, so we know what the game is.
well, it's like
You can do slavery so long as you don't fuck with me on a day-to-day like basis.
we're not really. God, it
Nothing
sounds
wrong
so
with it.
stupid. It just doesn't. We don't feel like Drac though. You felt like a slave. Nisha, it's more of like
You're not really slave with
You
Nisha
know.
anymore.
yeah. She's
They don't
just
really
kind
have
of like
the infrastructure to enslave us that much.
Well,
That's true.
exactly. So
It's
like
hard
we
to
have.
enslave someone when you're like, all right, go to the house, and you're like, what house?
Mhm. Yeah, and that's kind of like at least in Brahm's mind, he's like, we're all just kind of here and rebuilding and doing stuff. Like we're rebuilding and doing, but we're not really slaves, and it's not going to hell in a handbasket at the moment.
When I created the campaign, I figured, all right, typical good guy campaign, they'll join the rebellion and they'll try and free slaves.
Mm-hmm.
How many slaves have you guys freed?
0.
Not a
I've
single one.
enslaved
I think
kids.
we increased the amount of people in slavery. Yeah.
You started a cult.
Yeah.
You now have half the party following a dark god,
Mm-hmm.
an evil god.
Yeah. What? Yeah. What Brahm thinks that they can do with House Nishra is basically use it as an example that the current house system can function without tyranny. The tyranny of their systems in
Corn's
place.
just like one asshole boss is the same another asshole boss. These are just the assholes
Yeah.
that already have power. They're letting me have access to a tiny bit of it. Let's take as much as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Yakus
Yeah.
saw Umber
And also
as
it's
his
like-
way up to the top.
Yeah.
Because Yakus is 100% okay
Yeah.
with
And
slavery,
also-
and he's a cultist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, and Brom also is under the impression that if he really wanted to, he feels like he can just he can go serve a true master when he wants to. Because in the mind of a kobold.
Yep.
What do you mean? What do you mean slavery? Oh, what do
Slavery
you
to a,
like?
from a drow is very different than the proper order of things.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can do this, but look at this instead. This is how it's supposed to be. Mhm,
Except the others are
mhm.
willfully ignorant about that right now.
Did you think that we
Yep.
were going to give the book to Lady Nijra? Or did you think we were going to do something else with it?
Lady Nisha wasn't part of the design originally. Nisha was a fallen house. It has lore around it, but I didn't expect them to be factor into things until Umber decided to tie that story in.
Mhm.
Originally, there wasn't anyone alive from Nisha in the original design of the campaign.
Oh.
Yeah.
But Umber's backstory fits so perfectly with them. All right.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then
And
he died.
Yeah. After you
Well-
guys join with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, and well, realistically, we also don't have any confirmation of whatever happened with that, of who recovered his body, or if Nishra made an attempt to go get the body back or whatever. It was just, hey, here's the coordinates.
You gentle
Do
were
what
You
you
never
post,
asked
will
her
with
about
right?
it.
that. Yeah,
You did, yeah.
yeah. He was reposed. He was,
And you told her exactly where he was.
yep. So,
And it's not like she has a vested interest in getting him back or anything.
I think she has him, but the question is did she super res him, forcing him to come back, or did she not get there in time? And she seemed really happy when she came back and saw us. She only zapped us once to see if it worked, and that was the Drakthro one, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Yep.
yeah, when she was experimenting with the book to see what she could do. Yeah, and then we got the side thing of like, you know, if you have any more drive and get invited to more banquets and find yourselves, you know, breaking and entering
Well,
noble
she never
rooms and
understood where we
find
got the
this.
first book from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I assume that she'd have
She was,
some inkling of.
yeah, she figured that out.
she
She was
was
at the
there.
party with you guys when you stole it.
Oh yeah, she was there, and there was a big
I
kerfuffle,
used
and
her.
I'm like,
Yeah.
guess what I found?
Remember,
That wasn't much of a connection for her.
remember I
Mhm,
kept
yeah.
trying to get us out of the room, and one of the things was let's go on a tour. And she had to give us a tour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Brom sat in the library until everything started going down, and then
Reading fantasy books about dragon slaying.
yeah, that's all that was in that library. Like to
Rolling
Brom.
state peg.
Yeah. Yeah. Found what not like 7 or 8 books in a row, all about dragon slaying. Like, that's all that's in here. Just wall to wall, just books, just books about fighting dragons. Wrong. Hmm.
There's plenty of lore with Nisha that was there before Umber's story, but the house wasn't ever supposed to be revivable or any family members supposed to be in there.
Mm-hmm.
Probably still would have ended up going there, but for very different reasons.
Mm-hmm. Well, like it almost would have been like an alternate Golden City esque experience.
Similar, yeah. Much different events and stuff would have been realized there, but the experience would have been similar, yeah.
Yeah, of going there to explore a
rather than lost ancient civilization, a lost modern-esque like
It would have been
like
a scavenger mission, trying to recover something and figure out what happened. Would have been questions there. Which is pretty much the same questions I have now, just you also want to recover at the same time.
Mhm.
If you can ever get in there.
yeah, which depending on how yeah, because that's like depending on how these next conversations go. Like might irritate her again of we have to like can't go through the Merc, have to go through have to try cutting a deal with one of the other houses and going through that. Because they're just looking for any excuse to start a war, and having a large expedition moving on the Merc would be, a prime excuse to start a war.
How much do you guys trust Nistra at this point?
Almost not at all.
You're doing a lot of work for her then.
Have considered assassinating her multiple times, but she pays really well.
Wait,
She is a very convenient connection to the world as a whole, in the sense that she is a high-seated Drow
Sort of.
with no real like.
Right. Like sometimes it's useful to play the fool. Sometimes it's used to be, especially when we're trying to do our own stuff.
Mhm.
Like being part of a house, but being part of a house where no one looks at you is super helpful.
Yeah, it's
What's Nisha
like
doing? Nothing important. Let's continue what we were talking about, right? Like it is helpful to do that when you're trying to not get, the bad kind of slavery on you.
yeah, it's you have all of the protections and everything of a Drow house, but you don't really have the actual negative. Like on
Where they
paper, you
steal
have
your
all the
money.
negatives.
Yeah.
Well, it's on paper you have all the negatives. It's like you're still enslaved. You're still this. It's like, yeah, to one person who's kind of at the mercy of our idiocy.
Well, yeah, she's kind of busy most of the time too. Like there are other things going on, and we're generally like, I don't know, it didn't work out, unfortunately. Although we've been quite successful for her.
You have.
Yeah, it's the stuff we've succeeded on is, on a level of I honestly can't believe that you idiots pulled this off.
When we showed up in the Drakthal room with her, and she was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing here?" I was like, "Look, the whole thing's gone bad, and we gotta bounce."
Listen, we had
I was just in jail. It didn't work out for them, but
yeah, we came in, we arrested ourselves. The High Matron is dead.
she wasn't dead yet, but she was gonna be. We tried to warn them though.
Oh no, the matron by the time we connected with her was dead, because the captain of the guard came and he's like, oh crap, and then he ran off and then came back and handed his sword to the high daughter's like, you are now the matron, and she cut his head off.
An alarm went off. You don't know whether she was dead or the battle had started. In
Mhm.
reality, I was giving you one guy a chance to join the fight, but you guys stayed behind in the room. So.
No, I was
It felt like our role was all right. Well,
man, I was
I
so
guess we're protecting
irritated
Yusra.
that Naz got out of the cell and was like, "Yeah, I walked around. All right, I'm locking myself back in on my son of a bitch. Fine." And so he's
That is when you shot the door.
that's yeah. After we waited a bit more, I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. I'm gonna shoot the door open. I'm gonna get us out of here. Oh.
Yep.
But I was also envisioning that if Butch won and killed all those guys, he would have been like, "Oh, look what we have here: rats in a cage."
Yeah, I was kind of expecting Butch's boys or something to roll through and us to fight with them.
You were
Or,
supposed
at
to fight
least.
Butch's boys, but you talked your way through their camp.
Yeah.
You were supposed
Lots
to have
of
been a gauntlet to get to that point, but you guys just talked your way through everything.
We can talk our way through pretty much everything except elementals, apparently.
Kind of the rock elemental back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of talked our way out of those giant frogs today.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that was Brom very quickly. Wait, nope. Last time he pulled out that coin, everything went wrong. And so he very quickly, okay, I recognize that. Just pulled out a coin and put minor illusion over it to look, see, same team.
I was half expecting you guys to say you attacked them before they had a chance to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are the least murder hobo of any of the parties I think you'll ever run, Striker.
You guys are very cautious about everything.
Yes.
It's bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Caution bit me and my friends in the ass with my other campaign. We had just finished the siege, and then it was like, oh, we're all kind of wiped out, so we're gonna take a short rest before we go and explore everything. Explore the the fort that we laid siege to and won. Well, in that hour that we took, the last survivors sent a message, so reinforcements were on their way, so we had to very quickly loot what we could and just book it.
Yeah, the one time you guys weren't cautious is in the Paul cult. You went through 4 combats in a row without taking a short rest. You were
Mm-hmm.
limping into the final boss battle on almost no health, no spell slots, and didn't feel like you needed a rest. You had me
Mm-hmm.
terrified there's going to be a TPK there.
It was as close as you can literally possibly be.
I was shocked that you
That
kept
was
going
one-
for
Should be
when
dead.
I was like, no
Yeah.
fucking way that this guy's gonna keep
Yeah.
searching after the corpses.
Well, speak up then. Don't just let him do it. You have a.
Well, he's so
Yeah.
fast. He
That
just goes,
was-
"I'm rolling stealth and I'm going forward." It's like, okay.
Mhm. Yeah. That was
Also, I had my full spells.
there's
I
only
think.
like Mhm. Yeah. Brom was down to like nothing. And then when I was the last one left, it was like there's only one, like I know there's a way like that we have a chance. What is the order of operations here?
I think she was a squishy caster, but she had some serious firepower.
Yeah.
We noticed that.
Yeah, well, when her melee swing did 4D, like felt like 4d10 on each swing, or even like just a standard Eldritch Blast or whatever she was using was also 4d10. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, no, this is kind of dire.
What's the boss?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Corwin, do something.
He did.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
path.
after getting knocked down that time, I hit her really hard.
Yeah, path to the grave. Stand up. Finish this, or we're dead.
He didn't kill him by much either. It was like 4 hit points or something.
Yeah, it was. It would have been the really funny time for you to be like, "All right, he's got 1 health point left."
You guys do that so often. I feel bad, like you must think I'm lying or something about it for drama, but no, you legitimately bring him down to 1 hit so often.
No, I believe you too, because there's been a couple times where we've done it, and you're like, "All right, I'm going. There's no meaningful combat to be done here. We're calling it."
Yeah.
And there's times where you've said roll anything above a 3, and then we'll roll a 2 or 3, and it's like, no, it's 1 health now.
Yeah, there's no way you guys can fuck this up. Hold my spell scroll.
Never underestimate my power.
Just don't roll 1. And there's the 1.
Oh, look at that. 1 in 400 chance.
Bring the journal. So much lore is there. I
Yep.
just opened up the journals, heard deleting sentences like, oh, they don't get this, they don't get this. And
Yep. Yeah, and that was also the thing of like, I'll see if this can clean some of this off, but I'm not going to do it on the whole thing.
It
Otherwise,
can't
I
be
would
that
have
easy,
just.
sadly.
Yeah, I'm like, otherwise this will just wipe the whole thing clean. So let's look at a dirty, one of the mostly ruined pages first.
Sadly, it can't be that easy to recover that kind of thing.
Hmm. Yeah. Hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as I've said, he's hoping
I mean, I
that.
want to give you the lore. I like giving lore. I like world building. So
I know.
Yep.
It's really funny to me that every time you try to, you're like, someone give me this. We all roll, and it's like, so we've got 3 3s and a 7.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to today. I rolled on the staircase because I was like, a staircase that goes up through 3 different rungs, and you have this huge ass cavern. There must be more to this place. And
Well, there is
I rolled like 8.
an 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, total.
I also forgot that I had exhaustion. I was like, oh yeah, I have
Mhm.
exhaustion.
Yeah. Well, I think you rolled a -1 on something.
Yeah.
I
Myself.
used the dagger to recover a spell slot, then took a short rest immediately. That was a little weird. Did you get your spell slots
Mhm.
back on a short rest?
He
Oh,
just likes to sacrifice.
I wanted to sacrifice the ball lady, the high ball lady, to
Okay.
see if that did anything for my god, my patron,
Patron. Yeah,
and
makes sense.
if that would do anything for me, and it didn't, which is fine. I mean, I figured that would be the case, but I wanted to try. And
To be honest, there's not much more I can do with that quest line until you guys deal with Gauntlet.
right, that's what I figure.
Mhm.
That's what I figure.
And we just haven't had any time to go back there yet.
I told you we should go back through, chop off her head, bring it to the Merc, and be
Yeah,
like,
we're about there,
and
Ziggy.
be
I'll
like,
let you know.
Butch,
We're
yeah.
this, depending on how this shit goes, we may just do that. We may be like, there is no more House Nisha. We are just here to murder people.
Mhm.
And you all said you were good aligned at the beginning of the campaign. All right.
That's
I
right.
said
I remember
chaotic
that. Yeah.
You said chaotic
Yeah.
good. Yes.
Did I
I
say?
see the chaotic part.
Did I say chaotic neutral? No, I said I wasn't sure if I was true neutral or chaotic neutral or something like that.
Hey, I haven't killed any of
Mhm.
the children. I've intentionally not.
Yep. Well, I feel like
Lawful
Oh.
neutral, you said. I guess.
Oh, I mean that could make sense. He does have a very clear code of
Yep.
listen to Bright
He
Eyes.
follows authority, essentially.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like Brahm's either neutral, good, or true neutral.
You're good.
There has to be
You're
good
the
in yours. You're the only one that has
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
you're
Croft does now too.
Mhm.
sure.
But I don't have
No,
like
if
a set.
anyone's
I don't
neutral,
really
it's
have.
fucking Croft.
Yeah, I don't really have. Because I don't really have like a code of ethics that I follow, and there's not really like. I haven't done. I will kill this whole town to save one thing for the chaotic level. I think Brahm is just
Neutral
coasting
could be
along
fine.
as neutral good.
He's the only one who's been advocating for the good outcome of most situations.
Yeah,
Except for Croft when he speaks up.
when we come across any like angels or anything, me and Yuckus are both like, ew, my stomach hurts, let's kill it.
I was trying to
Let
argue
Brahm help.
with the app like an avatar of fucking Tyr. No, you need to quit following Tyr. Follow Bright Eyes.
No, it was perfect.
You guys
it
are
was really
standing
perfect
there.
that you immediately brought it up.
Oh man.
I prepared 3 different battles for the ways I expected that to play out. You guys played the peaceful route.
Yeah, Brahm came in and took over. No, let Brahm.
Burned another goddamn of my diamonds too. I saw that.
I burned one that you found.
Yeah. We've gone
Yeah,
through so many diamonds, man. I have to buy another one too.
I still have one in reserve.
Okay, good. I'll get another one though, because fuck, man. It's
What are
not
you
good when your
afraid
cleric
of?
doesn't have a diamond. That was what we had happen a couple times there at the beginning. And I'm like, eh. It's also why everyone has health potions stashed on them everywhere.
Yeah, I still have some scrolls of healing word, which is, I think, the only reason why we still have characters.
Mhm.
Because I had to use that to bring you up with Path of the Grave so that everything could die.
But yeah, been a blast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has been such a fun campaign. So like the decisions that everyone's made, environments, intrigue, like it's
Is the underground thing working the way you intended it to? I know there's been a couple times where you've been like, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this while you guys are underground. So
The underground hasn't been the issue. It's random event tables. Sometimes I have a list of quests that are going on in the background. Every time you guys rest, I advance them in some way, like they're progressing towards telling their story. And some of the event tables are to interact with these quests. So if interacting with a quest when you guys are way away from it is figuring out how to do that in real time is a little tricky.
right, the thing that's happening in Tumid right now is one of those of like, we have no way to get there. We have no way to help them. We can't really do anything.
You guys have heard rumors about what's going on in Tumid a few times now. There's been big events, like Kroth has missing house members there. You've heard that there is some kind of war going on, that they have above ground encampments. Like things are happening in Tumid. But because your quests don't interact with it directly, you're not going there. So, but that doesn't stop things from advancing there.
And poor Croth has said like 20 times to me that I need to go to Tumid to learn how to use a weapon. And I'm like, okay, yeah, when are we going to go there?
yeah.
It's
Brom
happening.
wants to go. Well, Brom wants to go back to Drac though, because now he
Yeah.
can. Yeah, now he can help, and now he can help the Avatar that helped him, and it can potentially help stabilize more of the world as well as hurt the Ball Cult. So win-win-win.
But how are you going to advance your quests there when you have Yuckus and Corwin with you?
Like we're gonna walk in and he's gonna be like, wait out front. We're just out there playing dice again.
That's basically what happened the first time, where I was just like, I'm going to sit here. My god doesn't seem to mind I'm here, so I'm just going to sit here in the center.
Well, that note you got has some hints on how to advance that storyline and go for that kind of thing, but
Mhm.
with your current company, it's problematic.
Yeah.
Don't want to ruin any secrets you're keeping, so I'll keep it vague like that.
hmm
Do find it amusing that you're now interacting with the sergeant after ignoring her so many times in the past and moving away.
Yeah.
Go
It
tell the
keeps
person who loves to cave in caves how to go cave in some caves.
Yeah, again, I'm gonna emphasis the chaotic side of my alignment.
That's not chaotic good. At best, that's chaotic neutral.
Yeah, I'll take chaotic neutral. I'll slowly shift my way over there.
Had this nice spy arc all planned out from the intelligence group in Draxo, and you talk your way out of anything to do with them right away. Oh well. But I think my favorite storyline that you guys just never touched was that guy you rescued from the smothering rugs back in Draxo.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing we can do about that one at this point. Too. We set him up
Yeah.
too. We gave him a little bit of money. treated
Yep.
your wounds.
Paula said to come back and check on them the day after. Then you guys just left off from Mezek. So
And now she's dead, so we'll really never know.
Potentially. Mhm. Yeah. I think that was going to be another thing of traveling to Drac, though, to actually confirm if, well, we know that Arcus is dead, but I guess, like, confirm an investigation of if there was an autopsy or whatever, of if we could get information about it, because, well, pertinent to our investigation.
I don't think getting any more information is necessary. We just need to stab Butch. Like, it's no longer we need to gather any more information. We just need to go kill him.
Mhm.
you've made friends with so many other evil beings. Why can't you make friends with him? Come on.
Because now he's annoyed me. The other
And the
evil
people
beings.
enslaving you didn't?
No.
He has done
really,
the greatest. He's
minor
done the greatest
inconvenience.
slight
They're
you can
really
do to a
susceptible to
person
lying.
in D&D. You've slightly irritated them.
But you can enslave them just fine. That's fine.
Yeah, well, you get
Again, there's
enslaved, now you can
slavery and
summon a
there's
sword.
slavery.
Yeah, well, look. Yeah. Butch didn't let him summon and unsummon a sword at will. He didn't give him any cool powers. Yeah. All he gave him was a hard time.
Yeah, to be fair, I think since the first day that Butch kidnapped you, I think after that we were just like, yeah, we don't like this guy.
Yeah.
No, I think we hated him from the moment that Dwarf took Umber's dagger in like the very first game.
That's true.
Yeah, since Butch's voice first stole from us.
Umber just gave it up nice and easily,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, no, I think that was the first time Strucker was like, guys, I really cleanly set up a combat encounter for you guys that you could have handled that. You're just not going to. Okay.
Mhm.
You're just gonna
Yeah.
let yourselves be robbed.
Yep. That was meant to introduce you into the underworld of Drac, though. And you just bought him off. Okay, that's fine.
Well, I guess I guess you have a very passive introduction to the underworld.
I don't think I've ever had a group before who wouldn't have taken that opportunity to kill them. Would have relished the opportunity to kill some.
Oh,
Yep.
I have cleaned and made food for innkeepers.
Yep.
Yeah. I've done. Yeah. Brahm has done many things, and
No, wait a minute. I am the most reckless person in our entire party. It's just everyone else watches me get horribly punished every time too. Where it's like, I think Corin's a vampire now, guys.
hmm
Almost.
Like, god damn it, what? There's one of the door open.
I tried to open a door and I caught vampirism.
Yes, a door seeping with blood flowing down the wood.
I used
In
my
a
own
cursed-
blood too. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it wasn't a stupid decision.
this was hallmarked.
I'm just saying when I do reckless things, they're the stupidest
Yeah.
kind of reckless thing.
Yeah.
I see this is a secret and evil, or not evil, but like secret clandestine syndicate of thieves and yeah. Here's you the symbol of your enemies.
I thought it was pretty obvious the Jackal and Syndicate hated each other at that point.
No, it was. I was trying to turn it into another thing, but it
So,
also just like
what-
turned into you're under arrest, and I was like,
What I thought you were going to do with the jackal insignia was, yeah, we were attacked by somebody and they had this symbol on it. What does this mean? That's what I thought like you were going to go. We're going to go with.
yeah. Well,
And I
that's
was like, oh,
that's your bad. Never assume you understand what I'm going to do because I don't
like-
know what I'm going to do.
mm-hmm. Yeah. How can they predict our next move if I don't even know it?
And there was a time you walked up to Butch in the middle of his lair and started bragging about how much money you had on you.
Yeah, that was
Mhm.
that was a very early one.
You are surrounded by bloodthirsty thieves in the middle of their power.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe don't give them a reason to kill and
No, I
rob you.
had something like important on me too. I think I had like the book or something on me.
Yeah.
Like I
You
remember
had
I
the
had something
book,
important.
you had some magic items, you had all of our money. Like, you kind of had everything at the time. It was like, you had the gem that had invisibility on it, too. Because that's what you were throwing around in your hand, but Butch thought you were just screwing around.
Gem with invisibility. I don't remember that one.
Yeah,
It was an invisible gem.
the spell gem that had
It was the
invisibility on
Spellsberg
it.
one.
Yeah. Yep.
And you were talking about how you could get so many more of these. And I was like, oh my God, we're going to get mugged. we're going to be walking out with nothing.
Think how
Mhm.
boring this would be without me, though, huh?
Well, it barely
Yeah.
hurts me.
Like-
At the time, I would have just lost, I think, the mantis cloak, which I wasn't even using. It was just sitting in my bag, so it would just been,
Mhm.
I would just been able to summon my book back. That's about it.
I mean, they left you
Yeah.
alive at the end.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I think I was looking through like my spells while you were, attempting to get us murked, and I was like, God, what can I even do right now? I'm like, I really can't do that. Like, I can keep everybody alive for a little bit, but I don't really know what I can do in this situation. I really hope we don't get into combat right now. And somehow we managed not to.
I think you rolled really well. That's how we got through it.
You talked your way out of it eventually, yeah. You had quite a few clutch persuasion rolls in the end. You had Butch really confused for a while there. You guys kept going back and forth on how you were treating him.
So I think it was still, we were deciding if we were gonna use use Butch as our connection to the underworld, or try to, or like, yeah, we'll fall in line and then get rid of him, or like, we were undecided up until like the second or third time they kidnapped Gorwyn. And then it was like, yeah, no, fuck him.
You seemed undecided even up until you went back and heard about the rebellion, and seemed on the fence what to do there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there wasn't like a definitive way of like, all right, well, we're standing right next to you in your lair, but I don't see a way of us like trying to kill you and us getting out of this alive.
That would not have been the place to attack, yeah.
Not at level 3 or whatever we were at.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, was that what those letters that you were getting that were like clandestine that you never shared with us was from the Dractho secret whatever police?
No, that was from the sergeant.
No.
Yeah.
Did you just
So
look at
our-
him and say, we don't have time for this shit? Like, what?
Yes, that's
Yes.
pretty much what it turned
Yes.
into, yes.
Set up a whole double agent arc where both intelligence groups were going to try and use you against the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Little did they
Then you
both
said
know.
fuck off to both of them. So fine.
Yeah. Spy, you say? Never mind.
You can't use me. I won't use me.
I like creating stories from the way people wanted their character to play out. You wanted a spy story. So you told
I know.
me.
I know.
created that story.
I'm a fickle monster. What can I say?
Mm-hmm.
Look what I did with Ziggy.
Cool.
That story.
Yeah, it's great. I'm a cult leader. I'm a
No, it's-
deadbeat dad.
It's on tone. Yeah.
Mhm.
I went out for adventure
What
and
more
haven't
could
come
he
back.
want?
You said you wanted
Mhm.
a story where you brought people into Bright Eyes and started building up
Yeah.
that.
I was so afraid of doing it in the beginning. I was actually going to do it one of the times that we were in that little tavern, and then I think Strucker had mentioned that there were different like religious people there with different insignias or something, and I was like, "Oh, this is probably not the
Yeah,
place to
with
do that."
That was when Brahm was looking for someone to talk about the weird feelings he was getting from the dead around that he had been experiencing
Right.
as well.
There's a lot you could have learned from that first tier cult that you, not cult, first tier group that you went to, but you guys didn't even open the door.
Well, no, the best part is that
Mhm.
I was everyone was afraid of knocking on the door. So I knocked on the door and had a conversation, and then I started guiding the conversation to these people are evil.
Yeah, you were the worst possible person to talk to.
The-
Celestial.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's also that was also during the time of, Brahm still wasn't in, he wasn't entirely in control or like knowing where exactly like his power or whatever was coming from. It was just kind of there, and he's like, I can do, Brahm can help. Brahm can do what Brahm can do, and he just used it, but never really questioned it. And that's kind of why it's like, what the hell are you? Are you a wizard? Are you a warlock? Are you a like, what is this little kobold? You just weird.
Yeah.
There's so much of that story left. I can't really talk about that one, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to spoil things. You guys have made a lot of progress with Bright Eyes. There's other storylines that are still pretty early. And not completely abandoned like Naz's.
I
Well.
am way more fun as a side character. I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
You're the voice of the
Well,
party. So.
Zai's gonna hire you to be their spy against the other two groups, so you can ignore them too.
I was gonna say, and then I ignore all three of them,
Mhm.
but keep telling them I'm doing work for the other one.
Poor Sergeant. Yeah, that's high hopes.
Admittedly, this last one was actually really lucrative for both her and I. As she is the I'm going to blow up these and try and create a trade monopoly person.
Yeah, let's see. Blowing up between Zai and Lizik would force more traffic through Nisha. Can't imagine she wouldn't do the best for everybody in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
You even gave her the weapon to set them off.
Yep.
It's okay.
That was
She
a
gave me a
really
wand back.
yeah, that was a really interesting choice. That I was like,
Yeah, I could have sold it for gold too. I didn't realize until after I'd given her, but I was like, oh man, I was gonna get gold for that. But the wand is really nice, probably worth more than 5,000, and the not more than 5,000, 500, because that's what they offered.
Mhm.
The
Third level
ability,
spell is a pretty good wand.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, the ability to not be detected is kind of huge for me too.
Yeah.
What with all the stealthing.
And you guys don't know how many times you've been spread on.
Well, just a couple times when it happened to be while Brahm had detect magic up.
Yep.
But apart from those,
Yeah, I wonder how High Daughter Nisha knew you guys were back.
yeah. Well, it's also
Do you ever think she tunes in and is like, "What are these idiots doing?" I'm so mad.
it's no. She's like, you know what? I'm actually feeling good. I'm having a good day. Let's ruin that.
Why are they in a small pond with a bunch of frog people around them? What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Are
that seems about right.
Are they robbing goblins now?
Oh, yep. All right.
They're
They dove
milling
into.
grain. All the things they have to do, they're milling grain right now. Interesting.
That's not true. Corwin's losing to Yuckus at dice while they're milling grain.
Yeah.
Can I ask you,
making-
Naz, what was
they
the
made a
thought
grain mill.
process behind leaving the two goblins alive?
I don't know. It felt rude to just murder them. Like, it's one of those things of, like, they were poor, unfortunate motherfuckers who just were, like, trying to get to where they were going, and were like, all right, let's go look at what this crazy
Yeah.
man is saying.
They
It
were
felt wrong to
jackals,
murder
though.
them.
They were both jackals. And that's why Brom was
Sure.
like, we mugged the attack dogs of the, of the merc, or even to relatively low ranking whatever, which then now they can go tell anybody, hey, we got knocked out, got our insignias stolen by
We don't have our daggers.
some odd people. Yeah.
By
Some
a
odd people.
tiefling, which we don't see much of down here.
Yeah, it's at least you were at least disguised as. What were you disguised as?
Just a different tiefling.
Just change his facial
Okay.
layout. He's still a tiefling.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you imagine if you had tried to bring Umber down there, though?
Oh,
Yeah, that would have been
that
ugly.
would've been
We
that
would have had
would've
to have it wait in the car.
funny. Mhm. Oh no,
Having
he
a
would
drow
have
in the
been.
party opened other doors, but they also closed a lot of doors.
Oh, it's either that or it's. God, he probably would have. He probably would have just been used as a mouthpiece for Nishra, of like still standing relatively high in the house, but not the High Daughter herself. So, sending the patriarch to talk in her place while ensuring her own safety, but having something that extends her authority or would be, if anything happened, give her authority to use her wrath and call upon whatever to exercise her vengeance on whatever.
I'm a little surprised no one's asked why she's still High Daughter. Her mother is dead, so why isn't she High Matron?
Hmm. I think looking like the well, you have the old Drow of Mezek, who's been the patriarch for ever.
He
Like,
marries the High Matron every time a new one is selected.
So kind of, yeah.
Technically,
Like,
he's second in charge of the house, but you wouldn't know that from his actions.
Yeah. No, but I think it would. I think it has to. Well, I think that's something that like Braum wouldn't really like. Wouldn't be of major concern to Braum because the politics of the houses don't.
Oh, it's not a big
Like,
issue. It's a minor thing.
yeah.
It's a natural question to ask.
Yeah, it's out of game. I think it's just because she doesn't have she doesn't have a patriarch with her, so she's unmarried, so she can't ascend to the head of the house officially, which she was going to use Umber, who was because he was also from a house that was promised to Nishra, or promised what is it? Spouse what's the term? Arranged marriage. There we go.
Birth, yeah.
Yep. And so they would only ascend once that ceremony occurred. But because Umber disappeared and the house fell, and she survived, then there was no if like she fell into like a gray area of yes, she is the highest ranking female of her house, but tradition dictates that she can't ascend to being high matron, being alone, or like being unmarried.
This isn't something that'd be a big mystery. It's just that she hasn't been through the throning ceremony. You have to have minor houses swear allegiance and be formally what's it called? Like when a king has the crown put on his head.
Coronation.
Yeah, you have to go through the
Yeah,
yep.
there has to be a coronation.
Yeah, that's what would have happened with Umber, which then she would effectively be in control of two houses because well, Umber's house is him, Nisha's house is her.
Oh yeah, he was a part of it. I thought he was a part of Nishra. I didn't realize he was from a different house.
He was a minor house inside of Nisha.
Oh,
He wasn't part of Nisha itself, but he was a house that was sworn to Nisha.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think that was allegedly like one of the flashbacks that Umber got when they found the clothes and stuff. And
There was a
him
reason
like
that chest was there. Nobody even questioned why a random chest from Umber's past is sitting in this cave.
Yeah,
Like, there's a reason it was there.
I thought that was
He-
incredibly
it would've been-
strange. And
Nobody questioned it.
and it was just like, well, I was more concerned with dealing with the Tear cult because I wanted to get inside and kill them.
Yeah. I feel like everyone was still fairly new to each other when that got dropped. So it was
It just seems like such a random thing to just accept.
I thought it was.
Yes, we all have just random chests showing up in caves from our past. It's a natural thing.
Yeah,
It happens to
well,
everybody.
Do you guys not have that happen? Because I have that happen all the time.
well
That's
also
why I
it's
stopped spelunking.
It's also Umber didn't like at the time he didn't really even address like
Oh no, he
there
was.
wasn't like this is
He just
mine.
accepted
It
it
was
yeah.
Yeah, he's like he didn't even go like this is mine. Like why is this here? So he didn't show any concern over it. It was just he referenced something about a fire running away and it sounded like, this is a rough past. I don't know if we want to tackle this in a cave right now. And then we
Part of that
went
just like
and
Steven's play style. If you want to learn about his past, I think you have to ask him. He won't just volunteer information.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
do kind of the
and-
same thing where I don't just I don't give too much unless unless we have those moments where we're actually talking to each other. I don't.
yeah. And yeah, well, Brom can't really talk now. Brom can't really talk about his past because otherwise it might get everybody killed.
Certain parts of it, yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
Just really sending messages to an ancient,
Yeah.
Okay.
That was why I was like, I don't know if we want to call that dude anymore. Like,
Mhm.
it seems like he was
That's-
fairly clear. Like,
Well, okay. If there's ever a point where like the group is going their separate ways, Rob's pretty much just gonna go and like kind of throw himself at his feet and like I thought everyone was gone. Please let me serve. Like I
What are
want
those
I want my direction back.
One of those things, when I created the Forbidden Depths, I didn't know how this was going to play into any of the stories. I figured it would just be one of those side zones that was a curiosity. Oh, it actually affects one of them. It was nice.
Yeah, because that was like it was high tension, high everything, and in my mind I'm like, yeah, and like in Brahm's mind he was like, I can get everybody out, and then direct everybody out, and then I can just stay. But no, they need me right now. I have to keep, but I can stay. But and there was internal conflict that at the end is like they need me more right now. I can try to come back another later once they don't need me anymore.
Might be an issue. You kind of burn some bridges, bring other people into that zone.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But saving the egg went a long way too. So
Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh.
Well, crushing it and then fixing it.
Hey, it is safe.
Period.
It is. Yep. That is the end result. It is safe.
a great many kobolds will be sacrificed to save a single dragon egg, and it considered minor cost.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that literally nothing died to save it is in
Besides
Brahm's mind
another
like
one of my diamonds, yes, nothing was sacrificed. to save.
a paltry sum.
I mean, think about it this way. It's either a diamond or that dragon's probably coming for our lives.
Yeah.
It's
Or
true. I will pay many diamonds to not have a dragon try and murder me.
Yeah.
Especially that dragon.
Yeah. This would make Butch's rebellion look like a schoolyard
Well,
brawl.
Too, I'm like, I don't know if it's really a good idea to get all of the Drow houses to attack you, bud. I think there's some stuff
Yeah.
you don't even know
And
about
that's-
waiting in there,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, and that was kind of Brahm listening to the murk of like, oh, you ignorant individuals. You don't even stand the ghost of a chance of standing up to one house, and you think you can take on everything. It's funny.
Well, I mean, you could go full Viet Cong, right? We fade into the tunnels, and every time you try and attack us, you kill a bunch of
No,
us, but we
you
run.
can't. No, Naz, they can't. I truly don't think you realize how terrifying the being that Brahm is trying to like in the back of his
Send
mind of
text
like
messages to.
yeah of I will do whatever I can to serve this one, of how brokenly like probably like the gods are some of the only things that rival this thing, like this being in strength.
So speaking of
It is
which,
a
if we went into the Forbidden Depths
scary
the
individual.
first time when we were getting kicked out by the aggressive Dwarger, would we have just been slaughtered by the dragons? Oh, you found our secret place. Slaughter.
Big part of it would have been which dragon detected you.
That's true.
Like
Mhm.
you guys spoke to one dragon while inside there, and it was the best possible one. The white dragons are kind of the lawful good of dragons, with as much as they get. If a red dragon came across you, yeah, you better be running and fast.
Oh,
Mhm.
But just the fact that there are multiple colors of dragons hanging out in the same spot is bizarre.
yeah, that is bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is also like I assume I know like who this patron is,
Probably.
but which if I'm right, then it's yeah, no, this is like it might as well be a god. But
Well, I'm glad we sent the children to his school then.
mhm, yeah. And that's also why like I still sent the message of like even if like I know the house itself isn't in danger, but the people within it, this is not a being who would deal with slights against it in any sense. And if something thinks that it has the audacity to come into his territory and do things that are beyond its sight, it'll be significantly, it'll be greatly mistaken and will be dealt with appropriately.
There's 8 special markers on the overland map. That's one of them. That and the marker than the ones you visited.
We got to the edge of the lake one. Is it the frozen abyss?
The Sea of
Sea of
Echoes.
Echoes,
Yeah,
that's
you
what it
saw. You saw into it. You
we turned the.
you don't know what's going on there
We
yet.
turned around very fast.
Good thing to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it the cave where the thing almost instantly did like a legendary action?
That was the first creature you saw that had legendary actions. Yeah.
Yeah, that was when I was like, I don't think we're ready for this, guys.
So it's going to do its. So first it does 6 multi attacks on you. Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to be here yet.
Didn't you banish that one? Wasn't that what it was?
I banished the Beholder,
That was it.
which
That's what.
which really that only worked for 2 reasons. 1, because it came out of the anomaly, and 2, because it wasn't looking at me. That should have gone much worse than it did.
Beholder's such an iconic enemy. I like to get them in occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard of a Beholder before, Naz? You're not really a
Yeah,
D&D person.
you fight one in Baldur's Gate,
Oh, okay.
in 3 in the Underdark.
Technically, you fight. That's a Beholder kin. Like, that's what Ziggy summons, pretty much.
Miners. Yeah.
No, there's one in a jar.
Yeah,
In
that's
a cave that you summon. That's like a real one that like you use it to basically break a bunch of parts of the game if you want to. Because it just like comes out and wrecks everything. So there's like a bunch of boss fights. Because you if you open a chest in a cave, there's a beholder in a jar, and then you throw the jar at stuff, and then the beholder comes out and just fucking wrecks everything. So like you can cheese like most of the boss fights in the game by just throwing a beholder at them. But you only get one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys ever plan on using the pocket genie you have?
Yes.
It's just gonna sit in your pocket forever.
No, yeah, it's the thing of we want to make sure that it is a meaningful thing. Making that connection with the Hellenic Empire in that cave, that was an important use of them. The last one, I
It
don't know.
is.
We might just have it bring us Butch. Like that
That-
might be the thing where we're just like,
Okay.
just bring us the idiot.
I was on the fence about using that on to try to like. That was part of like why I was taking so long to make the decision against the spellcaster for the Cult of Baal. Of
Oh,
like, this is dire. This is horrible. But will this just make everything worse? Or how can this make everything worse? Well, it'll kill us all. Because, its solution to fighting one thing was collapsing an entire tunnel system on it. So, what's the chances of it doing that? Alright, we'll keep that as a plan B.
Awful lot of
Then,
power to have sitting in your pocket unused.
huh?
It's like in Skyrim where you're entering boss fights after boss fight with the inventory full of high level potions, you just never use them.
Mhm. There is.
But all right, gents, that's it for me. I'm gonna go crash. You all have a
Have a
good
good
night,
night.
and I'll see you for the
Yep.
next one.
Take care.
Night night.